Fellow citizens of Huaxia, remember what I am about to say. Above the classroom, the elderly man's voice on the television was grave and somber. Huaxia's 5th King-tier territory has been seized in a surprise attack by the lords of Dongying. According to the laws of national fortune, any nation possessing fewer than 5 King-tier territories will be erased in 1 month. In other words, we have only 1 month left. The screen abruptly turned a glaring blood red. 1 hour from now, a new round of the battlefield of 10,000 races will begin. Huaxia's final 100,000 novice lords will enter the battlefield. My fellow countrymen, heed the dragon's roar. Fight for Huaxia. Boom. As those final words fell, the entire classroom went deathly silent. 70 students sat in their seats. Some clenched their fists, some had red-rimmed eyes, and others had legs trembling uncontrollably. Damn it! Those Dongying lords don't dare fight us head-on. All they know how to do is launch sneak attacks. But we're all novices. How are we supposed to take back a king-tier territory? If we can't retake it, will Huaxia really be erased? No one answered, because everyone already knew the answer. Yes, 10 years ago, the national fortune lord system descended upon Blue Star. Anyone who reached the age of 18 could enter the battlefield of 10,000 races, obtain a territory, and recruit an army. When a nation's lords grew stronger, so did the nation. When its lords fell, its national fortune declined. And now, Huaxia had been driven to the edge of the abyss. My name is Yang Ming. I'm a freshman at the Novice Lord Academy of Jiangchuan University, and I'm one of the 100,000 participants heading into battle. I stared at the countdown on the screen with only one thought in my mind. Get in. Stay alive. Take back the territory. Just then, a hand patted me on the shoulder. Yang Ming, want to make a deal? I turned around. Ji Buoduan stood beside me, grinning like a weasel that had just stolen a chicken. His family had some influence, and he often threw his weight around at the academy. What kind of deal? He held up one finger. 10,000 yuan for your participation slot. I thought I had misheard him. You're buying it? No, I'm buying it for a friend. Ji Buoduan bent down and lowered his voice. A friend from Dongying. He desperately needs a slot. If you agree, you'll get the money, and he'll even help you obtain a green card. I stared at him. Say that again. Don't get worked up. He patted me on the shoulder, looking as though what he had said was perfectly reasonable. You'll only be going in there to die anyway, so why not take the money and leave? Conditions are great in Dongying. The air is clean, and the people are polite. Once you get there, I grabbed him by the collar. They were the ones who stole our 5th king-tier territory. So what? Ji Buoduan spread his hands. Didn't they already bow and apologize? What's the point of you people refusing to let it go? You need to be more broad-minded. I laughed. The next second, I punched him in the face. Bang! Ji Buoduan fell flat on his back, blood spraying from his nose. The classroom instantly erupted into chaos. Yang Ming, how dare you hit me? Ji Buoduan covered his face and scrambled to his feet. Enraged, he opened his mouth and began cursing, as though he wanted to hurl every vicious insult he knew at me. I didn't let him finish. I kicked him again. He slid across the floor and knocked over 2 desks. I walked over and planted my foot on his chest. 10,000 yuan for my slot. You think you're worthy? If you want to be Dongying's dog, that's none of my business. But if you dare trade Huaxia's survival for your own green card, I'll break your legs first. Ji Buoduan's face turned pale. Just you wait. Once we're on the battlefield, I'll... Beep. A cold mechanical voice suddenly exploded in everyone's mind. A new round of the Lord's Supremacy War is about to begin. Number of participating life forms from Parallel Universe number 14. 857 Google. Teleportation countdown. 2 minutes. All novice lords, please prepare yourselves. The classroom fell silent once again. Some people began trembling. Some embraced the classmates beside them. Others pulled out their phones and made one final call to their families. I removed my foot and looked down at Ji Buoduan. You'd better hope I don't run into you on the battlefield. Otherwise, you'll be the first person I deal with. The countdown reached 0. White light instantly engulfed the entire classroom. An overwhelming sensation of weightlessness struck me. When I opened my eyes again, I was standing on unfamiliar land. A few dilapidated wooden houses. A field. A fish pond. More than a dozen natives dressed in coarse cloth were staring at me nervously. Farther away stood a wooden fence that couldn't possibly stop any large beasts. So this was the battlefield of 10,000 races. Welcome, Lord Yangming, to the battlefield of 10,000 races. You have obtained a primary territory. Novice protection period, 3 days. During the protection period, no hostile force can attack your lord's manor. You have received one opportunity to draw a talent. Would you like to draw now? Draw. A lord's talent determined their ultimate potential. Some soared to greatness on the strength of their talents. Others drew useless abilities and were torn apart by demonic beasts the moment their protection period ended. Drawing talent. Talent ranks F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Golden light suddenly erupted from beneath my feet and shot into the sky. Congratulations. You have obtained the SSS rank talent, Supreme Overlord. My breath caught. SSS rank. Across the entirety of Blue Star, the highest publicly recorded talent was only A rank. Not even a single S rank talent had ever appeared. Yet I had drawn an SSS rank talent immediately. Show me its effects. Supreme Overlord. Effect 1. Automatically obtain 1 Overlord point per second while within your territory. Effect 2. 1 Overlord point can be used to summon 1 human warrior. Current points, 10. The point shop will be unlocked once your territory reaches the special rank. You may then use Overlord points to exchange for additional unit types and items. I stared at the rapidly rising number as my heart began pounding faster and faster. 1 soldier every second. That was 86,400 soldiers a day. And in a month, as long as I stayed alive, I could raise an army large enough to drown my enemies. Dongying was it. My country's 5th king-tier territory, was it? Just you wait. I'm taking that territory back. I immediately opened my territory panel. Territory, Primary Lord's Manor. Area, 200,000 square meters. Barracks, 0. Granaries, 0. Residences, 1. Fields, 1. Fish ponds, 1. Defense towers, 0. Wealth, 0. National fortune, 0. Completely and utterly broke. But I wasn't worried. 8 minutes later, my points exceeded 500. I raised my hand without hesitation. Summoned 500 warriors. Beams of white light descended one after another. 500 warriors clad in armor and wielding long sabers appeared in orderly ranks. They all dropped to one knee at the same time. Greetings, my lord. Their voices surged into the sky. The dozen or so natives were utterly dumbfounded. I immediately checked the warrior's attributes. Unit type, human warrior. Quality, common. Combat power, 17. Skill, sturdiness, permanently increases defense by 10%. Description, they come from a defeated human civilization. Their nation has been erased, and their souls were imprisoned in a dark cage, where they awaited the summons of a new lord. An ordinary adult had an average combat power of only 5. Every warrior I had summoned could take on 3 ordinary adults head-on. Rise. All 500 warriors stood at once. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, without the slightest sound out of place. I swept my gaze across them and began issuing orders. 30 men, enter the forest and cut down trees. 50 men, gather stone by the river. 10 men, reclaim more farmland. 15 men, reinforce the fence. 10 elite soldiers will scout the surrounding area. I want to know the terrain, resources, and every power operating nearby. The rest of you will remain in the territory and prepare to construct barracks and granaries. Is that understood? Understood. Everyone immediately set to work. I didn't remain idle either. I opened Huasha's chat channel. Messages flashed past at incredible speed. Brothers, is everyone still alive? I landed in a desert. There isn't even any water. Add me as a friend. There's a river next to my territory. I'll send you some water first. Thank you, brother. No need to thank me. We're all people of Huaxia. I only drew an F-rank talent. I probably won't survive past the protection period. Don't say things like that. If you can farm, then farm. If you can mine, then mine. Combat lords will fight on the front lines, while we supply them with resources from the rear. That's right. We have 1 month. We must build Huaxia's 5th king-tier territory. Post all intelligence in the channel. No one is allowed to hide anything. Watching the messages flood the channel, I sent only one word. Agreed. Huaxia was facing a matter of life and death. Anyone who still kept things to themselves at a time like this was digging their own grave. Report. An urgent voice came from the distance. A scout rushed over, clutching his bleeding shoulder. My lord, we have finished investigating everything within a 3-kilometer radius. Speak. We discovered a demonic wolf den to the south. There are approximately 20 wolves, all of fine quality. There is a level 1 mining zone to the west. Barren land lies to the north. When he reached this point, his expression darkened. To the east, we discovered another territory. Its lord is from Dongying. I narrowed my eyes. What a small world. Did he discover you? Yes. We were attacked while retreating. One of our brothers didn't make it back. I looked at the wound on his shoulder. 3 claw marks had cut deep enough to expose the bone. That wasn't done by a Dongying soldier, was it? It was a ninja. The scout clenched his teeth. The enemy told me to bring you a message. What did he say? He said you should prepare your territory core. As soon as the protection period ends, he'll come and take it personally. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Several warriors were already tightening their grips on their sabers. I laughed instead. He wants my territory core? Fine. Go and recover from your injuries. In 3 days, I'll take you with me so you can cut him down with your own hands. The scout abruptly raised his head. Thank you, my lord. One more thing. What was the name of the brother who died? Zhou He. I committed the name to memory. Tell everyone. In 3 days, we will flatten the territory to the east. We will avenge Zhou He. Yes, my lord. The moment the shout faded, the gathering teams returned as well. My lord, we have gathered 1,080 units of timber. We have gathered 708 units of stone. The farmland has been reclaimed. I immediately opened the upgrade interface. Primary territory upgrade requirements. Timber, 1080/1000. Stone, 708 700ths. The requirements had been fulfilled. Upgrade. Territory upgrade in progress. Time remaining, 5 minutes. I stared at the countdown. Every step I took ahead of my enemies gave me another advantage. The moment the 5 minutes were up, golden light swept across the territory. The dilapidated wooden houses rapidly expanded and transformed into sturdy brick buildings. The territory's area skyrocketed from 200,000 square meters to 1 million square meters. New fences rose from the ground. Territory upgraded successfully. Current rank, intermediate territory. New buildings unlocked. Barracks, blacksmith, tavern, training ground, research institute. Reward obtained. Soldier enhancement talisman times 3. You upgraded your territory on the first day of arrival. Additional reward. Golden resource, chest times 1. A golden chest appeared in my hands. But I didn't open it immediately. Numbers alone weren't enough to win a war. An army needed someone to lead it. I swept my gaze across the crowd and pointed at the tallest warrior among them. You, come here. He quickly stepped forward and dropped to one knee. Greetings, my lord. What's your name? His body stiffened slightly. This subordinate has no name. My former country is gone. My home is gone. My name is gone as well. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. This was the fate of the defeated. If Huaxia failed to turn the situation around within the next month, we would end up just like them. I handed him an enhancement talisman. From this day onward, your name is Chunjian. Remember that name. Follow me, and we'll fight to reclaim everything you've lost. Chunjian accepted the talisman with both hands, his eyes instantly turning red. This subordinate, Chunjian, is willing to fight to the death for you, my lord. Don't talk about dying. I stared at him. I want you to live and win. Chunjian pressed the enhancement talisman against his chest. Golden light erupted around him. His armor rapidly transformed, and his aura began soaring. Chunjian enhanced successfully. Quality, fine. Combat power, 75. Potential, 2 stars. Loyalty, 90. D-rank talent awakened, unstoppable momentum. Effect, for 1 minute. Increases the movement speed of all troops under his command by 20%, attack power by 10%, and defense by 10%. My eyes lit up. This was precisely the kind of commander I needed. Chunjian, receive your orders. This subordinate awaits your command. I order you to lead 1,500 men and attack the demonic wolf den to the south. Take it down and bring our living brothers home. Chun Jian drew his saber and stood. I guarantee the mission will be completed. After waiting for more points to accumulate, I summoned another 5,000 warriors. 1,500 followed Chun Jian south. 500 were stationed at the western mining zone. The remaining soldiers immediately began constructing barracks, granaries, a blacksmith, and a training ground. The entire territory began operating at full speed. Open the golden resource chest. Golden resource chest opened successfully. Obtained. Fine quality marrow cleansing pill times 1. Marrow cleansing pill, after consumption, greatly increases a lord's combat power. I picked up the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. There were only 2 ways to conquer a territory. The first was to kill its lord. The second was to breach the lord's manor and occupy it for 12 hours. That meant a lord could not afford to be too weak. No matter how powerful an army was, it wouldn't matter if an assassin could behead its lord. The pill's medicinal power exploded inside me. My entire body burned, and it felt as though every bone had been shattered and reassembled. 1 hour later, my eyes snapped open. Lord, Yang Ming. Combat power, 125. I clenched my fist, clearly feeling the surging power within my body. I was already stronger than Chun Jian. A series of system notifications immediately followed. Blacksmith construction completed. Barracks construction completed. Western Level 1 mining zone occupied. Territory area increased by 2,000 square meters. Southern demonic wolf den eliminated. Territory area increased by 5,000 square meters. National fortune obtained. 5. Not long afterward, heavy footsteps came from the south. Chun Jian had returned. He was drenched in blood, and every warrior behind him bore injuries. 1,500 men had gone into battle. Only 800 returned. They dragged back the bodies of 15 demonic wolves. Several others had been hacked beyond recognition during the battle. Chun Jian knelt before me. My lord, the demonic wolf den has been taken. I looked at the 800 survivors. Their average combat power had increased from 17 to around 20. Combat really could make soldiers stronger. But 700 lives had been left behind in the south forever. Treat the wounded immediately. Record the names of the fallen. Their families will be supported by the territory. They aren't expendable resources. They are my soldiers. Chun Jian bowed deeply. On behalf of my brothers, this subordinate thanks you, my lord. I turned and looked east. In 3 days, I would conquer a territory. But our current problem was painfully obvious. We had no weapons. The trading market contained nothing but timber, stone, food, and ore. There wasn't even a single decent saber to be found. Just then, a message appeared in the chat channel. Brothers, I found a weapon forging blueprint beside my territory. We'll never have to worry about weapons again. The replies instantly exploded. What kind of luck is that? Your ancestral graves must be glowing with golden light. Are you selling it? Name your price. I sent the person a private message. Are you willing to trade the weapon forging blueprint? His response came quickly. Not selling. I didn't waste time arguing with him. Instead, I sent him the details of an item. Fine quality demonic wolf meat. Effect, upon consumption, has a chance to improve quality and will increase combat power by at least 1 point. The other side went silent. I sent another message. 500 gene of demonic wolf meat. In exchange for your blueprint. A few seconds later, he sent 3 words. Who are you? I looked at the mountain of demonic wolf corpses before me and smiled. Someone who urgently needs to forge sabers. Because in 3 days, I'm going to wipe out a Dongying territory. After I sent the message, the other side remained silent for a full 30 seconds. 500 gene of fine quality demonic wolf meat. You already cleared a level 2 demonic wolf den? Zhang Wei clearly understood what that meant. A level 2 demonic wolf den housed at least 15 fine quality demonic wolves. Under normal circumstances, a novice lord would first need to upgrade their territory to the advanced rank and build a fully equipped army before they could even attempt to clear one. The current record on Blue Star had been set by an American lord. It had taken him 7 full days to conquer a fine-quality dwarven mining zone. I had done it in a single day. It was just a level 2 resource site, I replied casually. Was it supposed to be difficult? The other side fell silent again. A moment later, a string of messages appeared. Boss, so you're a real powerhouse. I can give you the blueprint, but 500 gene of demonic wolf meat isn't enough. I frowned. Zhang Wei quickly added, I'm not trying to raise the price at the last minute. This is a fine-quality blueprint. As long as you have enough materials, you can use it to forge an unlimited number of fine-quality weapons. Its actual value is far higher than 500 gene of demonic wolf meat. I have one more condition. Tell me. Add me as a friend. If an opportunity arises in the future, I hope we can work together. I considered it for a few seconds. On the battlefield of 10,000 races, it was difficult to reach the end alone. The fact that he had obtained a fine-quality forging blueprint on his first day meant that neither his luck nor his ability was poor. As long as he harbored no ill intentions, having one more friend was always better than having one more enemy. Fine. Primary Lord Zhang Wei has sent you a friend request. Accept. Accept. The friend request was accepted, and a trade request immediately appeared. Zhang Wei offers Tang Hengdao forging blueprint, fine quality, in exchange for 500 gene of demonic wolf meat, fine quality. Accept. I ordered someone to retrieve 500 gene of demonic wolf meat from the granary, then pressed confirm. White light flashed. The demonic wolf meat piled on the ground instantly disappeared. At the same time, a scroll glowing with faint silver light appeared in my hand. Tang Hengdao forging blueprint. Quality, fine. Effect. Once mastered, fine-quality Tang Hengdao sabers can be forged repeatedly. Required materials: 10 gene of pig iron, 1 gene of crude steel, 5 pieces of obsidian, 3 pieces of star, ore. After carefully reading the blueprint, the corners of my mouth rose slightly. The 200 soldiers who had just occupied the western mining zone had discovered that most of its minerals could be used to forge Tang Hengdao sabers. We had the materials. We had the blacksmith. All we lacked was time. I took the blueprint to the blacksmith. Among the 15 natives assigned by the system, there happened to be an experienced blacksmith. To improve efficiency, I transferred 10 additional workers to assist him. I want 50 Tang Hengdao sabers before the protection period ends. The old blacksmith accepted the blueprint with both hands and carefully examined it. As long as the supply of ore remains uninterrupted, this subordinate will complete the task. Good. If you need more workers or materials, go directly to Qinjian. I only care about results. As you command. Before long, the blacksmith rang with the dense sound of hammering. The furnace burned throughout the night. The hammers never stopped, day or night. I did not remain idle over the next 3 days either. Supreme Overlord provided 1 point every second. Whenever I had enough points, I continued summoning soldiers. Some of the newly summoned soldiers were assigned to cut down trees, mine ore, and expand the territory. Others underwent training in preparation for the war that would begin once the protection period ended. As for the Dongying territory, I dispatched numerous scouts to monitor it in shifts. The enemy developed quickly. In only 3 days, he had built a level 2 training ground, a level 2 blacksmith, and a level 3 defense tower. That meant his talent was at least B rank. It might even be A rank. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered me. 3 days later, 6 o'clock in the morning. Only half an hour remained before the novice protection period ended. My lord, outside the blacksmith, the old blacksmith and 10 workers knelt in a row. 50 Tang Hengdao sabers were neatly arranged before them. We have fulfilled our mission. All 50 fine-quality Tang Hengdao sabers have been completed. Please inspect them, my lord. I drew one of the sabers. Clang. A clear metallic ring filled the air. The blade was long and straight, with a cold light flowing across its surface. The entire saber weighed 10 gene, yet it didn't feel cumbersome in my hand. Tang Hengdao. Quality, fine. Attribute. Increases the wielder's combat power by 20%, up to a maximum increase of 40 points. Skill. Critical strike. Every attack deals double damage. Maximum additional damage, 100 points. I swung the saber at a testing stone beside me. The blade swept across it. There was no loud impact. Only after I returned the saber to its sheath did the hard testing stone slowly split down the middle, revealing a cut as smooth as a mirror. An excellent blade. I fastened the saber at my waist, turned around, and shouted, Qinjian, this subordinate is here. Qinjian immediately stepped forward and dropped to one knee. Form up the army. You're coming with me to war. As you command. A low war horn soon echoed throughout the territory. 3,000 warriors rapidly assembled and formed orderly ranks outside the territory's gates. I distributed the remaining 49 Tang Hungdao sabers among the army's strongest elites. One of them went to Chen Jian. Chen Jian accepted the saber, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. I climbed onto a large boulder and looked down at the 3,000 soldiers before me. Soldiers. 3 kilometers to the east lies a territory belonging to Dongying. They ambushed our scouts, killed one of our brothers-in-arms, and threatened to seize our territory core as soon as the protection period ended. Can we tolerate that? No. 3,000 warriors roared in unison. When an enemy comes knocking on our door, what should we do? Kill. Their voices shook the wilderness. I drew my Tang Hungdao and pointed its tip toward the east. Open the gates. March with me. The territory gates swung open with a thunderous crash. Under my command, 3,000 warriors marched east in a vast and imposing formation. Our target, Yumekawa Kuko's territory. Meanwhile, in Huaxia's highest council chamber. Commander, sir. A counselor hurried into the chamber, his expression exceptionally grave. Dongying has just sent us an encrypted message. The elderly man seated at the head of the table raised his eyes. Play it. The large screen lit up. When the contents of the encrypted message appeared before them, the chamber erupted in barely suppressed cries of shock. 2 A-rank talents. 2 A-rank talent holders emerged among Dongying's novice lords at the same time. Of Blue Star's population of more than 8 billion, only 37 publicly known A-rank talent holders exist. How could Dongying obtain 2 of them in a single group? Everyone's expressions grew increasingly grim. Dongying had not only participated in the siege of Huaxia's 4 king-tier territories, but had also produced 2 A-rank talents in the novice zone. By comparison, the situation among Huaxia's final 100,000 novice lords was far from optimistic. Silence. The old man tapped the table. The chamber quickly fell quiet. Do any of our novices possess A-rank talents? The counselor responsible for compiling the statistics lowered his head. No. That single word instantly froze the atmosphere in the room. Continue. Among this group of novices, approximately 1,000 possess C-rank talents, while only 20 possess B-rank talents. The vast majority are below C-rank. The counselor paused. However, the data belonging to a novice lord named Yang Ming displayed an unknown anomaly. Not even the scepter of the Lord God could detect any information about his territory. The old man's eyes flickered. What caused the anomaly? We have not yet determined the cause. The counselor hesitated before relaying the technical department's assessment. Based on previous cases, he may have been teleported into an exceptionally dangerous special region. At present, his chances of survival are slim. The chamber fell silent once more. Many people clenched their fists unwillingly. Was Huaxia truly without hope this time? The old man looked at the countdown of Huaxia's dwindling national fortune on the large screen. His gaze remained steady. As long as even one person remains alive, we cannot give up. Continue contacting the novice lords. Send in every resource we can. Huaxia still has 1 month. It isn't time to surrender yet. Inside the Dongying territory, Yumekawa Kuko looked at the 100 samurai before him and nodded in satisfaction. In only 3 days, he had established a samurai force 100 strong. Among novice lords, this was undoubtedly an outstanding achievement. More importantly, he had awakened an A-rank talent, necromancer. In the real world, Yumekawa Kuko had accomplished nothing. After entering the battlefield of 10,000 races, however, his life had changed completely. As an A-rank talent holder, he had become a genius in the eyes of Dongying's novice lords. You have received 99+ messages. Yumekawa Kuko opened Dongying's chat channel. Lord Yumekawa, may I become your follower? With Senior Yumekawa here, Huaxia's novices won't stand a chance. I heard there's a Huaxia territory right next to Lord Yumekawa's territory. The protection period is about to end. When does Senior Yumekawa plan to attack? Reading all the flattery and praise, Yumekawa Kuko became increasingly smug. Never before had he experienced such a powerful sense of importance. Everyone, rest assured. There is indeed a Huaxia lord near my territory. As soon as the protection period ends, I will immediately conquer his territory. I will let everyone witness how I claim the novice zone's first victory. The moment he sent the message, Dongying's channel erupted. Lord Yumekawa is mighty. May Senior Yumekawa achieve a glorious victory. Claim the novice zone's first blood. Looking at the flood of praise across the screen, Yumekawa Kuko threw back his head and laughed. Only 5 minutes left. 5 minutes from now, I'll be a hero to all of Dongying. Rumble. At that moment, the ground suddenly began shaking. The teacup on his table rattled violently before falling to the floor. A militiaman rushed into the Lord's manor in a panic. Report. My lord, something terrible has happened. Yumekawa Kuko frowned impatiently. Why are you panicking? There's an enemy army outside. It's that Huaxiao lord. The militiaman's face was deathly pale. They have at least 3,000 men and are already approaching the territory gates. 3,000. Yumekawa Kuko froze for a moment, then sneered. What good are numbers? Ordinary soldiers are nothing but lambs awaiting slaughter before my undead army. He rose to his feet and waved his hand. Assemble every samurai. Today, I will personally kill that Huaxiao lord. Before long, 100 samurai had assembled inside the territory gates. Yumekawa Kuko climbed onto the wall. Not far away, Chunjian was leading 3,000 warriors toward the territory. Their formation was orderly, and their murderous aura soared into the sky. Yet Yumekawa Kuko did not retreat. A strange black sigil appeared on his forehead. Come forth, my undead army. Boom. Cracks tore open across the ground. Tall skeletal creatures crawled out of the earth one after another, eerie green flames burning in their hollow eye sockets. There were 354 of them in total. Skeleton elves. Quality, fine. Combat power, 70. Skill, resurrection, can revive after death. More than 300 undead creatures, each possessing 70 points of combat power. If deployed against ordinary novice lords, this undead army would be powerful enough to sweep through several territories. Go! Yumekawa Kuko pointed at Chunjian's army. Tear them all apart. The undead army roared and charged out of the territory. Chunjian showed no fear. He drew his Tang Hungdao and charged at the very front. All troops, charge. Kill. All 3,000 warriors accelerated at once. The two armies collided with a thunderous crash. Blades struck bone, producing ear-piercing clangs. The skeleton elves felt no pain and did not fear death. Even after losing an arm, they continued lunging at their enemies. No sooner was one skeleton elf shattered than its scattered bones began trembling and reassembling themselves. The ordinary soldiers quickly found themselves locked in a bitter struggle. Only the elites equipped with Tang Hungdao sabers could kill the undead in direct combat. Chunjian alone fought 3 skeleton elves at once. Unstoppable momentum. At his furious roar, pale red light enveloped the surroundings. The strength, speed, and defense of nearby soldiers all increased simultaneously. The battle line finally stabilized. Meanwhile, I stood in the distance, calmly observing the battlefield. 354 fine-quality undead. Each possessed 70 points of combat power and the ability to resurrect. There was no way a B-rank talent could accomplish something like this. So it really is A rank. Unfortunately, there still aren't enough of them. I glanced at the points I had accumulated. Summoned 8,000 warriors. Brilliant light erupted into the sky. 8,000 armored warriors appeared behind me and dropped to one knee in unison. Greetings, my lord. The voices of 8,000 men merged into a deafening thunderclap. Inside the Dongying territory, the smile on Yumekawa Kuko's face instantly froze. I gave him no time to react. 4,000 men will reinforce the frontal battlefield. The remaining 4,000 will circle around to the western side, breach the wall, and advance directly toward the Lord's manor. Yes, my lord. The 8,000 warriors quickly split into 2 forces. 4,000 pressed forward on the main battlefield, completely reversing the tide. The other 4,000 bypassed the main battlefield and launched a fierce assault on the western wall. Boom, boom, boom. Thick battering rams slammed into the wall one after another. The western defenders had been caught completely unprepared, and their defensive line teetered on the verge of collapse. Report. A militiaman stumbled over to Yumekawa Kuko. My lord, another 4,000 enemy soldiers have appeared on the main battlefield. The western side is also under attack by 4,000 men. The wall is about to fall. What? Yumekawa Kuko's eyes widened. How could he possibly have another 8,000 soldiers? After his brief shock passed, he finally realized he had kicked an iron plate. His opponent was no ordinary lord. Could he also possess an A-rank talent? Yumekawa Kuko's expression darkened. But this was his territory. He still had walls, defense towers, and his undead army. He refused to believe he could lose. Continue summoning. The black sigil lit up again. 225 skeleton elves burst from the ground. Yumekawa Kuko's face rapidly turned pale. It was clear that summoning on such a large scale placed an immense strain on him. But he did not stop. Skeleton General, come forth. Rumble. A gigantic skeletal hand broke through the ground. Then a skeleton general more than 3 meters tall, wielding a great sword and wearing a tattered cloak, slowly climbed out of the earth. A terrifying aura swept across the surroundings. Skeleton General. Quality, fine. Combat power, 119. Skill 1, Resurrection, can revive 5 times after death. Skill 2, Devour, consumes living creatures to recover from injuries and temporarily increase combat power. Yumekawa Kuko pointed toward the main battlefield, his expression turning savage. Go, kill them all. As long as I kill that Huaxia Lord, I'll become a hero of Dongying. The skeleton general raised its great sword and released a silent roar. However, it had only taken a few steps when a figure broke through the chaotic battlefield and charged straight toward the territory gates. Gripping my Tangheng Dao, I fixed my eyes on Yumekawa Kuko atop the wall. Have you used up all your trump cards? Then it's my turn. Decapitation operation, begin. I charged toward the Dongying territory with my saber in hand. The fine-quality Tangheng Dao had increased my combat power from 125 to 150. The skeleton elves along the way couldn't stop me at all. The first skeleton had only just raised its bone saber when my Tangheng Dao swept across its neck. Crack! Its skull went flying. Its skeleton collapsed into a heap of bones. A second skeleton lunged at me from the side. I stepped forward, evaded its attack, and shattered its spine with a backhand slash. Even if they could resurrect, they needed time to reassemble their bodies. For me, that small amount of time was more than enough. I charged onward and quickly arrived before the territory gates. 2 skeletal guards attempted to intercept me. A flash of steel swept through the air. Both skeletons broke apart simultaneously. I stepped over the scattered bones and charged into the enemy territory. By then, the western wall had already been breached by 4,000 warriors. The interior of the Dongying territory had descended into complete chaos. Flames spread everywhere. Civilians fled in panic. Samurai and militiamen continuously rushed to reinforce the breach, leaving no one capable of organizing an effective defensive line. An intruder. Protect our lord. 10 samurai charged from the front. Their average combat power far exceeded that of ordinary soldiers, and the katana in their hands were no ordinary weapons. Unfortunately for them, the gap between us was simply too great. I didn't slow down. My Tangheng Dao slashed upward from below. The samurai at the front was sent flying, man and sword alike. Immediately afterward, I spun and swept my blade horizontally. A gleaming arc of steel flashed across the remaining samurai. All 10 froze in place. The next second, blood erupted from their bodies. No one could stop my advance. 2 skeleton elves charged out from behind a building, bringing their bone swords down simultaneously. I twisted aside and thrust my Tangheng Dao forward. The tip pierced through the first skeleton's chest. I turned my wrist. Crack! Its rib cage and spine were instantly shredded. The other skeleton's bone sword was already descending toward my head. I raised my saber to block. Clang! A massive chip broke from the bone sword. Following through with the momentum, I brought my Tangheng Dao down and split the skeleton in half from head to toe. The Lord's manor was already within reach. I kicked open the door. Boom! The heavy wooden door crashed inward. Inside the main hall, Yumekawa Kuko abruptly turned around. The moment he saw me enter with my blood-stained Tangheng Dao in hand, all smugness vanished from his face. Who are you? The lord of the nearby Huaxia territory. I walked toward him one step at a time. And the man who came to kill you. Protect me. Yumekawa Kuko retreated in terror. Black light flashed. 5 skeleton elves appeared in front of him. The skeleton general, standing over 3 meters tall, also rushed in from outside. Its massive body nearly blocked the entire hall. Hiding behind the skeleton general, Yumekawa Kuko finally regained a little confidence. Huaxiao man, we can negotiate. My talent is A rank. If you spare me, I can sign an alliance pact with you. If we join forces, no one in the entire novice zone will be our match. I looked at him. Weren't you saying you were going to kill me just a moment ago? Yumekawa Kuko's expression changed. That was only a misunderstanding. I can apologize. If apologies solved everything, what would I need this saber for? The moment those words left my mouth, I abruptly accelerated. Stop him. All 5 skeleton elves lunged at me simultaneously. Gripping the saber with both hands, I unleashed a horizontal slash. A gleaming arc of steel instantly tore through the air. Crack! All 5 skeleton elves were severed at the waist, shattered bones scattering throughout the hall. The skeleton general roared and raised its greatsword. Boom! The greatsword crashed down, smashing a deep crater into the floor. I had already stepped aside. Slipping into the blind spot of its attack, I closed the distance. The first slash severed its right arm. The second severed its left. Having lost both arms, the skeleton general's enormous body crashed to its knees. It could indeed resurrect 5 times. But there was no reason to waste time on it here. My true target was the Lord. I walked around the skeleton general and stopped before Yumekawa Kuko. Impossible. Yumekawa Kuko collapsed onto the floor. It's only been 3 days. How could you have more than 10,000 soldiers? How can you be so strong? I didn't answer. When Yumekawa Kuko saw me raise my saber, he finally broke down completely. He dropped to his knees and slammed his forehead against the floor over and over. Don't kill me. I can sign a master-servant contract. My A-rank talent is extremely valuable. I can summon the undead. If you keep me alive, I'm certain I'll be useful. I looked down at him. Once you're dead, your territory and resources will be just as useful. No. The blade fell. Blood splattered across the floor of the Lord's manor. Yumekawa Kuko's corpse slowly toppled over. Dongying Lord Yumekawa Kuko has died. This territory has lost its owner. All summoned undead have lost their power. You may occupy or destroy this territory. The battlefield outside instantly fell silent. The skeleton elves that had been fighting suddenly stopped moving. The eerie green flames in their eyes rapidly went out. One skeleton after another collapsed to the ground. The skeleton general also crumbled, turning into a pile of broken bones. All the Dongying samurai and militiamen lost the will to resist and threw down their weapons. Immediately afterward, a system announcement resounded throughout Blue Star's novice zone. Zone-wide announcement. Huaxiao Lord Yang Ming has successfully killed Dongying Lord Yumekawa Kuko. This is the first recorded Lord kill in Blue Star's novice zone. Huaxiao Lord Yang Ming has received an additional reward. Title obtained. First Blood. Effect. Permanently increases the Lord's combat power by 5 points. The announcement played 3 times in succession. At that moment, every chat channel in Blue Star's novice zone fell briefly silent. A few seconds later, Huaxiao's chat channel erupted. Who's Yangming? First kill. Huaxiao claimed the first kill in the novice zone. And the person he killed was a Dongying lord. Yumekawa Kuko? Wasn't he one of Dongying's 2 A-rank talent holders? Holy crap, Yang Ming killed an A-rank lord? Who said Huaxia didn't have any geniuses? Boss Yang Ming is incredible. Meanwhile, Dongying's chat channel was completely silent. Not long ago, Yumekawa Kuko had confidently declared that he would become the first hero to conquer a Huaxia territory. But now, he was dead, and his territory had become Yang Ming's spoils of war. Standing inside the Lord's manor, I wiped the blood from my Tangheng Dao and looked up at the system panel. Please select how you wish to handle this territory. 1. Destroy the territory and plunder 50% of its resources. 2. Occupy the territory and merge it into your domain. 3. Establish a subsidiary territory and appoint a new administrator. My gaze settled on the second option. Destroying it would only give me half of its resources. Occupying it would maximize my gains. Option 2. Occupy. Golden light instantly enveloped the entire territory. Occupation successful. Your domain has expanded significantly. National fortune obtained. 100 points. You have obtained 1 level 2 training ground, 1 level 2 blacksmith, and 1 level 3 defense tower. You have taken possession of all resources within this territory. Special item discovered. A-rank Necromancer Talent Crystal. My head snapped up. A talent crystal? The system announcement played 3 times in succession. Huaxia and Dongying's chat channels erupted at the same time. The novice protection period only ended 20 minutes ago, and someone has already claimed first blood? Haraha. Huaxia got the first kill. Brothers, break out the champagne. Does anyone know Boss Yangming? This is ridiculous. I haven't even finished exploring the 3 kilometers around my territory, and he's already conquered another territory. I was directing my militia to reclaim farmland. When I heard the announcement, my blood started boiling. I kicked the ox aside and personally pulled the plow across 10 mu of land. What did the ox do to deserve that? Huaxia's channel was filled with celebration. Dongying's channel, however, was deathly silent. Only 20 minutes ago, Yumekawa Kuko had confidently declared that he would conquer a Huaxia lord and claim the novice zone's first victory for Dongying. In the blink of an eye, he had become the first lord to be killed. The contrast was so humiliating that many of those who had praised him earlier didn't dare say a word. I had no time to check the chat channels. The battlefield had yet to be fully cleared. Although Yumekawa Kuko's territory had only been developed for 3 days, he had accumulated a considerable stockpile of supplies as an A-rank talent holder. All troops, listen carefully. Take inventory of the warehouses, collect every weapon, and bring back anything of value. Yes, my lord. The warriors swiftly set to work. Before long, reports began arriving one after another. My lord, we discovered 300 gene of rice in the granary. We found 103 pieces of silver ore, 508 gene of pig iron, and 50 pieces of obsidian in the eastern wooden building. We found 20 common quality iron sabers. We discovered 2,300 common quality arrows and 30 bows inside the level 3 defense tower. Report. Listening to the figures being reported, I was somewhat surprised. A territory that has only been developed for 3 days actually has this many resources? And those were only the basic resources. Deep inside the Lord's Manor, the warriors also discovered 2 fine-quality treasures. The first looked like a fist-sized blue crystal. Clear water slowly swirled within it, and it radiated faint spiritual fluctuations. Perpetual spring. Quality, fine. Type, resource treasure. Effect. Once placed, it will form a spring that never runs dry and can produce up to 100 tons of spring water per day. Special effect. The spring water contains faint supernatural power. Drinking it continuously for 20 days will permanently increase combat power by 1 point. The second treasure was a black seed covered in sharp thorns. Guardian Thorn. Quality, fine. Type, defensive plant. Effect. Once planted around the perimeter of a territory, it will grow rapidly, reinforce the walls, and drive away ordinary beasts. Trait 1. Carnivorous plant. Trait 2. Can breathe fire. One was a resource treasure, while the other was a defensive treasure. They were precisely what I needed to address the territory's shortcomings in water supply and defense. Not bad. Yumekawa Kuko certainly left me a generous gift. I placed both treasures into my storage space, then turned to Chen Jian. Chen Jian. This subordinate is here. Chen Jian immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists. What were our casualties in the battle? At that question, the joy on Chen Jian's face gradually disappeared. He remained silent for a moment before answering in a low voice. 1,032 were killed. More than 600 were severely wounded, while over 1,400 suffered light injuries. At present, approximately 8,000 men remain at full combat strength. My mood instantly grew heavy. Although we had achieved an overwhelming victory, the skeleton elves possessed 70 points of combat power and the ability to resurrect. Had we not held an absolute advantage in numbers, our casualties would have been far worse. More importantly, the warriors summoned through Supreme Overlord were not cold, lifeless data. They were living people. They bled, suffered injuries, and died. I looked toward the battlefield. The bodies of the fallen had been arranged across an open area. The surviving warriors stood beside them, many with lowered heads and grief in their eyes. Bring back every fallen warrior's body and bury them together. Not a single one of their names is to be omitted. Send every wounded soldier back to the territory as well. Have the doctors do everything they can to treat them. Chen Jian abruptly raised his head. After a brief moment of surprise, gratitude appeared in his eyes. As you command. Also, load all the supplies onto carts and prepare to return. Yes, my lord. Half an hour later, the army began its journey home. Wooden carts loaded with supplies rolled slowly onward. The wounded were placed on hastily constructed stretchers, while the bodies of the fallen were also transported back in orderly rows. As we approached the territory, I spotted a group of people in ragged clothing gathered outside the gates. There were more than 100 of them. They were pale, thin, and visibly nervous. The moment they saw the approaching army, all of them instinctively dropped to their knees. Honorable Lord, we are homeless refugees. The middle-aged man at the front pressed his forehead deeply against the ground. We have wandered for a very long time. Please take us in. As long as you give us something to eat, we are willing to pledge our eternal loyalty to you. The other refugees also began kowtowing. Their breathing was rapid, and their bodies trembled slightly. They were clearly nervous to the extreme. I swept my gaze across them. Although they were weak, several had thick calluses covering their palms. They probably possessed certain specialized skills. A territory couldn't develop without a population. One of the requirements for upgrading to an advanced territory was having a sufficient number of native residents. The warriors summoned by Supreme Overlord, however, were not counted as part of the territory's population. Everyone stand up. Hearing my words, the refugees cautiously raised their heads. From this day onward, you may remain here. As long as you obey the territory's laws and work diligently, no one will drive you away. The refugees froze at first, then burst into tears of joy. Thank you, my lord. Thank you for taking us in. We'll work hard. I looked at Xinjian. Distribute food and arrange temporary accommodation for them. Then record everyone's name, age, and occupation. Yes, my lord. Led by Xinjian, the 100-plus refugees entered the territory. A system notification immediately sounded. The number of native residents in your territory has exceeded 100. Population achievement completed. National fortune obtained, 10 points. Just as expected, summon warriors were not counted toward the population. Only natives of the battlefield of 10,000 races were recorded by the territory core. This meant that, from now on, I not only needed to develop my army, but also had to establish a complete residential district and attract more natives to settle here. Population was the most important foundation of any territory. But to attract more people, I first needed to provide the necessities of life. Most importantly, water. My territory was situated in the wilderness, with no river nearby. The drinking water we had stored was no longer enough to meet the daily needs of more than 10,000 people. I took out the perpetual spring and went to the center of the residential district. There was a low-lying open area here, making it ideal for constructing a reservoir. Would you like to place the perpetual spring? Place it. The blue crystal floated out of my palm and slowly rose into the air. The next second, it transformed into countless blue motes of light and sank into the ground. Boom. The earth trembled gently. A pillar of clear water surged more than 5 meters into the air. Splash. The spring water fell and quickly gathered into a shallow pool in the depression. The nearby natives were all dumbfounded. Water. A spring appeared out of thin air. Is this a miracle? Our Lord must be a powerful transcendent. Legends say that transcendence can summon the wind and rain. I never imagined it was true. The crowd was overwhelmed with excitement. In the wilderness, a spring that would never run dry meant hope for survival. I caught some of the spring water in my hands and took a sip. It tasted sweet, with an indescribably refreshing coolness. Even the fatigue caused by the continuous fighting seemed to ease. As expected of a fine-quality resource treasure, 100 tons of spring water a day was already enough to satisfy the territory's current needs. Moreover, the water contained faint supernatural power that could assist in the recovery of the wounded. Drinking it continuously for 20 days could also permanently increase combat power by 1 point. 1 point per person might not sound like much, but if my entire army received that increase, the cumulative effect would be considerable. Construct a reservoir around the spring. Then dig canals to divert the water toward the farmland and residential district. After issuing the order, I opened the territory panel. Display population information. Population information compiled. Current number of native residents, 125. Occupation breakdown is as follows. Blacksmiths, 3. Doctors, 2. Carpenters, 4. Restoration mage, 1. Ordinary residents, 115. There were actually 10 people with special professions among the 125 residents. 3 blacksmiths and 4 carpenters could accelerate weapon production and construction. 2 doctors could treat ordinary injuries. What surprised me most was that one of the refugees was a restoration mage. Restoration mages could use special powers to heal the wounded. Their capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary doctors. As for the more than 8,000 summoned warriors who remained at full combat strength, they were not included in the statistics. They could fight, cut down trees, and gather ore, but they couldn't serve as doctors, blacksmiths, architects, or other specialized professionals. It seems I must find a way to recruit more native residents. Otherwise, even if I command an army of 100,000, I may still be unable to establish a truly powerful territory. While I was planning the territory's next stage of development, Chun Jian suddenly approached. "My lord, the refugees we just accepted have all been settled." However, Chun Jian hesitated to continue. "If there's a problem, say it. Those refugees haven't eaten in several days. Also, the warriors haven't had a proper meal in 2 days." I froze slightly. I had been so busy expanding the territory, clearing resource sites, and launching a war that I had almost overlooked the most fundamental problem. An army marched on its stomach. Even if the summoned warriors possessed extremely high loyalty, there was no way they could survive without food forever. How much food remains in the granary? Counting the rice, dried meat, fruit, and vegetables, approximately 4,000 jin. 4,000 jin? I frowned. There were more than 8,000 able-bodied warriors in the territory, over 2,000 wounded, and more than 100 native residents. 4,000 jin of food would, at most, be enough to give everyone one modest meal. Open the granary. Take out everything edible. Tonight, everyone eats until they're full. Chun Jian froze. Take out everything? My lord, if we eat everything today, what will we do tomorrow? He had only intended to ask for some food for the warriors. He hadn't expected me to open the entire granary. I patted him on the shoulder. We won a battle today, and we also lost many people. Those who returned alive deserve a full meal. As for tomorrow's food, I'll find a solution. Chun Jian took a deep breath and solemnly cupped his fists. As you command. Night fell. Smoke rose from cooking fires across the territory, and the rich aroma of meat and rice drifted through the air. Thousands of warriors and native residents formed long lines to receive their food. Many refugees stared wide-eyed at the pots. It's white rice. There are eggs and fatty meat too. Is this food really for us? I haven't eaten meat in half a year. Our Lord is actually willing to share food like this with us. When bowls of steaming rice were placed in their hands, many of them burst into tears on the spot. To refugees who had endured hunger for a long time, a bowl of white rice and a piece of fatty meat were more precious than anything else. Territory residents' sense of belonging has increased significantly. Public support has increased. National fortune obtained, 10 points. I sat inside the Lord's manor, contemplating the requirements for upgrading to an advanced territory. Intermediate territory advancement requirements. Timber, 7,500 units. Processed stone, 5,500 units. Native population, 200. National fortune, 200 points. Level 2 buildings, at least 3. The timber and stone requirements weren't difficult. I had thousands of warriors. As long as I gave them enough time, they could quickly collect enough basic resources. The real difficulties were population and national fortune. If I want to obtain more national fortune, I can only continue exploring, occupy more resource sites, or complete special achievements. I made my decision. Tomorrow, we would continue expanding. The next morning, it was the 5th day since my arrival on the battlefield of 10,000 races. As soon as the sky began to brighten, I summoned Chun Jian to the area outside the Lord's manor. Send 2,000 men to gather timber. Send another 2,000 to collect stone and process the raw material into stone blocks that meet the upgrade requirements. You will lead 1,000 warriors and remain behind to defend the territory. Everyone else capable of fighting will follow me east to explore. Chun Jian cupped his fists. Yes, my lord. Half an hour later, the troops finished assembling. I selected 3,000 warriors in relatively good condition and departed from the territory. After experiencing yesterday's war, the survivors' combat power had generally risen above 20. This was one of the laws of the battlefield of 10,000 races. Combat didn't only bring death. It was also a means of rapidly increasing one's strength. The moment we left the territory, a cold wind blew against us. A faint scent of blood hung in the air. My territory had been established in the middle of a wilderness. Sparse grasslands surrounded us, with all kinds of bizarre plants growing from the ground. Farther away, the vague outline of a dense forest could be seen. Move out. The 3,000-man force advanced east. While attacking Yamekawa Kuko's territory yesterday, I had discovered a level 2 mining zone to the east. Our first objective today was to occupy it. The army marched across the wilderness, and ordinary beasts didn't dare approach. But I didn't let my guard down. The truly dangerous creatures on the battlefield of 10,000 races were often skilled at concealing themselves. Several minutes later, the scout at the very front suddenly stopped and raised his right hand. The army immediately halted. "What did you find?" I led several men forward. On the grassland ahead stood a herd of enormous cyan bulls. Their hides were covered in cyan patterns, while the upward curving horns on their heads gleamed like metal. Skyhorn cyan bull. Quality: fine. Combat power: 96 to 128. Description: an aggressive migratory beast that actively attacks other life forms along its migration route. I carefully counted them. There were 52 bulls in the herd, including several calves that had yet to mature. My first thought upon seeing the herd wasn't danger. It was food. An adult skyhorn cyan bull weighed at least 1,500 kilograms. More than 50 of them added up to tens of thousands of kilograms of beef. If we could hunt them all, the territory wouldn't need to worry about food for quite some time. Spread out. Surround the herd from 3 directions and cut off its escape routes. The 3,000 warriors slowly began to move. However, the skyhorn cyan bulls possessed extremely keen senses. When the troops came within 100 meters, the herd's leader suddenly raised its head and locked its blood-red eyes on us. Moo! A deep roar echoed across the wilderness. The entire herd instantly went berserk. Attack! I drew my Tanghung Dao and charged out first. Clang! A clear saber cry rang out. Before the nearest skyhorn cyan bull could begin its charge, my blade swept across its neck. Blood erupted. Its enormous head rolled to the ground. The scent of blood completely ignited the herd's ferocity. Moo! Dozens of skyhorn cyan bulls lowered their heads and charged at our formation. Rumble! The bulls' hooves shattered the ground, causing the earth to quake violently. The warriors at the front raised their shields and attempted to form a defensive line. But the difference in strength was simply too great. Bang! One warrior was sent flying along with his shield. Sharp horns pierced through chests, killing several warriors instantly. The bulls' enormous bodies crashed into our formation, sending warriors flying in every direction. Some didn't even have time to stand before heavy hooves trampled them. Screams rang out one after another. A bloody battle had erupted in full. Although the skyhorn cyan bulls weren't numerous, each one possessed an incredibly tough hide and enormous strength. Even 20 ordinary warriors working together would struggle to kill a single adult bull in a head-on battle. Less than a minute after the fighting began, our casualties had already exceeded 50. Everyone spread out. Don't confront them head-on. Attack from the sides. After severing another skyhorn cyan bull's neck, I immediately changed our tactics. A dense formation only gave the bulls more opportunities to charge through our ranks. The warriors rapidly scattered to both sides. Our casualties from the bulls' charges immediately decreased. Just then, an even deeper roar sounded in the distance. The largest skyhorn cyan bull, the herd's leader, had finally set its sights on me. It scraped a forehoof against the ground, and its massive horns began glowing with cyan light. Wild bull's savage charge. Boom! The skyhorn cyan bull leader hurtled toward me like a heavy war machine that had lost control. More than 100 warriors in its path were sent tumbling in every direction. The full force of its 128 combat power erupted. Even elite warriors couldn't withstand a single charge. Come on! Gripping my Tanghung Dao with both hands, I advanced instead of retreating. When its horns were less than 2 meters away from me, I suddenly stepped to the side. The sharp horns brushed past the edge of my clothes. Following the motion, I lowered my body and swept my Tang Hung Dao upward across the bull leader's abdomen. Rip! Its soft underbelly was torn open. Blood and entrails spilled across the ground. Moo! The Skyhorn Cyan bull leader roared in pain and tried to turn around for another attack. I didn't give it the chance. My first slash severed one of its horns. My second tore open its neck. My third split into its skull. I didn't stop attacking until its enormous body collapsed completely. Once the herd leader died, the remaining Skyhorn Cyan bulls lost their coordination. 10 minutes later, the final adult bull fell to the ground. The battle was over. Using my Tang Hung Dao to support myself, I panted heavily. Sweat had completely soaked through my clothes. During the battle, I had personally killed 21 Skyhorn Cyan bulls, nearly exhausting all my stamina. Looking around, I saw dozens of enormous bull carcasses scattered across the grassland. That solves our food problem. Not only was the meat of the Skyhorn Cyan bulls edible, their hides could also be made into armor, while their horns were a fine-quality forging material. I immediately issued orders. Process the carcasses. Bring all the beef, hides, and horns back to the territory. We're having beef tonight. Everyone can eat as much as they want. The warriors' spirits rose. Thank you, my lord. 500 warriors were assigned to transport the spoils and wounded back to the territory. A total of 138 warriors had died in the battle, while more than 300 had suffered injuries of varying severity. The price hadn't been small, but each surviving warrior had gained 1 or 2 points of combat power. After a brief rest, I continued east with the remaining 2,000+ men. 15 minutes later, the army crossed a hill. A mining zone filled with strangely shaped rocks finally appeared before us. Level 2 mining zone. Quality, fine. Estimated mineral reserves, 500,000 tons. Mineral types, 25 metallic minerals, 10 energy minerals, and 3 gemstone minerals. Current status, occupied. It's already been occupied? I narrowed my eyes and observed the mining zone. A group of short, dark-skinned humanoids moved back and forth near the mine entrance. Most of them stood less than 1.5 meters tall, yet they possessed exceptionally sturdy physiques. Dwarves. On the battlefield of 10,000 races, dwarves were renowned for their forging and mining abilities. Many powerful weapons and pieces of equipment had been crafted by dwarven artisans. Moreover, dwarves were every bit as intelligent as humans. They absolutely couldn't be treated like ordinary beasts. Keep your footsteps quiet. Approach the mining zone from both sides of the hill. Using the terrain for cover, the army slowly advanced. But when we came within 300 meters of the mining zone, a series of sharp whistling sounds suddenly tore through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen arrows shot out from behind the rocks. 7 warriors failed to evade in time. The arrows pierced their vital points, killing them on the spot. We've been discovered. The dwarves were even more vigilant than I had anticipated. They had long since posted hidden sentries around the perimeter of the mining zone. Since the ambush had failed, there was no point in remaining concealed. Everyone spread out. Use the rocks as cover and surround the mining zone from different directions. The dense formation rapidly dispersed. The dwarven archers could no longer suppress us over a wide area, and the casualties caused by their arrows decreased significantly. However, the 300-meter range was still a difficult defensive line to cross. For ordinary warriors to charge into the mining zone, they would inevitably suffer enormous casualties. An ordinary lord might have no choice but to retreat under these circumstances. Unfortunately for them, I'm no ordinary lord. Tightening my grip on my Tang Hung Dao, I charged out from behind the rocks alone. My lord, with Chun Jian absent, the other officers had no time to stop me. The dwarven archers inside the mining zone swiftly changed their aim. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of arrows flew toward me simultaneously. I constantly altered my path, evading the densest areas of incoming fire. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. As the distance narrowed, the arrows became increasingly concentrated. Finally, dozens of dwarven archers drew their bows at the same time. The resulting rain of arrows covered every inch of space within several meters of me. There was no longer any way to evade, but I had never intended to dodge. Break! My Tang Hung Dao swept rapidly through the air before me. Clang, clang, clang. The blade collided with the arrowheads, sending sparks flying one after another. The arrows were cut apart or knocked away. Not a single one penetrated the web of saber light. The remaining 100 meters passed in the blink of an eye. I charged directly into the mining zone. Having lost their advantage in range, the nearby dwarven warriors immediately picked up battle axes and iron hammers and surrounded me. At a rough glance, there were at least 200 of them. Gibberish. A dwarven leader shouted an order. Dozens of dwarven warriors advanced toward me simultaneously. I swept my gaze around the encirclement and couldn't help laughing. You want to rely on your numerical advantage? Then you've chosen the wrong opponent. Summon 1,000 warriors. Golden light instantly enveloped the mining zone. 1,000 armored warriors appeared out of thin air within the dwarven formation. Several unlucky dwarves found themselves trapped in the crowd. Before they could even react, they were subdued on the spot. Kill. The 1,000 warriors launched an attack from within the mining zone. The 2,000 men outside seized the opportunity and charged as well. The dwarves' greatest advantage, their ranged attacks, was completely neutralized. Attacked from both inside and outside, their defensive line rapidly collapsed. Less than 10 minutes later, the dwarven leader threw down his battle axe and dropped to his knees. When the other dwarves saw this, they also discarded their weapons. You have defeated the dwarven tribe occupying the mining zone. Would you like to occupy the level 2 mining zone? Occupy. Occupation successful. National fortune obtained. 5 points. You have obtained detailed information and extraction rights for this mining zone. Complete information about the mineral deposits appeared on my panel. The mining zone primarily contained iron ore, along with large quantities of silver, copper, coal, and other basic resources. In addition, it also contained 2 extremely important fine-quality materials. Rubies. Star ore. Star ore was one of the materials required to forge Tang Hung Dao sabers. With this mining zone, I won't need to worry about forging materials for quite some time. I had truly struck it rich. More than 200 dwarves knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Faced with 1,000 soldiers who had appeared inside their formation without warning, they had completely lost the will to resist. Honorable and mighty human lord, please don't kill us. We are willing to submit. We will mine ore and forge weapons for you. The dwarves repeatedly slammed their foreheads against the ground as they begged for mercy. I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I carefully studied them. Dwarves were natural miners and blacksmiths. If I could bring this dwarven tribe under my command, their value would far exceed that of the mining zone alone. Everyone, stand up. As long as your submission is sincere, I won't kill you. The dwarves reacted as though they had just received a pardon. Thank you for your mercy, great lord. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to you. I swept my gaze across the crowd and asked, which of you can forge excellent quality weapons? The dwarves exchanged glances. A faint commotion spread through the crowd, but no one stepped forward. I deliberately darkened my expression. If you can't even forge excellent quality weapons, then what value do you have to me? The moment I said this, the dwarves became even more nervous. Just then, a timid voice came from the back of the crowd. I can. The dwarves moved aside. A small white-haired girl timidly raised her hand. She stood only around 1 meter and 40 centimeters tall. Her cheeks were thin, her skin was pale, and she wore a coarse, heavily patched dress. I looked at her and activated Lord's appraisal. Kekalith. Race, dwarf. Age, 14. Profession, blacksmith. Combat power, 3. Potential, 4 stars. Talent, artisan's heart, B rank. Talent effect. Her success rate when forging weapons is 10 times that of an ordinary blacksmith. Description. Despite being only 14 years old, she can independently forge excellent quality weapons. With systematic training, she has the potential to become a master blacksmith. 4-star potential? My eyes lit up. Even Chen Jian, who had used a soldier enhancement talisman, possessed only 2-star potential. Yet this frail-looking dwarven girl possessed 4-star potential. She could no longer be described as an ordinary genius. She was a treasure of a hero who had yet to fully mature. I tried to make my voice as gentle as possible. Your name is Kekalith? The girl nodded nervously. Why, yes, my lord. If you and your people are willing to follow me, I will provide you with safe shelter and plentiful food. In exchange, you will mine ore and forge equipment for the territory. Are you willing?" At the words, plentiful food, Kekalith instinctively swallowed. Without hesitation, she immediately dropped to her knees. "Great Lord, Kekalith is willing to follow you. Kekalith's loyalty toward you has increased to 50. A single promise of food had directly raised her loyalty to 50. It seemed that this dwarven tribe had suffered from food shortages for a long time. Their lives were far more difficult than I had imagined. I took a packet of cookies from my storage space and handed it to Kekalith. "This is your reward." Kekalith stared blankly at the cookies. "Are these really for me?" "Take them." She carefully accepted the packet and tore open a small corner. A sweet fragrance drifted into the air. All the surrounding dwarves swallowed simultaneously. Kekalith took out a cookie and gently bit into it. Crunch. The crisp texture and sweetness instantly spread across her tongue. Her eyes widened. "It's delicious." The next second, she began devouring them ravenously. One cookie, two, three. It was as though she feared the food might suddenly disappear. "Kekalith's loyalty toward you has increased to 80. A single packet of cookies had raised her loyalty by another 30 points. The other dwarves looked at Kekalith with envy in their eyes. Several even instinctively reached out, wanting to snatch the food from her arms. The nearby warriors immediately drew their weapons. The dwarves recoiled in terror. I walked in front of them. "As long as you are willing to join my territory and work diligently, you will receive food. White rice, eggs, and pork. As long as you contribute enough labor, everyone will be able to eat them." The dwarves' eyes lit up completely. In their original tribe, rice, eggs, and pork were foods that only nobles could regularly enjoy. For outcasts like them, simply eating their fill was already an extravagant dream. More than 200 dwarves dropped to their knees again. "We are willing to follow you, my lord. We will work hard. We pledge our lives and loyalty to you. The dwarven tribe has submitted to you. The native residents of this tribe will be included in your territory's population. Your territory's population now meets the requirements for advancement to an advanced territory." Just like that, the population problem had been resolved. Next, as long as my national fortune and other resources reached the required amounts, I could attempt to advance to an advanced territory. I left 1,000 warriors behind to guard the mining zone. Mining wasn't a specialized profession, so summoned warriors were equally capable of handling it. Furthermore, the mining zone was only 20 minutes away from the territory. If it came under attack, the territory could rapidly dispatch reinforcements. After completing the arrangements, I transferred another 500 warriors over. "Escort the dwarves and the are currently stockpiled here back to the territory. Protect them along the way." "Yes, my lord." As for Kekalith, I didn't let her return with the other dwarves. A blacksmith with 4-star potential was far too valuable. Her safety had to be guaranteed. Once she matured, my territory would be ahead of at least 99% of novice lords in terms of weapons and equipment. It was only noon, and there was still plenty of time before nightfall. I looked east. "Continue exploring. Let's try to finish exploring everything within a 10-kilometer radius in the next 3 days." The remaining 2,500 warriors reformed their ranks and continued east. Kekalith followed beside me. Although she didn't understand why I had kept her with me instead of sending her back with the other dwarfs, she didn't dare ask. She merely hugged the unfinished packet of cookies tightly against her chest. As we ventured deeper into the wilderness, the surrounding vegetation gradually became sparser. Meanwhile, the number of rocks covering the ground continued to increase. After traveling a little farther, we discovered signs of artificial construction amid the previously chaotic wasteland. Slabs of blue-black stone had been neatly laid across the ground, forming an ancient road that stretched into the distance. At the end of the road, the vague outline of an enormous structure could be seen. "There's something ahead." My spirits rose. The battlefield of 10,000 races contained numerous mysterious ruins. Some ancient structures might contain rare quality or even perfect quality treasures. Of course, treasure was often accompanied by danger. Everyone, remain alert. Pick up the pace, but don't break formation. The army advanced along the stone road. 10 minutes later, the structure finally appeared before us in its entirety. An enormous altar stood deep within the wilderness. The altar was constructed entirely from black stone, its surface covered in twisted and sinister patterns. Clusters of cyan flames floated above it. There was no wood or fuel, yet the flames continued to burn. At the highest point of the altar stood a black statue with indistinct facial features. Dozens of guards wearing bronze armor stood around the statue. They remained motionless, as though they had been standing there for centuries. The moment our troops stepped onto the stone road, every bronze guard turned its head simultaneously. Clank! The unified sound of grinding metal rang out. An intense sense of danger surged through me. I immediately raised my right hand, signaling the army to halt. Lord's Appraisal activated. Evil God, Altar Guardian. Quality, rare. Combat power, unknown. Talent, target strength is too high. Unable to appraise. Martial skills, target strength is too high. Unable to appraise. Description, Altar Guardians created by an evil god using sinister power. They will kill all life forms that approach the altar without permission. Note, evil god Altar Guardians will not attack pilgrims carrying offerings. My eyes narrowed slightly when I saw the final line. Offerings. In other words, brute force may not be the only way to enter the altar. Looking at the towering guards patrolling around the altar, I unconsciously quieted even my breathing. The cyan flames burned soundlessly. Dozens of evil god Altar Guardians wore heavy bronze armor and wielded strangely shaped weapons. Each step they took produced a heavy metallic clang. Merely looking at them from a distance filled me with suffocating pressure. I never imagined that something this terrifying would be hidden near my territory. I couldn't even appraise the detailed information of an ordinary guardian. It was difficult to imagine what level the evil god behind the altar had reached. I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down before slowly retreating. All troops, listen carefully. Maintain formation and withdraw along the route we came from. No matter how valuable a treasure was, I first needed to be alive to claim it. Exploring the evil god altar now would be no different from throwing my life away. Kekalith followed closely beside me, her small hands clutching the corner of my clothes. Her pale face was filled with nervousness. The surrounding warriors also held their breath as they slowly retreated. Even after we had withdrawn several hundred meters, the Guardians didn't pursue us. I relaxed slightly, then couldn't resist looking back and activating Lord's Appraisal on the enormous altar in the distance. Given the difference in strength between us, I had assumed that I wouldn't be able to obtain any information. Yet this time, the system provided a complete description. Evil God Altar. Quality, mythical. Current status, unoccupied. Description, the place where the human hero Aminos fell. Aminos was once a human champion who slaughtered countless demons. However, for unknown reasons, he fell into corruption and eventually became an evil god. Special function, you may attempt to trade with the evil god Aminos. Warning, before trading with an evil god, please prepare to sacrifice your soul. Mythical, my eyelid twitched. Above fine was excellent, and above excellent was rare. As for mythical quality, it was completely beyond anything novice lords could come into contact with at this stage. Furthermore, the system's final warning didn't look like a joke. Trade with an evil god? And the price would be my soul? Unless I went insane, there was absolutely no possibility that I would interact with this altar at my current level. Continue retreating. Without my orders, no one is permitted to approach this place in the future. I immediately designated the evil god altar as a forbidden zone of the highest danger level. As for exploring it, that could wait until my territory grew stronger. The army withdrew in an orderly fashion along the route we had taken. After we had moved more than 500 meters away from the altar, Kekalith's legs suddenly gave out. Thud! She fell flat on the ground. Huff! Huff! Kekalith's face was pale, her legs trembled uncontrollably, and beads of sweat covered her forehead. What's wrong? I hurried over and helped her up. My lord, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. Kekalith's voice was weak. Her head was spinning, and she couldn't even stand properly. Only then did I remember that her combat power was merely 3. Kekalith was only a physically frail blacksmith who had suffered from long-term malnutrition. After walking so far with the army, her stamina had already reached its limit. On top of that, the sinister aura radiating from the evil god altar had continuously affected her mind. The fact that she had endured until now was already impressive. I took out some dried meat and fresh water from my storage space and handed them to her. Rest first. Eat something and recover your strength. Kekalith stared blankly at the dried meat before cautiously accepting it. Thank you, my lord. She opened her small mouth and gently bit off a piece. This time, Kekalith didn't devour the food ravenously as she had with the cookies. Instead, she sat on a rock and slowly chewed, carefully savoring the precious taste of meat. As she ate, her eyes gradually filled with tears. She could no longer remember the last time she had eaten meat. My lord really is a good person. Kekalith lowered her head and silently spoke those words in her heart. While she rested, I ordered the entire army to take a break. I found a relatively flat rock and sat down. After taking out some paper and a pen from my storage space, I began drawing a map of the surrounding terrain. Maps were extremely important on the battlefield of 10,000 races. Resource sites, rivers, forests, mining zones, and dangerous regions all had to be marked in detail. Only by understanding the surrounding terrain could I plan the army's routes and determine the territory's future direction of development. 10 minutes later, a crude map appeared in my hands. The territory was positioned at its center. At present, we had fully explored approximately 10 kilometers to the east and roughly 3 kilometers in each of the other 3 directions. The Level 2 mining zone, rivers, forests, and resource sites were all marked. As for the evil god altar, I used a red pen to draw a conspicuous skull. Extremely dangerous. Do not approach. The map was still crude. As the territory's exploration range expanded, it would need to be continuously supplemented and improved. Once our rest ended, I gave the order to return. The army encountered no danger along the way. While passing a small river, the scouts unexpectedly discovered a herd of goats drinking by the water. They were only ordinary animals with low combat power. I ordered the army to surround them, and the hunt was completed without difficulty. After a quick count, we had captured 30 goats. Each goat weighed approximately 60 kg on average. Although there weren't many, it was enough to cook several large cauldrons of mutton soup. Bring all the goats back. We're having mutton soup tonight. Hearing that there would be more meat for dinner, the warriors smiled. More than a dozen warriors volunteered to carry the goat carcasses on their shoulders. Before sunset, the outline of the territory finally appeared in the distance. As we drew closer, however, I suddenly smelled the faint scent of blood. It was coming from the territory. Something's wrong. The territory has been attacked. My expression changed dramatically, and I immediately led the army forward at full speed. Large patches of dried blood covered the wooden fence surrounding the territory. Several sections of the fence had even been smashed apart by brute force, and wolf carcasses were scattered across the ground. It was obvious that a battle had recently taken place here. As I led the army into the territory, several soldiers responsible for security immediately approached. Greetings, my lord. Upon learning that I had returned, Chun Jian hurried over as well. What happened here? Before he could speak, I questioned him in a grave voice. Chun Jian dropped to one knee and cupped his fists. Reporting to my lord. At noon today, 3 fine-quality demonic wolves led more than 100 ordinary wolves in an attack against the territory. This subordinate led the army into battle and has already annihilated the entire pack. The weight hanging over my heart finally lifted. Fortunately, before departing that morning, I had ordered Chun Jian to remain behind with 1,000 warriors to defend the territory. Otherwise, once those 3 fine-quality demonic wolves broke through our defenses, the wounded and the native residents would undoubtedly have suffered disastrous casualties. I stepped forward and firmly patted Chun Jian on the shoulder. Well done. You didn't betray my trust. After a brief pause, I looked at him seriously. Chun Jian, you are the hero who protected the territory today. Chun Jian's body trembled slightly. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with excitement and determination. My lord, this subordinate is willing to give you everything, including my life. Chun Jian's loyalty toward you has increased to 95. Stand up, compile the casualty report, and give it to me later. Other than the demonic wolf attack, did anything else happen? Chun Jian stood and thought for a moment before continuing his report. Another group of refugees arrived at the territory an hour ago. The village where they lived was attacked by mutant beasts, and every building was destroyed. The refugees asked for our protection. Following your previous instructions, this subordinate accepted them and assigned people to register their identities. Well done. Population was the foundation of a territory's development. As long as there were no issues with their backgrounds and they were willing to obey the territory's laws, I naturally wouldn't turn these native residents away. I pointed toward the goats the army had brought back. Select several native residents who are skilled at cooking. Have them butcher these goats and make mutton soup for everyone tonight. Yes, my lord. One more thing, I added. Take some demonic wolf meat and skyhorn cyan bull meat from the warehouse. Every warrior who participated in today's defense and performed exceptionally will receive an additional portion of fine-quality meat. Chen Jian was delighted. Thank you, my lord. Go make the arrangements. More than a dozen residents were soon gathered. They set up large cauldrons and began preparing the mutton. The sky gradually darkened. Torches were lit throughout the territory, while bonfires sprang up one after another. Several enormous cauldrons were placed over fires in the center of an open area. The boiling water churned continuously as meat and bones simmered within. Before long, the rich aroma spread across the entire territory. News that free mutton soup was being distributed quickly spread. It wasn't long before the refugees, dwarves, and soldiers had all gathered around the open area. They stared longingly at the pieces of meat rolling around in the cauldrons. Mommy, I'm so hungry. When can we eat? Amid the crowded gathering, a little boy in ragged clothing pulled on his mother's hand and whispered. He was one of the refugees who had joined the territory today. Before arriving here, he had gone 2 entire days without eating anything. The woman was equally pale with hunger, but she still gently stroked her son's head. Be good and wait a little longer. We'll be able to eat soon. As the aroma of mutton soup became increasingly rich, discussions arose throughout the crowd. There really is free food. The cauldrons are filled with meat. Food is more precious than gold in the wilderness, yet our Lord is willing to distribute meat to us. Great Lord, we dwarves are willing to follow you forever. By the Earth Mother, thank you for allowing us to encounter such a benevolent Lord. The crowd grew increasingly excited. At that moment, I stood atop a newly constructed wooden platform and reviewed the day's resource statistics. Our timber stockpile had exceeded 10,000 units. The amount of processed stone had also reached 10,000 units. The territory now possessed 4 Level 2 buildings that met the advancement requirements. Level 2 Lord's Manor, Level 2 Blacksmith, Level 2 Warehouse, Level 2 Spring Facility. After subjugating more than 200 dwarves and accepting another group of refugees, our native population had also surpassed the requirement of 200. Only national fortune remained. I opened the territory panel. Current national fortune, 65 points. National fortune required for advancement, 200 points. We're still short by 135 points. I frowned slightly. Other resources could be gathered through manual labor, but national fortune couldn't be obtained by cutting down trees or mining stone. The importance of advancing the territory was self-evident. Huaxia's lords had to establish a king-rank territory within 1 month. Otherwise, Huaxia would be invaded by the battlefield of 10,000 races. Only 25 days remained. During that time, not only did I need to increase my territory's level as quickly as possible, but I also had to guard against attacks from the lords of Dongying, South Korea, the United States, and other nations. Time was extremely tight. How can I quickly obtain more national fortune? I fell into thought. National fortune was connected to the territory's development, population, public support, and achievements. Occupying resource sites could provide national fortune. Increasing the residents' sense of belonging could do the same. At that thought, my eyes lit up. In that case, let's try winning the people's hearts. Put simply, I would describe a future worth looking forward to. I took several steps forward, walked to the edge of the platform, and cleared my throat loudly. Silence. My voice spread across the open area. The originally noisy crowd quickly fell silent. When everyone saw me, they dropped to their knees and saluted. Greetings, my lord. Everyone stand. I raised my hand. Hundreds of native residents rose one after another and looked at me with reverence and expectation. I took a deep breath and projected my voice. Before we eat, I have something to announce. Starting tomorrow, I will lead all of you in building a true city here. A commotion spread through the crowd. A city? Our Lord intends to build a city. Many refugees and dwarves looked at one another. For those who had spent their lives in the wilderness and dilapidated villages, cities almost existed only in legends. I raised my right hand and pointed toward the territory behind me. What I intend to build will not be an ordinary city. It will possess sturdy walls, broad roads, orderly homes, and a water source that never runs dry. Here, those who labor will be rewarded, and the weak will receive support. As long as you obey the law and contribute through your labor, everyone will be able to eat their fill and possess a home of their own. Children will grow up safely, and the elderly will enjoy their final years in peace. No one will ever be displaced by hunger again, nor will anyone have to fear being attacked by wild beasts in their sleep. The crowd gradually fell silent. Everyone raised their heads and stared at me without blinking. I continued, I hope that one day, this place will become a nation of prosperity, strength, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, and rule of law. And the city we are about to establish will have a new name. Huaxia City. My voice echoed over the territory for a long time. After a brief silence, one of the refugees couldn't resist asking, My lord, will the place you described truly exist? I didn't answer immediately. The next moment, I opened my storage space and took out several large packets of food. To everyone else, it looked as though the food had appeared in my hands out of thin air. A miracle. Our Lord can create food out of thin air. Our Lord truly is a transcendent. Everyone's eyes widened, and their expressions became incomparably excited. In the eyes of the battlefield of 10,000 races natives, transcendents were among the noblest and most powerful beings in existence. According to legend, powerful transcendents could even tear dragons apart with their bare hands. I threw several packets of food into the crowd. I don't expect you to immediately believe in the future I have described, but I will prove every word I spoke today through my actions. As long as you are willing to follow me, Huaxia City will continue to develop and grow stronger. One day, we will become the rulers of this world. When that day arrives, everyone present will be a builder of Huaxia City and a hero belonging to this era. Everyone's breathing gradually quickened. A city without hunger or homelessness, where everyone could live and work in peace. For native residents who had long struggled at the edge of death, such a future held a fatal attraction. One refugee was the first to kneel. My lord, I am willing to follow you. More and more people dropped to their knees. We are willing to build Huaxia City. We pledge our lives to you, my lord. Long live our lord. The shouts of hundreds merged and reverberated throughout the territory. The way they looked at me gradually changed from reverence to trust, and even fanaticism. System notifications rang out one after another. Under your encouragement, the territory residents' sense of belonging has increased significantly. The territory residents' happiness has increased significantly. National fortune obtained, 70 points. Chunjian's loyalty toward you has increased to 100. National fortune obtained, 40 points. Kekalitha's loyalty toward you has increased to 100. National fortune obtained, 40 points. Current national fortune, 215 points. It worked. I was delighted. I hadn't expected that increasing public support and the residents' sense of belonging would earn me 150 points of national fortune at once. What surprised me even more was that a subordinate reaching maximum loyalty would also provide additional national fortune. Those who won the hearts of the people would win the world. On the battlefield of 10,000 races, that saying was clearly more than a principle. It was an actual law of development. Every advancement requirement had now been met. System. Advance the territory. Checking advancement requirements. Timber requirement met. Processed stone requirement met. Native population requirement met. National fortune requirement met. Level 2 building requirement met. All conditions have been fulfilled. Territory advancement beginning. Estimated completion time, 6 hours. Notice, during the advancement process, the territory core will temporarily enter a sealed state. The territory's overall combat power will decrease by 10%. The Lord is advised to remain within the territory as much as possible to prevent enemy invasions. 6 hours. I couldn't help smiling. By daybreak, my territory would officially advance to the advanced rank. If I went one step further and advanced it from advanced to special rank, I would unlock the special shop attached to my SSS rank talent, Supreme Overlord. Supreme Overlord automatically generated 1 point every second. 1 point could summon an ordinary warrior. The accumulated points could also be used to purchase various items from the special shop. That was precisely why I hadn't spent all my points summoning soldiers. The special shop might be the true key to establishing a king-rank territory as quickly as possible. Growl. Just then, my stomach betrayed me. After being busy all day, I hadn't eaten properly either. I'll think about that later. I stepped forward and raised my hand. My people, let's eat. Long live our Lord. Cheers instantly echoed throughout the territory. Everyone voluntarily formed orderly lines and waited for food to be distributed. Bowls of steaming mutton soup were handed to the refugees, dwarves, and soldiers. The warriors who had participated in the territory's defense and performed exceptionally also received a piece of fine-quality demonic wolf meat or skyhorn cyan bull meat. The flesh of fine-quality beasts contained abundant energy. Regular consumption could not only strengthen the body, but even directly increase combat power. Standing among the crowd, Kekalith also received a large bowl of mutton soup. The bowl contained not only soup, but also several large pieces of tender, thoroughly stewed mutton. She had never received such a generous serving in her entire life. It smells so good. Kekalith couldn't resist reaching into the bowl, taking out a piece of meat, and stuffing it eagerly into her mouth. The tender meat practically melted on her tongue. Its rich flavor instantly overwhelmed her taste buds. Tears streamed down her face. It's really delicious. When Kekalith was 7 years old, she had found a tiny slice of pork belly discarded by a dwarven noble at the roadside. That had been the most delicious food in her memories. Ever since then, her greatest wish had been to eat a piece of meat every month. Until yesterday, that wish had still been unattainable. But today, not only had she eaten meat, she had received an entire bowl. Wah! Kekalith wiped away her tears as she ate the mutton in small bites. She raised her head and looked at me on the platform. One day, I will become the greatest blacksmith. Even if I must sacrifice everything, I will repay my lord. A seed called loyalty had taken root and sprouted within her heart. And Kekalith wasn't the only one. At that moment, everyone in the territory was thinking something similar. After dinner ended, I returned to the Lord's manor. The territory was undergoing advancement. Pale golden light enveloped the Lord's manor and the territory core, while complex patterns of energy spread outward across the ground. The advancement would still require 6 hours. During that time, I needed to remain within the territory as much as possible. I walked over to the desk, took out paper and a pen, and began recording my plans for the territory's next stage of development. First, improve our defenses. Today's demonic wolf attack had once again exposed the inadequacy of the territory's defenses. At present, only a crude wooden fence surrounded the territory. Such a fence might be somewhat useful against ordinary beasts, but a fine-quality demonic wolf could practically shatter it with a single charge. Tomorrow, I planned to plant the Guardian Thorn around the territory's perimeter. The Guardian Thorn was a fine-quality defensive plant. Not only could it reinforce the fence, but it could also breathe fire and actively attack mutant beasts that approached the territory. Once the territory's advancement was complete, I would also need to build walls, arrow towers, and watchtowers as quickly as possible. Second, solve the food problem. Although the warehouse now held a large quantity of skyhorn cyan bull and demonic wolf meat, meat would eventually spoil. Even if fine-quality beast flesh lasted longer than ordinary meat, it couldn't be preserved forever. More importantly, the territory's population would continue to increase. Relying solely on hunting couldn't create a stable food supply. We had to reclaim farmland and plant staple crops such as rice, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. In addition, we needed to establish ranches and attempt to domesticate goats, wild bulls, and other edible animals. Agriculture and animal husbandry were the true foundations of a territory's long-term development. However, before the territory could produce its own grain, I still needed to find a way to resolve our immediate food shortage. I'll check the marketplace. Perhaps I can purchase a batch of staple food. I opened Huaxia's Lord Chat channel. Although night had already fallen, the channel remained extremely lively. Haraha. After 5 whole days, my territory has finally advanced to intermediate rank. Brother, that's pretty fast. As far as I know, at least 2/3 of Huaxia's lords still haven't advanced. There's nothing I can do. The timber required for advancement is too difficult to collect. I only have 25 laborers, and one person can only cut 50 units of timber after working hard all day. Timber is nothing. Stone is the real problem. The rocks we carry back from the river can't be used directly. We still have to spend time processing them. Everyone, keep working hard. I heard there's a really powerful guy among the American lords. He occupied an excellent quality resource field yesterday. An excellent quality resource field? Are you serious? I nearly had my entire army wiped out while attacking a fine quality logging site today. Yet someone's already attacking excellent quality resource fields. This world is completely messed up. We lack water, food, population, everything. After the novice protection period ended, the beasts outside started actively attacking territories. I was nearly wiped out by a pack of wild dogs today. I'm so jealous of those who awaken high-ranking talents. If I awakened an A-rank talent, I'd probably wake up laughing every night. A-rank. If you gave me a B-rank talent, I'd think my ancestors' graves were giving off lucky smoke. The problem is, at our current rate of development, can we really establish king-rank territories within the remaining 25 days? After that message appeared, the previously lively chat channel briefly fell silent. Clearly, most lords didn't have an answer. Only 5 days had passed. Many lords hadn't even advanced to intermediate territories, much less the seemingly unattainable king rank. I browsed the channel for a while longer, but found little valuable information. Of course, truly powerful lords generally wouldn't casually expose their development progress in the chat channel. After closing the chat, I opened the marketplace. Lords could list items in the marketplace or search for the resources they needed. The system handled the entire transaction process, so there was no need to worry about someone receiving an item and refusing to pay. I first searched for food: rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and wheat. Not only could those staple foods fill people's stomachs, but they also lasted longer than ordinary meat. During the early stages, most lords were desperately collecting timber and stone. Because their populations were still small, some lords actually had excess food. There were indeed many staple foods listed in the marketplace. However, each transaction contained only a small quantity, several gene, a dozen or so gene. Listings that exceeded 100 gene were almost non-existent. Purchasing them one by one would not only waste time, but also fail to provide any meaningful amount of food. If I can't find anyone selling enough, I'll make them come to me. I opened the warehouse and took out 50 gene of demonic wolf meat. Fine quality demonic wolf meat. Consuming it can improve physical constitution. Those with low combat power have a certain probability of directly increasing their combat power after consuming a large quantity. Demonic wolf meat was a fine quality ingredient. Although precious, it wasn't irreplaceable for my army. But for other lords who were only beginning their development, food capable of increasing combat power held a measurable value. I anonymously posted a transaction. Item for sale: fine quality demonic wolf meat. Quantity for sale: 50 gene. Exchange rate 1. 1 gene of demonic wolf meat for 10 gene of potatoes or sweet potatoes. Exchange rate 2. 1 gene of demonic wolf meat for 5 gene of rice. Confirm listing? Confirm. 50 gene of demonic wolf meat instantly disappeared from the warehouse. However, only 1 second later, the remaining quantity on the transaction panel dropped from 50 to 0. What happened? Before I could react, system notifications rang out one after another. Transaction successful. Warehouse received 300 gene of potatoes. Warehouse received 100 gene of rice. Warehouse received 100 gene of sweet potatoes. All demonic wolf meat has been sold. I stared blankly at the empty transaction page. 50 gene of fine quality demonic wolf meat had sold out in 1 second. It seems I still underestimated the value of fine quality food. Ordinary lords didn't possess many soldiers. Even if the meat only allowed 1 or 2 elite warriors to increase their combat power by several points, the resulting improvement to the territory's overall strength would be significant. If that was the case, my previous price had been far too low. I adjusted the exchange rate. 1 gene of demonic wolf meat for 15 gene of rice. Alternatively, exchange 1 gene for 30 gene of potatoes, sweet potatoes, wheat, or other staple foods. This time, I took out all 5,500 gene of demonic wolf meat remaining in the warehouse and listed it in a single order. Would you like to list 5,500 gene of fine-quality demonic wolf meat? List it. The enormous order appeared in Huaxia's marketplace. This time, I deliberately restricted the transaction to Huaxia lords. If I opened it to every Blue Star lord, I might be able to raise the price considerably, but I had no intention of selling fine-quality meat that could increase combat power to other countries, especially Dongying, South Korea, and the United States. Under the rules of national competition, strengthening the lords of other nations was equivalent to creating more enemies for Huaxia in the future. Good things should remain within the family. Rather than helping potential enemies, it was better to strengthen Huaxia's lords as a whole. Although 5,500 gene was an enormous quantity, the available stock was still rapidly decreasing. Meanwhile, Huaxia's chat channel completely erupted. Holy crap! A super tycoon just appeared in the marketplace. Everyone go look. Someone listed 5,500 gene of fine-quality demonic wolf meat all at once. Are you serious? 5,500 gene. It's real? And 1 gene of demonic wolf meat only costs 15 gene of rice. Haha, I happen to have 35 gene of rice. I just grabbed 2 gene. Damn it. Why don't I have any staple food? Can someone lend me some rice? I promise I'll repay twice as much in the future. Demonic wolf meat can increase combat power. I only have 20 points of combat power right now. If I eat enough, I might directly reach 25. Who is this anonymous expert? How can someone possibly produce this much fine-quality meat? Could it be Boss Yangming? That shouldn't be possible. Boss Yangming only fought a territorial war yesterday. Where would he get this much demonic wolf meat? Stop guessing. Just buy as much as you can. What the other lords didn't know was that most of this demonic wolf meat had come from the pack that attacked my territory today. The wolves had originally intended to treat my territory as prey, only to turn themselves into resources delivered straight to my doorstep. As the transactions continued, batch after batch of staple food was transferred into the warehouse by the system. Half an hour later, all 5,500 gene of demonic wolf meat had sold out. Transactions complete. Warehouse received 14,000 gene of rice. Warehouse received 35,600 gene of potatoes. Warehouse received 22,500 gene of sweet potatoes. Warehouse received wheat and various other staple foods. 2 warehouses within the territory are approaching maximum storage capacity. Please expand your warehouses or construct new storage facilities as soon as possible. Looking at the mountains of food piled inside the warehouses, I nodded in satisfaction. Given our current population, this food wouldn't last very long, but it would at least solve our food problem for the next 10 days or so. Furthermore, the soldiers could continue hunting outside. As long as they kept killing mutant beasts, we could obtain more meat. By exchanging mutant beast meat for staple food, we could temporarily establish a stable source of food. This was the advantage provided by an SSS rank talent. Other lords only had a few dozen laborers, while I possessed several thousand warriors. Other lords lacked the ability to hunt fine-quality mutant beasts on a large scale, but it wasn't particularly difficult for me. However, these transactions could only provide temporary relief. For the territory to develop over the long term, we still needed to establish our own agriculture and animal husbandry. Tomorrow, I'll send people to reclaim farmland. We also need to find suitable crop seeds. Mining zones, farmland, ranches, defensive structures. We can't neglect any of them. I wrote down tomorrow's tasks one by one. Once I finished, a deep sense of exhaustion swept through me. There's no need to worry about food for now. I should get some sleep. I stretched and lay down on the bed. Outside the window, pale golden light continued to envelop the entire territory. Under the influence of the system's power, the buildings were quietly undergoing transformation. When I woke up tomorrow, what appeared before me would no longer be a crude intermediate territory. It would be a brand new advanced territory. Today was my 6th day on the battlefield of 10,000 races. At 6 o'clock in the morning, while I was still sound asleep, the system's cold notification suddenly rang out in my mind. Respected Lord Yangming, your territory's advancement has been completed. My eyes snapped open, and every trace of drowsiness instantly vanished. The advancement succeeded? I leaped out of bed. Without even taking the time to properly straighten my clothes, I rushed out of the Lord's manor. The early morning sky was still somewhat dim. A translucent pale golden barrier, resembling an enormous inverted bowl, covered the entire territory. Under the system's transformation, the territory had undergone earth-shattering changes. The territory, which had originally covered only 1 million square meters, had expanded to 5 million square meters. Brand new buildings had risen from the ground. Within the newly constructed residential district, 10 six-story dormitory buildings stood in orderly rows. The wooden fence surrounding the territory had also been reinforced. Not only was it taller, but it was also considerably thicker. Even the Lord's manor had become larger and more aesthetically pleasing. Your territory has successfully advanced to an advanced territory. You have unlocked additional Lord privileges. Advancement reward: 1 large residential district. Advancement reward: 10 six-story dormitory buildings. Looking at the completely transformed territory, I couldn't help smiling. After working hard for so many days, my territory had finally reached the advanced rank. Display territory information. A pale blue virtual panel quickly appeared before my eyes. Territory name: Huaxia City. Lord's Manor rank: Advanced. Lord: Yongming. Coordinates: Parallel Universe 14, Server 404, Blue Star Region 996, Novice Zone 10086. Territory area: 5 million square meters. Native human population: 376. Note: the population count only includes native humans. It does not include the 9,400 summon warriors or 102 dwarves. Existing buildings: 0 barracks, 2 granaries, 2 ordinary warehouses, 10 dormitory buildings, 1 field, 1 fish pond, 2 blacksmiths. Territory wealth: 0. National fortune: 215 points. I read through the entire panel. The territory's area had increased 5-fold, and living conditions had improved significantly. However, a closer examination still revealed many problems. The most obvious was the severe shortage of buildings. Advancing a territory required more than timber, stone, and population. The quantity and levels of its buildings were equally important. I opened the requirements for the next advancement. Requirements for advancing an advanced territory to a special territory. Timber: 10,500 units. Processed stone: 9,500 units. White crystal cores: 10. Native human population: 1,000. National fortune: 700 points. Building requirement: no fewer than 5 level 3 buildings and no fewer than 25 level 2 buildings. Resource field requirement: occupy at least 2 level 3 resource fields and 7 level 2 resource fields. Seeing such outrageous requirements, I couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. The difficulty has increased by at least 3-fold. Not only did it require a massive quantity of timber and stone, but it also introduced a new resource: white crystal cores. The native human population also had to reach 1,000. In addition, the territory needed 5 level 3 buildings, 25 level 2 buildings, and 2 level 3 resource fields. An ordinary lord couldn't possibly meet these conditions overnight. If I hadn't awakened the SSS rank Talent Supreme Overlord, I would probably still be struggling to advance my territory to the intermediate rank. There's no point in rushing. I'll check on Kekalith first. I closed the territory panel and headed toward the newly constructed residential district. With my current combat power, directly conquering a level 3 resource field was nearly impossible. The guardian monsters within level 3 resource fields were generally excellent quality. Their combat power far exceeded that of ordinary soldiers. If I insisted on attacking by force, I would need to summon at least 100,000 warriors and drown the guardians with the simplest and most brutal tactic: a human wave. That method might succeed, but the casualties would inevitably be catastrophic. Sacrificing tens or even hundreds of thousands of soldiers to capture a single level 3 resource field clearly wasn't worthwhile. That was where Kekalith's importance became apparent. Kekalith had the potential to forge excellent quality weapons. As long as she successfully forged several pieces of excellent quality equipment, the combat power of my commanders and me would increase significantly, making it much easier to conquer level 3 resource fields. Greetings, my lord. We pay our respects to you, my lord. Along the way, every resident who saw me stopped what they were doing and bowed respectfully. The dormitory buildings had only just appeared, and the rooms had yet to be assigned. As a result, most residents had spent last night sleeping in the open. Some had slept on straw mats, others had leaned against walls, and some had simply spent the night beside the bonfires. After walking for a while, I finally found Kekalith beside a pile of straw. Her petite body was curled up, covered by nothing more than a tattered piece of cloth. Hearing the surrounding movement, Kekalith groggily opened her eyes. The instant she saw me, she woke up completely and hurriedly scrambled to her feet. Good morning, my lord." Her small hands tightly gripped the corners of her clothes, and she looked somewhat nervous. I glanced at the straw pile behind her and frowned slightly. "You slept here last night?" Kekalith gently nodded. "Yes, my lord." Seemingly worried that I might become angry, she hurriedly added, "This place is already very good. When I lived in the village, I often couldn't even find a straw pile like this." Hearing those words left an unpleasant feeling in my heart. There had been too many matters to handle last night, and I had forgotten to arrange a place for Kekalith to stay. "Come with me." I didn't ask any further questions. Turning around, I headed toward the blacksmith. "Yes." Kekalith hurriedly started moving, jogging to catch up with me. Before long, I brought her to one of the blacksmiths. At present, the territory possessed 2 blacksmiths. One was responsible for mass-producing ordinary weapons, while the other had been cleared out in advance for Kekalith's exclusive use. Kekalith possessed tremendous potential and deserved focused cultivation. The blacksmith not only contained a complete set of forging facilities, but was also equipped with a bathroom and a bedroom. I turned around and examined her. Kekalith was still wearing the same yellowed, tattered cloth garment. It was covered in dust and grease and clearly hadn't been washed for a long time. "Go inside and take a bath. There are new clothes prepared for you. Change into them before coming out to see me." "Yes, my lord." Kekalith didn't dare hesitate and immediately entered the blacksmith. After searching for a while, she finally discovered the bathroom in the corner. However, less than a minute after entering, she ran back out while holding a light blue dress. "My lord." Kekalith hugged the clothes tightly, her pure white eyes filled with excitement. Were these clothes really prepared for me? Am I really allowed to wear something so beautiful? I was momentarily taken aback. The light blue dress was actually extremely ordinary. Neither its fabric nor its craftsmanship could be considered exquisite. On Blue Star, it would probably be nothing more than a cheap dress one could find anywhere. But to Kekalith, it was unimaginably beautiful. All the clothes she had worn before were either gray or black. Sometimes, she could only use tattered pieces of fabric to barely cover her body. This was the first time she had ever owned a dress that was so clean, intact, and brightly colored. "Of course it's for you. Put it on." After receiving confirmation, a faint blush immediately appeared on Kekalith's face. Holding the dress, she repeatedly bowed to me. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you so very much. All right, hurry up and take a bath." I waved my hand. "Once you've changed, I have a task for you." "I'm sorry. I'll go right away." Only then did Kekalith realize she had delayed me. She hurriedly hugged the dress against herself and ran into the bathroom. Before long, the faint sound of splashing water came from within. I wasn't in a hurry. It was still early in the morning, so waiting a little wouldn't affect today's plans. Roughly 10 minutes later, Kekalith appeared before me again. She had washed away the dirt covering her face and hair. Her previously filthy white hair had regained its luster and now fell smoothly over her shoulders. The light blue dress was slightly loose on her, but it emphasized the youthful innocence and cuteness of a young girl. She was simply too thin. There was almost no color in her freshly washed face, and numerous scars remained visible on her cheeks and arms. Clearly, Kekalith had suffered greatly before coming to Huaxia City. At that moment, she lowered her head and looked at her new clothes, her pure white eyes filled with joy. "Thank you for your gift, my lord." Kekalith stepped in front of me and solemnly performed the dwarven race's highest form of salute. "There's no need to be so formal." I pointed toward the blacksmith behind me. "You said yesterday that you were capable of forging excellent quality weapons, correct?" "Yes." Kekalith nodded earnestly. "Good. Starting today, you will be responsible for managing this blacksmith. You can live in the room behind the forge, or you can select a private room in one of the dormitory buildings." I'll do my best to satisfy your needs for food, clothing, and other daily necessities. I will also station soldiers here to protect you. I paused briefly before continuing. In return, you have only one task. Do everything you can to forge excellent quality weapons for me. Kekalith was clearly tempted by the conditions I offered. However, she didn't immediately agree. Instead, a troubled expression appeared on her face. My lord, I am willing to work for you. But without an excellent quality forging blueprint, my chance of successfully forging an excellent quality weapon is only 1 in 1,000. 1 in 1,000? I froze for a moment, then immediately caught the key implication of her words. You mean that even without an excellent quality forging blueprint, you still have a chance of forging an excellent quality weapon? Yes, Kekalith softly explained. My talent has a special effect. Equipment I personally forge has a certain chance of advancing to a higher quality. It's just that I'm not skilled enough yet, so the probability of a quality advancement is extremely low, roughly 1 in 1,000. My eyes lit up. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. Even if the probability was only 1 in 1,000, it meant that as long as we had sufficient materials and time, Kekalith would eventually forge excellent quality equipment. Moreover, as her forging skills improved, that probability would most likely increase. No wonder the system had rated her as a 4-star talent. I had still underestimated her potential. 1 in 1,000 is good enough. Start by forging fine-quality weapons. I took the Tang Hungdao forging blueprint out of my storage space and handed it to her. This is the forging blueprint for a fine-quality Tang Hungdao. Familiarize yourself with the blueprint first and increase the success rate as much as possible. As for an excellent quality forging blueprint, I'll find another way to obtain one. Kekalith accepted the blueprint with both hands, her expression incomparably serious. Please rest assured, my lord. I will work hard and complete my task. Afterward, I summoned 2 soldiers whose combat power had reached 30 and ordered them to stand guard outside the blacksmith. Starting now, you are responsible for protecting Kekalith. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter this blacksmith and disturb her. As you command. The 2 soldiers simultaneously cupped their fists and accepted the order. I looked at Kekalith again. If you lack materials or need additional workers, tell them directly. They will report your requests to me. Understood. Understood. Kekalith nodded vigorously. Then begin your work. After explaining everything, I turned and left the blacksmith. Kekalith stood in the doorway and watched my figure gradually recede into the distance. She lowered her head to look at her new dress, then looked at the Tang Hungdao forging blueprint in her hands. Slowly, she clenched her fists. I must work hard. I absolutely cannot betray my lord's trust. With Kekalith responsible for forging, the territory wouldn't need to worry about its supply of fine-quality weapons in the near future. After leaving the blacksmith, I arrived at the newly constructed residential district. 10 6-story dormitory buildings stood in orderly rows. Each building contained a large number of rooms, more than enough to accommodate all the territory's current residents. At that moment, many native residents and dwarves had gathered around the buildings, curiously examining these structures that had appeared out of thin air overnight. Some reached out to touch the sturdy walls. Others peered through the windows to observe the interiors. Several children excitedly ran back and forth. They had clearly never seen such tall buildings before. I swept my gaze across the crowd and quickly spotted Chen Jian. Chen Jian, come here. My lord. Chen Jian immediately approached and cupped his fists in salute. Arrange for the rooms in these dormitory buildings to be assigned to the territory's residents. Chen Jian hesitated briefly before tentatively asking, My lord, how exactly should the rooms be assigned? Is it enough to ensure everyone has somewhere to live? Do we need to register their names, identities, and family relationships? Should single residents and those with families be housed separately? Hearing his series of questions, I was momentarily stunned. Only then did I realize that assigning rooms wasn't as simple as I had imagined. If the rooms were assigned arbitrarily, it could easily result in wasted space and administrative chaos. Although Chen Jian was a reliable commander, he wasn't skilled in handling civil affairs. He had no problem leading soldiers into battle, but asking him to handle population registration, resource statistics, and urban planning was demanding too much from him. With no other choice, I personally drew up a registration form. The form included each resident's name, race, age, occupation, family members, room number, and move-in date. I also established several simple allocation rules. Those with families would be given priority for private rooms. The elderly, wounded, and young children would be assigned to lower floors whenever possible. Single residents could temporarily share rooms. Individuals with specialized skills could apply for private rooms. Register everyone according to this form. If you encounter any special circumstances, report them to me. Chen Jian accepted the form and nodded earnestly. This subordinate understands. Watching him lead people to handle the room assignments, I helplessly rubbed my forehead. There are more and more matters to deal with. It would be wonderful if I had a steward or assistant skilled in administration. The territory now possessed nearly 10,000 soldiers and several hundred native residents. As the population continued growing, the number of matters requiring attention would only increase. Housing, food, medicine, public security, construction, population registration, resource allocation. If I handled everything personally, even the ability to create clones wouldn't be enough. It seems I need to recruit all kinds of talented people as soon as possible. I ordered soldiers to bring over wooden boards and construct a notice board at the center of the residential district. Before long, recruitment notices were posted one after another. Talent Recruitment Notice 1, Architect. Requirements. Must possess knowledge of building design and be capable of planning urban layouts, roads, transportation routes, and functional districts. Compensation. Food and housing included, 1 private room provided, and an additional 5 gene of fine-quality meat awarded each month. Talent Recruitment Notice 2, Agricultural Expert. Requirements. Must possess extensive farming experience, be capable of increasing crop yields, and be familiar with land reclamation, planting, and irrigation. Compensation. Food and housing included, 1 private room provided, and an additional 30 gene of rice and 15 gene of meat awarded each month. Talent Recruitment Notice 3, Doctor. Requirements. Must possess the ability to treat illnesses and injuries. Compensation. Food and housing included, 1 private room provided, and 1 soldier assigned as a personal guard. Talent Recruitment Notice 4, Spatial Relocation Researchers specializing in rectangular silicate materials and practical specialists in classical gas dynamics within conduits. Common names: brick carriers and bellows operators. Requirements: must be physically healthy and capable of enduring hard labor. Compensation: food and housing included, with additional food allocated according to the amount of work completed each day. The recruitment notices immediately attracted a large crowd. These people had arrived in Huaxia City less than 2 days ago, but they already clearly understood that it was far safer here than in the outside world. The wilderness was filled with danger. Wild animals, mutant beasts, bandits, and wars could be found everywhere. In Huaxia City, however, anyone willing to work would not only receive food, but also have a room that sheltered them from the elements. As a result, no one wanted to be driven away. Everyone hoped to prove their value. My heavens! An architect can receive 5 gene of fine quality meat every month. What's an agricultural expert? I've been farming for more than 10 years. Does that make me an agricultural expert? I want to apply to become a doctor. My talent is the F-rank ability. Treat a dead horse as though it were still alive. Why does your talent sound so unreliable? My lord, I once participated in designing a large village. Can I apply to become an architect? Me too. I'm strong, and I can plow fields faster than an ox. What does classical gas dynamics within conduits mean? I think it just means operating the bellows. I can do that. The area in front of the notice board instantly became incredibly lively. People rushed forward to register. Seeing this, I nodded in satisfaction. Although I hadn't yet found anyone suitable to serve as a steward or assistant, several people had applied to become architects, farmers, and doctors. As long as we selected those who were truly capable, the territory's basic development could soon begin in full. I believed it wouldn't be long before a thriving Huaxia city appeared on this land. After handling recruitment, I raised my head and looked at the sky. The sun had already risen. It was now 8 o'clock in the morning. It's about time to depart. I had no intention of hiding within the territory forever. Possessing an SSS rank talent didn't mean I could always rely on my summoned soldiers. On the battlefield of 10,000 races, a truly powerful lord also had to be a powerful transcendent. According to the system's classification, one needed more than 500 points of combat power to barely cross the threshold of transcendence. My current strength was still a considerable distance from 500. If I wanted to increase my strength quickly, I had to explore more regions and search for resources and opportunities. Chen Jian, this subordinate is here. Chen Jian quickly arrived before me. I looked at him solemnly. Starting today, I appoint you as the first general of Huaxia City. Whenever I am absent from the territory, you will be responsible for commanding the army. I will take 3,000 soldiers with me on this expedition. All remaining troops will be placed under your command. You must protect Huaxia City. Chen Jian's body trembled slightly. He immediately dropped to one knee, his voice firm and powerful. Thank you for your trust, my lord. As long as I, Chen Jian, have a single breath remaining, I will never allow an enemy to set foot inside Huaxia City. If a powerful enemy attacks, this subordinate will fight until the final moment. Very good. I helped him to his feet and patted him on the shoulder. Chen Jian's loyalty had already reached 100. His abilities might not be the greatest, but he was absolutely trustworthy. After arranging the territory's defenses, I led 3,000 soldiers out of Huaxia City. Yesterday, I had explored the east. Today, I intended to travel west. The instant we left the territory, moist air carrying the scent of grass and trees washed over us. Looking at the unfamiliar wilderness ahead, I felt no fear. Instead, an indescribable excitement rose within me. My passion for exploring the unknown seemed to have been engraved into my bones long ago. Today's objective is to find special plants that can be transplanted. If we discover any fine quality plants, we'll bring them back and plant them within the territory. Maintaining an orderly formation, the army advanced westward. After traveling approximately 500 meters, the surrounding environment changed noticeably. Unlike the relatively dry land to the east, the soil in the west was darker and more humid. The weeds along our route stood as tall as half a person. The moisture in the air was also considerably heavier. I crouched down, grabbed a handful of soil, and examined it for a moment. There should be abundant groundwater here. If we continue forward, we'll probably discover a river or lake. Water resources were extremely important to the territory's development, whether it was agriculture, animal husbandry, or the residents' everyday lives. Everything required a stable source of fresh water. Naturally, the more water sources near the territory, the better. After advancing another 1,000 meters, the army passed a small mining zone. This was the resource site I had sent soldiers to occupy on my first day after arriving on the battlefield of 10,000 races. Most of the metal required to forge Tang Hungdao came from here. At that moment, 200 workers were extracting or from the mine. I had the soldiers deliver a batch of food and daily necessities. After briefly inspecting the mining zone, I continued west. The scouts possessed limited combat power. At present, they could only safely explore areas within roughly 3 kilometers of the territory. Beyond 3 kilometers, they might encounter dangers they couldn't handle. Therefore, the unknown regions farther away could only be explored by an army personally led by me. Of course, that was exactly what I wanted. If everywhere was safe, there would be no meaning in exploration. When the army reached a position approximately 4 kilometers from the territory, the soldiers scouting ahead suddenly made warning gestures. My lord, there's something ahead. I looked in the direction indicated by the scouts. Not far away, a group of red figures had gathered beside a stream. Are those red-feathered chickens? A small stream with a low flow rate lay ahead. Its water was crystal clear and had attracted a large number of birds. More than 100 enormous red-feathered chickens were gathered beside the stream. Each stood roughly half a meter tall and was covered in brilliant crimson feathers. From a distance, they looked like clusters of burning flames. I used Lord's appraisal on one of the chickens. Name, red-feathered chicken. Quality, ordinary. Combat power, 2.5. Description, a chicken that has been raised for 2.5 years. Its meat is tender, delicious, and exceptionally authentic and flavored. Ordinary quality, with only 2.5 combat power. My eyes immediately lit up. These red-feathered chickens posed almost no threat. More importantly, they could be domesticated. If we captured all of them and brought them back to the territory, we could establish our first true livestock farm. I raised my right hand and gave orders in a low voice. Everyone spread out. Surround them from all directions. Don't alert them. Capture as many alive as possible. Don't kill a single one. As you command. 3,000 soldiers quickly spread out. Using the tall weeds and nearby trees as cover, they silently approached the flock from every direction. The red-feathered chickens continued drinking with their heads lowered, completely unaware that danger was closing in. Once every escape route had been blocked, I swung my arm downward. Move! In an instant, 3,000 soldiers with more than 30 combat power charged forward simultaneously. The tall, muscular men pounced on the flock like tigers hunting prey. Cluck, 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 squawk, squawk. Startled by the sudden attack, the red-feathered chickens immediately descended into chaos. Bright red feathers flew everywhere. More than 100 chickens panicked and frantically flapped their wings, attempting to escape the encirclement. However, their combat power was only 2.5. Against 3,000 soldiers with more than 30 combat power, they had no ability to resist. Within minutes, every red-feathered chicken had been captured alive. Successfully captured 158 red-feathered chickens. Looking at the chickens held in the soldiers' hands, I smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. Select 200 soldiers and have them escort all these red-feathered chickens back to Huaxia City. Tell the residents to establish a livestock area and raise them properly. Remember, avoid slaughtering them whenever possible. As you command. Red-feathered chickens were large and possessed delicious meat. Each egg laid by an adult hen could even weigh approximately half a gene. As long as we established a stable breeding system, the territory would have a continuous supply of eggs and chicken meat. Hunting could only resolve our immediate food requirements. Agriculture and animal husbandry were the true foundations of a territory's development. After the 200 soldiers responsible for escorting the chickens departed, I led the remaining army farther west. Perhaps today truly was my lucky day. The army had advanced for less than a minute when a pale blue glow appeared ahead. The light was extremely unusual. Even through the dense vegetation, it remained clearly visible. A resource field? I immediately raised my hand and ordered the army to stop. After pushing aside the grass blocking my path, a small lake appeared before me. The lake wasn't particularly large. It was only around 6 meters wide and 10 meters long. However, the entire lake emitted a pale blue glow. Its water was clear and crystalline, and enormous fish occasionally leaped above the surface. As sunlight struck their scales, they reflected a dazzling array of colors. I couldn't resist activating Lord's appraisal. Name: Jade Spirit Lake. Level: Level 3 Resource Field. Quality: Excellent. Resource reserves: Infinite. Primary products: Dragon Pattern Giant Fish, Jade Bamboo Fish, Azure Scaled Fish. Dragon Pattern Giant Fish Quality: Fine. Jade Bamboo Fish Quality: Excellent. Azure Scaled Fish Quality: Fine. Description: As long as its resource core remains undamaged, Jade Spirit Lake can continuously produce fish. Current status: Occupied. After reading the lake's information, I couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. Infinite resources? And it can even produce excellent quality fish? The value of Jade Spirit Lake far surpassed that of ordinary resource fields. As long as I occupied it, the territory would have a continuous supply of fine quality and excellent quality fish. This not only meant a stable source of meat, but would also allow the territory's residents and soldiers to increase their combat power by consuming high-quality fish. With Jade Spirit Lake, I wouldn't even need to worry about our meat supply in the short term. However, the more precious the resource, the greater the dangers surrounding it. My gaze moved across the water toward 3 enormous figures beside Jade Spirit Lake. They were 3 extraordinarily massive black bears. Each bear stood more than 3 meters tall on its hind legs. Their bodies were covered in pitch-black fur, and their muscles bulged like solid stone. Their sharp claws easily left deep marks in the ground. Even from a distance, I could feel the savage aura radiating from their bodies. I activated Lord's appraisal on one of the black bears. Name: Blackrock Giant Bear. Quality: Excellent. Combat power: 325 to 400. Description: a bear-type mutant beast with low intelligence and a violent temperament. It possesses an extreme fondness for fish and will even disregard its own life to obtain them. Skill 1. Hardening. Skill quality: D rank. Effect: instantly hardens every muscle in its body until they become like black stone, tripling its defensive power. Skill 2. Fearless charge. Skill quality: C rank. Effect: launches a ferocious charge toward the target, increasing movement speed by 50% and attack power by 50%. Skill 3. Beast Soul Incarnation. Skill quality: B rank. Effect: summons a beast soul to envelop the body, forming an immensely powerful defense. While the skill remains active, all damage received can be reflected back at the attacker. After seeing the final skill, my expression gradually became solemn. A maximum of 400 combat power. Triple defense. A 50% increase to both attack power and speed while charging. And a beast soul incarnation capable of reflecting damage. The Blackrock giant bears had raised their defense, strength, and speed to extremely high levels. With my current combat power, I wasn't their match at all. If I took a direct hit from one of their paws, I would probably be critically injured even if I survived. Furthermore, there were 3 Blackrock giant bears in front of me. If I commanded the army to attack directly, ordinary soldiers would find it extremely difficult to break through their defenses. Even if we eventually won through superior numbers, the price would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Level 3 resource fields really aren't easy to conquer. I slowly furrowed my brow. However, I was extremely reluctant to simply give up. Jade Spirit Lake could not only produce an infinite supply of fish, but also counted toward the level 3 resource field requirement for advancing to a special territory. As long as I occupied it, I would immediately complete half of that requirement. Roar. As I considered possible strategies, a thunderous roar came from beside the lake. One of the Blackrock giant bears lay at the water's edge, repeatedly slapping the surface with its enormous paws. Boom! Its paw struck the water, sending a large spray into the air. Several fish quickly swam toward the bottom of the lake and easily avoided the Blackrock giant bear's attack. The bear slapped the water more than a dozen times before barely managing to catch an azure-scaled fish. However, the fish was only as long as its forearm. For such a massive Blackrock giant bear, it wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. The bear swallowed the azure-scaled fish in a single bite before raising its head and roaring furiously. Roar! The other 2 Blackrock giant bears also appeared extremely irritable. They paced back and forth around Jade Spirit Lake, but remained unable to catch enough fish. As I watched them, an idea suddenly occurred to me. They don't know how to catch fish? No. Perhaps it isn't that they don't know how, but that Jade Spirit Lake's fish can't be caught through ordinary methods. Jade Spirit Lake was a level 3 resource field. The fish inside were at least fine quality, and it even produced excellent quality jade bamboo fish. The speed and strength of these fish far exceeded that of ordinary fish. Although the Blackrock giant bears possessed tremendous combat power, they weren't suited for underwater movement. Combined with their limited intelligence, they simply couldn't devise an effective method of fishing. Despite that, they loved eating fish. The system's description had even explicitly stated that they were willing to disregard their own lives for fish. If I can exploit that, a bold plan gradually took shape in my mind. The plan was extremely dangerous, but if it succeeded, I could not only kill all 3 excellent quality Blackrock giant bears, but also occupy Jade Spirit Lake without sacrificing a single soldier. Fortune favored the bold. A level 3 resource field was right in front of me. If I didn't even dare to try, how could I possibly speak of establishing a king-rank territory within a month? If it doesn't work, we'll retreat. With 3,000 soldiers, we should at least be able to delay them for a while. However, there was still one crucial item missing from my plan. I need to find an excellent quality fish first. An ordinary fish wouldn't be tempting enough. Only an excellent quality giant fish could potentially cause all 3 Blackrock giant bears to completely lose their reason. Hidden within the distant grass, I opened Huaxia's Lord Chat channel. The channel remained as lively as ever, offering a high price for a fine quality weapon. A large saber is preferred. Private message me if you have one. Does anyone have medicine? A wild beast bit my leg, and the wound has already started turning black. If I don't get medicine soon, I might not survive the day. Help! My territory is surrounded by 3 lions. Can anyone come and support me? I triggered a special C-rank mission. Are there any experts with over 100 combat power willing to cooperate? We'll split the reward 20-80. I'll take 20, and you take 80. A C-rank mission? The reward must be pretty good. Brother, what's your combat power? An incredible 15 points. I browsed the channel for a while, but didn't find anyone selling excellent quality fish. Just as I was about to post a bounty, a plea for help suddenly caught my attention. Damn it! I finally managed to catch a snakebone fish today, only for 2 Japanese lords to appear out of nowhere. Not only did they chase me all the way back, but now they've surrounded my territory with their armies. A snakebone fish? Isn't that an excellent quality fish? It's only the 6th day, yet you've already managed to obtain an excellent quality resource? The person asking for help quickly continued. Don't even mention it. Those 2 Japanese lords are about to break through my territory's gate. My coordinates are 2586, 3972. Whoever comes to save me can have the snakebone fish. I'll also throw in a fine quality forging blueprint. Immediately afterward, the information for 2 items was posted in the chat channel. Name: snakebone fish. Quality: excellent. Description: a special fish containing transcendent power. Upon consumption, it immediately increases combat power by 20 to 50 points and grants a 50% chance of comprehending an E-rank water attribute skilled. Name: Crimson Fire Spear Forging Blueprint. Quality: fine. Description: the complete blueprint required to forge a Crimson Fire Spear. As long as sufficient materials are available, it can be reused to forge an unlimited number of weapons. The instant the information for the 2 items appeared, the chat channel erupted. An excellent quality snakebone fish. Eating just one can increase combat power by 20 to 50 points. There's even a 50% chance of obtaining a skill. Isn't that a little too outrageous? The Crimson Fire Spear Forging Blueprint is the real treasure. As long as you have enough materials, you can mass-produce fine-quality weapons. Unfortunately, those 2 Japanese lords have already begun their attack. Even if someone leaves now, they probably won't make it in time. Looking at the snakebone fish's information, I was instantly tempted. This snakebone fish perfectly met my requirements. As long as I used it as bait, I might be able to lure the 3 Blackrock giant bears away from Jade Spirit Lake. The Crimson Fire Spear Forging Blueprint was equally valuable. Once I handed it to Kekalith, Huaxia City would gain another fine quality weapon that could be mass-produced. The person asking for help is Zhang Wei. I opened his profile and unexpectedly discovered that he was already on my friends list. Zhang Wei was the Huaxia Lord who had previously sold me the Tang Hengdao Forging Blueprint. I checked the coordinates he had posted. They were approximately 11,000 meters from my current position. Although that wasn't particularly close, we should still be able to make it in time if the army marched at full speed. More importantly, Zhang Wei was a Huaxia Lord. Now that he was being besieged by 2 Japanese lords, I couldn't simply stand by and do nothing. Even without the snakebone fish and the Crimson Fire Spear Forging Blueprint. We'll head over and take a look first. If Zhang Wei is still alive, we'll save him. I immediately closed the chat channel and summoned all the soldiers scattered throughout the surrounding area. Everyone, listen up. We're changing our exploration route. Our destination is coordinates 2586, 3972. Advance at full speed. As you command. The 2,800 soldiers rapidly assembled and began a forced march in the direction indicated by the coordinates. Meanwhile, at coordinates 2586, 3972, a modestly sized territory stood within a resource-rich hilly region surrounded by mountains and water. This was Zhang Wei's territory. At that moment, however, the entire territory was surrounded by 400 to 500 soldiers. Most of the outer wooden fence had already collapsed. Weapons were scattered across the ground, and blood flowed slowly through the dirt. 2 Japanese lords stood behind their armies, constantly urging their soldiers to attack. Listen up, Huaxia Lord inside. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. Hand over the snakebone fish and the forging blueprint, and we might spare your life. Stop putting up this pointless resistance. Once we fight our way inside, you won't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Hundreds of soldiers raised their weapons and charged the damaged fence again and again. The territory's gate was on the verge of collapse. Behind the fence, Zhang Wei and his few dozen remaining soldiers desperately guarded the final defensive line. Every one of them was wounded. They had nowhere left to retreat. Heavy impacts rang out one after another. Under the Japanese army's repeated assaults, the territory's gate shook violently. Countless tiny cracks spread across its wooden surface, and it looked as though it might collapse at any moment. Standing behind the fence, Zhang Wei stared fixedly at the two Japanese lords outside. His fury had nearly reached its limit. Those damned bastards. Other than hiding in the shadows and launching sneak attacks, is there anything else you can do? His right arm hung limply by his side, its sleeve completely soaked in blood. Not long ago, Zhang Wei had discovered an excellent quality snakebone fish in a hidden cavern. To capture it, he had not only exhausted every method he could think of, but also consumed a precious excellent quality item before finally managing to secure it. However, what he hadn't known was that two Japanese lords had been hiding nearby the entire time. The moment Zhang Wei successfully captured the snakebone fish and let down his guard, they suddenly attacked him from behind. Caught completely unprepared, Zhang Wei suffered a severe injury to his right arm. Even the bone had been broken. Fortunately, although neither of his awakened talents was combat-oriented, he wasn't completely defenseless. After paying a tremendous price, Zhang Wei successfully broke through the encirclement and fled back to his territory with the remnants of his army. But the two Japanese lords had refused to give up. They pursued him the entire way, giving him no opportunity to catch his breath before directly launching an assault on his territory with 400 to 500 soldiers. If my right arm hadn't been injured, do these two despicable bastards really think they could force me into such a desperate situation? Zhang Wei clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. It had taken him considerable effort to build an army of 100 soldiers. After this battle, more than half of them had already been killed or wounded. The territory's gate leaned heavily to one side. The wooden fence surrounding the territory had also been set ablaze, and roaring flames continuously spread along the walls. Thick smoke rose into the sky as one building after another caught fire. Anyone could tell that the territory wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Two blood-covered militiamen ran over from the distance, their faces filled with panic. Reporting to my lord, the eastern defensive line has been breached. We're almost at our limit. My lord, this is bad. The territory gate is about to. Boom. Before the militiamen could finish speaking, a deafening explosion came from ahead. The unsteady territory gate finally failed to withstand the continuous impacts and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Countless wooden fragments flew in every direction. The moment Zhang Wei saw this, his heart sank to the bottom. It was over. Although he possessed two B-rank talents, neither was combat-oriented. Combined with his severely injured right arm and his army's devastating casualties, there was no longer any opportunity for him to turn the situation around. Charge inside. Don't let anyone escape. After the territory gate was breached, the Japanese soldiers immediately surged inside like a tide. They slaughtered everyone they encountered. Buildings were set ablaze one after another, while the resources stored within the warehouses were frantically plundered. Seeing that victory was assured, one of the Japanese lords couldn't help bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha! Foolish Huaxiao lord, you've already lost. Hand over the snakebone fish and the forging blueprint obediently, and perhaps you'll suffer a little less. The other man also revealed a smug smile. Continuing to resist is meaningless. Huaxiao is already at a disadvantage on the national fortune battlefield. Once the novice protection period ends, we'll defeat all of you sooner or later. If you surrender now, you can still keep your life. Zhang Wei didn't respond to their taunts. He led his remaining soldiers in a fighting retreat, eventually being forced back into the Lord's Manor. The Lord's Manor was the core of a territory and its final defensive line. Once the Lord's Manor was occupied by an enemy, the entire territory would enter a partially fallen state. If the Lord's Manor couldn't be recaptured within 12 hours, the territory's original owner would lose their status as a lord and would never again be able to return to Blue Star through normal means. Therefore, Zhang Wei had nowhere left to retreat. Defend the Lord's Manor. Even if only one of us remains, we absolutely cannot let them occupy this place. Yes, the few dozen remaining soldiers desperately guarded the area outside the Lord's manor. However, their resistance didn't last long. The two Japanese lords commanded their armies to advance relentlessly, swiftly defeating the final defenders. A dense mass of soldiers surrounded the Lord's manor in layer after layer. One of the Japanese lords moved through the crowd and stepped forward, shouting at Zhang Wei, "Huaxiao man, I'll give you one last opportunity. I've heard that you awakened an extremely useful B-rank support talent. As long as you're willing to sign a master servant contract and serve us from now on, I can spare your life." Hearing this, Zhang Wei's heart abruptly sank. Why did these people know so much about his talents? He had never revealed the details of his abilities in the chat channel. Not only did the two Japanese lords know he possessed a B-rank support talent, but they also knew it was highly useful. Clearly, they had investigated him before making their move. It was even possible that someone had been secretly selling information about Huaxiao lords to the Japanese. At that thought, Zhang Wei's gaze became even colder. "You want me to betray Huaxiao? Dream on." The Japanese lord frowned, but patiently continued. "You Huaxiao people have a saying. A wise man submits to circumstances. As long as you sign the master-servant contract, you can survive. Do you truly want us to break all four of your limbs and drag you back as a slave?" Zhang Wei sneered. "Get lost. Even if I die here, I will never surrender to you." As he spoke, he used his remaining left hand to draw the Tang Hengdao from his waist. The gleaming blade reflected the surrounding firelight. Holding the saber in one hand, Zhang Wei stood in front of the Lord's Manor's entrance, already prepared to fight to the death. From the moment the territory gate had fallen, he had never intended to cling to life through humiliation. Seeing that Zhang Wei still refused to submit, the two Japanese lords finally lost their patience. "Since you want to die so badly, we'll grant your wish. But before you die, we'll break your arms and legs so you'll understand the price of rejecting us. Attack." The moment the order was given, more than 200 soldiers surged forward. Zhang Wei stared at the enemies rushing toward him, not showing the slightest trace of fear. "Come on. Even if I die today, I'll drag several of you down with me." With a roar, he took the initiative to charge forward. Zhang Wei wasn't slow. He rushed to the front in a single step and swept the Tang Hengdao through the air. Slash! The sharp blade sliced across an enemy soldier's throat. Blood erupted from the wound. The soldier collapsed heavily before he could even scream. Although Zhang Wei hadn't awakened a combat-oriented talent, his base combat power wasn't weak. Moreover, with a fine-quality Tang Hengdao in hand, ordinary soldiers were no match for him. In a few short moments, 7 or 8 enemies fell beneath his blade. However, his right arm had already suffered a severe injury. Fighting solely with his left hand not only disrupted his balance, but also greatly reduced the speed and strength of his attacks. As more and more enemies surrounded him, several new wounds soon appeared across Zhang Wei's body. Blood continuously dripped from the corners of his clothing. His face became increasingly pale, and his body began to sway slightly. "Ha ha ha! Come again." Zhang Wei seemed incapable of feeling pain. He laughed loudly and swung the Tang Hengdao once more, cutting down another enemy who lunged toward him. The more wounds he suffered, the fiercer his presence became. His fearless, death-defying appearance even frightened the surrounding enemies, causing them to hesitate and temporarily stop advancing. "Useless trash. There are so many of you, yet you can't even take down one wounded Huaxiao man." The two Japanese lords exchanged glances and stepped forward at the same time. "We'll attack together. Cripple him first." The two moved in front of and behind Zhang Wei, trapping him between them. Their base combat power wasn't low, and both possessed B-rank talents. They were far stronger than ordinary soldiers. Zhang Wei was already at the end of his strength. Faced with the two lords' coordinated attacks, he immediately fell into a disadvantage and was forced to retreat continuously. Every step he took left a bloody footprint on the ground. "Even if I die, I'll tear a chunk of flesh from your bodies," Zhang Wei roared. Ignoring the attack coming directly toward him, he desperately swung his saber at one of them. However, his body had already reached its limit. His movements slowed for only an instant, exposing an opening. "Now, cripple his remaining hand." One Japanese lord seized the opportunity and thrust his long saber from the side. The sharp tip instantly sliced across Zhang Wei's left wrist. Poochie! Blood sprayed through the air. The tendons in his wrist were severed on the spot. Ah! Zhang Wei let out a muffled groan, and his left hand immediately lost all strength. The fine-quality Tang Hungdao slipped from his palm and fell to the ground with a crisp metallic clang. The other Japanese lord immediately stepped forward. Gripping his saber with both hands, he slashed viciously at Zhang Wei's left shoulder. If the attack landed, it would be enough to sever his entire arm. Is this the end? Zhang Wei clenched his teeth. He wanted to dodge, but he no longer had the strength. His right arm was broken. The tendons in his left wrist had been severed. At that moment, he couldn't even pick up the Tang Hungdao lying on the ground. As the blade drew closer, despair appeared in Zhang Wei's eyes for the first time. At that critical moment, a sharp whistle suddenly came from the distance. A tall figure vaulted over the wall surrounding the lord's manor and descended from the sky, like a ferocious tiger charging down a mountain. Bang! The newcomer landed heavily in front of Zhang Wei. Several cracks instantly spread across the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. At the same time, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the lord's manor. Your deaths have arrived. Take this. I twisted my wrist, causing the Tang Hungdao to spin half a circle in my palm. The next instant, its sharp blade swept horizontally through the air. Clang! Accompanied by an ear-piercing metallic collision, both long sabers snapped simultaneously. The broken blades spun several times through the air before burying themselves deep in the ground nearby. The two Japanese lords' expressions changed drastically, and they staggered 3 steps backward. Who are you? Where did you come from? They lowered their heads and stared at the broken weapons in their hands, their eyes filled with disbelief. Both weapons were fine quality. Although they could hardly be considered divine weapons, they were still sharp and durable. It should have been impossible for an ordinary weapon to cut through them. Yet before me, their weapons had been as fragile as dead branches. After only one exchange, they realized how terrifying I was. Standing in front of Zhang Wei, I looked coldly at the two men. Dead men don't need to know my name. My contemptuous tone immediately enraged the two Japanese lords. One of them gripped his broken saber and snarled viciously. I admit that you're strong, but both of us have awakened B-rank talents. Furthermore, this place is already surrounded by our army. Do you really think one person can change the outcome? I raised my Tang Hungdao and slowly walked toward them. You talk too much. Show me whatever abilities you have. The two Japanese lords exchanged glances and reached the same decision almost simultaneously. Attack together. Kill him. The instant the words left their mouths, one man's body suddenly began to transform. Crack, crack. A dense series of cracking noises came from his bones. The muscles throughout his body rapidly expanded, and within a few seconds, his physique grew to nearly 3 times its original size. Large amounts of black hair emerged from his skin. 2 sharp fangs extended beyond the corners of his mouth, and the fingernails on both hands transformed into razor-sharp claws. In the blink of an eye, he changed from a human into a vicious werewolf more than 2 meters tall. Target combat power, 129. This Japanese lord's base combat power was only 78. But after transforming into a werewolf, his combat power had increased directly to 129. Howl! The werewolf raised his head and roared. Pushing forcefully against the ground with both feet, he lunged toward me like a wild beast. His sharp claws tore through the air and headed directly for my throat. 129 combat power. And you dare act presumptuously before me? I gave him a contemptuous glance. The next instant, my figure abruptly disappeared from where I stood. The werewolf's vision blurred. By the time he reacted, I had already passed him. Slash! A gleaming flash of saber light appeared and vanished. A thin line of blood appeared across the werewolf's neck. His body remained in a forward-charging posture, but his head had already separated from his neck and flown high into the air. Blood gushed from the severed stump. Thud! The headless werewolf staggered several steps forward before collapsing heavily to the ground. Less than 2 seconds passed between the moment he launched his attack and the moment I beheaded him. The remaining Japanese lord froze completely. He had been preparing to coordinate with his companion, only to witness the werewolf being killed in a single strike. That had been a B-rank talent holder with 129 points of combat power. Yet he hadn't even blocked a single attack. A soul-deep terror rapidly spread throughout the man's body. "You're next." I turned around and pointed my bloodstained blade at the final Japanese lord. In his eyes, I now resembled a god of slaughter who had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. "Don't kill me." His face instantly turned deathly pale, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. I said nothing. I merely walked toward him one step at a time. The Tang Hungdao's sharp blade dragged across the ground, producing a teeth-grating scraping sound. With icy killing intent enveloping his entire body, the Japanese lord finally broke under the pressure and dropped to his knees. "Don't kill me. I surrender. I have a master-servant contract." He hurriedly removed a parchment scroll from his clothes and raised it above his head with both hands. "As long as you're willing to spare me, I can sign the contract with you. From now on, I'll obey every command you give me." I stopped and looked at the parchment scroll in his hands. Name: Master-Servant Contract. Quality: Fine. Description: a contract signed voluntarily by both parties. Once the contract is established, the master can issue compulsory orders to the servant, who cannot disobey. If the master dies, the servant will die simultaneously. A master-servant contract? I narrowed my eyes slightly. It seemed these two hadn't attacked Zhang Wei on a sudden impulse. They had even prepared a master-servant contract in advance. Their intention had clearly been to seize the snake-bone fish, while also turning Zhang Wei into a servant. A lord possessing 2 B-rank support talents might be even more valuable than the snake-bone fish. I slowly bent down and reached toward the parchment scroll. The instant my fingertips were about to touch it, a cold gleam abruptly shot out from underneath the scroll. "Die." The Japanese lord kneeling on the ground revealed a savage expression. At some point, a sharp dagger had appeared in his hand. He thrust it directly toward my heart. This had been his true objective. His surrender was false. He had only intended to use the contract to distract me. The distance between us was less than 1 meter. The timing of the dagger strike was exceptionally treacherous, and its tip was already almost touching my chest. "Watch out!" Zhang Wei, standing behind me, hurriedly shouted a warning. "Ha ha ha! You fell for it." Madness and excitement appeared in the Japanese lord's eyes. It was as if he could already see the dagger piercing my heart in the next second. Ding! However, the expected sound of flesh being torn apart never came. The dagger stopped less than an inch from my chest. At some unknown point, the Tang Hungdao had already moved horizontally in front of me, precisely blocking the fatal strike. "What?" The Japanese lord's smile instantly froze. I lowered my head and looked at him, a mocking smile appearing on my lips. "Did you really think I wasn't prepared? From the moment you knelt, I already knew what you were planning." As soon as I finished speaking, the Tang Hungdao followed through with a slash. Poochie! A head rolled across the ground. The lifeless body slowly collapsed, and blood soon stained the ground before me red. I bent down, picked up the master-servant contract, and placed it in the system warehouse. It was a fine quality item. Even if I had no immediate use for it, there was no reason to leave it here and let it go to waste. With both lords dead, the soldiers under their command immediately fell into chaos. At that exact moment, the 2,800 warriors I had brought with me launched their assault from outside the territory. Faced with an army several times their size, the remaining Japanese soldiers were completely unable to organize an effective resistance. Some threw down their weapons and surrendered. Others attempted to flee but were quickly surrounded. With that, the invasion came to a complete end. Zhang Wei limped over to me. His right arm was broken, the tendons in his left wrist were injured, and more than a dozen wounds of various sizes covered his body. He looked extremely miserable. However, his eyes were filled with gratitude. "Brother, thank you for saving me. If you'd arrived one step later, I probably would have died here." I looked over his injuries. "I saw your plea for help in the chat channel. Fortunately, I didn't arrive too late." Zhang Wei solemnly bowed to me. "I, Zhang Wei, will remember this life-saving favor. In addition to the snake-bone fish and crimson fire spear forging blueprint I promised, if you ever need my assistance in the future, you only need to ask." After speaking, he asked with some curiosity, "By the way, I still don't know what to call you." I smiled. "Yang Ming. We've traded once before. You sold me the Tang Hungdao forging blueprint. Hearing my name, Zhang Wei was initially stunned. Immediately afterward, excitement appeared on his face. So it was you. Boss, what a coincidence. Selling the Tang Hengdao forging blueprint to you was definitely the best decision I've made since arriving on the battlefield of 10,000 races. After learning each other's identities, much of the unfamiliarity between us instantly disappeared. Zhang Wei immediately opened the system interface and transferred the two items to me. Transaction successful. You have received an excellent quality item, snakebone fished. You have received a fine quality item, Crimson Fire Spear Forging Blueprint. Boss, this is the compensation I promised you. The snakebone fish and the Crimson Fire Spear Forging Blueprint. Nothing is missing. After confirming that the transaction was complete, Zhang Wei patted his chest. Boss, if you ever need any special resources in the future, you can also come to me. I'm not particularly skilled at direct combat, but finding treasures and gathering resources are my specialties. I became somewhat curious. Did you awaken an A-rank support talent? Zhang Wei shook his head. Not A-rank. I awakened two B-rank talents. The first is called Luck Enhancement. It can increase my luck to a certain extent. The second is called Random Double Drop. Whenever I kill a monster or complete a mission, there's a chance I'll receive an additional copy of the reward. So that was the reason. No wonder Zhang Wei had obtained so many valuable items after only 6 days on the battlefield of 10,000 races. Luck Enhancement combined with Random Double Drop. The effects of these two talents working together were probably no weaker than an ordinary A-rank talent. As long as Zhang Wei survived and continued developing, he would certainly never lack resources in the future. I looked around and suddenly noticed something else. Although Zhang Wei's territory wasn't large, its buildings were arranged in an orderly manner. The residential, warehouse, production, and defensive districts were all clearly divided. Even the roads within the territory had been carefully planned. Compared with this place, manhwaresumen city was larger and had a greater population, but its layout appeared somewhat chaotic. Your territory is very well planned. Do you possess an urban construction blueprint? Zhang Wei shook his head. No. I designed all of these layouts myself. He paused briefly before explaining. Back on Blue Star, I was a first-year graduate student at Wadaiku University. I majored in finance, management, and psychology. I also minored in civil engineering and mechanical and electrical engineering. Infrastructure planning for a territory of this scale isn't particularly difficult for me. After hearing his introduction, I couldn't help examining him from head to toe. Zhang Wei looked extremely young. There was even a hint of childishness remaining on his face. You look like you're younger than me. You're already a first-year graduate student? Zhang Wei nodded. I'm 18 this year. My birthday is in December. 18 years old. A first-year graduate student. Simultaneously studying finance, management, psychology, civil engineering, and mechanical and electrical engineering. Even in a place filled with geniuses, this fellow would undoubtedly rank among the very best. No wonder the system had allowed him to awaken two B-rank talents simultaneously. Impressive. I sincerely gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Wei smiled somewhat bashfully. If you need an urban planning blueprint, boss, I can design one based on the conditions within your territory. However, drawing a complete blueprint will take some time. No problem. I nodded. Once it's finished, send it to me through the friend system. You also don't need to worry about compensation. I won't make you work for nothing. All right. Zhang Wei readily agreed. Afterward, we spoke for a while longer. Zhang Wei's territory had suffered severe damage. The most important tasks at the moment were treating the wounded, extinguishing the fires, and rebuilding the outer defenses. I left him some medical supplies and assigned several soldiers to help eliminate the remaining enemies. Once everything was done, I bid him farewell. The snakebone fish was already in my possession. Next, it was time to return to Jade Spirit Lake and deal with the 3 Blackrock giant bears. As long as the plan succeeded, I would obtain my first level 3 resource field. Just thinking about how Jade Spirit Lake could continuously produce fine quality and excellent quality fish made it impossible to suppress my anticipation. Everyone assemble. We're returning to Jade Spirit Lake. After leaving Zhang Wei's territory, I led the army back along our original route. The group advanced rapidly. Only 10 minutes later, we returned to the vicinity of Jade Spirit Lake. When we were approximately 1,000 meters from the lake, I ordered all the soldiers to stop. Without my command, no one is allowed to approach Jade Spirit Lake. Remain here and await further orders. As you command. The 2,800 soldiers quickly dispersed and concealed themselves among the surrounding woods and grass. The Blackrock giant bears could possess as much as 400 points of combat power. Before them, ordinary soldiers would be little different from people throwing their lives away. More importantly, the Blackrock giant bears possessed hardening and beast soul incarnation. Once they activated those skills, ordinary soldiers wouldn't even be able to penetrate their defenses. In the face of an absolute gap in strength, superior numbers would find it difficult to produce their intended effect. Therefore, I could only execute the next part of the plan alone. I lowered my body and concealed my presence. Using the surrounding trees and boulders as cover, I cautiously approached Jade Spirit Lake. Eventually, I stopped approximately 500 meters from the lake and hid behind a boulder more than 2 meters tall. This position provided a perfect view of the 3 Blackrock giant bears. They were still guarding the vicinity of Jade Spirit Lake. One was lying beside the lake, asleep. The other 2 occasionally slapped the water with their paws, attempting to catch the large fish within. After confirming they hadn't discovered me, I opened the system warehouse and took out the snakebone fish I had just obtained. The instant the snakebone fish appeared, an indescribably fresh fragrance washed over me. It smells incredible. I subconsciously swallowed. The fragrance was extremely unusual. It carried both the characteristic freshness of fish and an invigorating aroma that refreshed the mind. A single whiff was enough to make my mouth water. The snakebone fish wasn't particularly large, weighing only around 10 gene. Its body was long and slender, with exquisite blue and white patterns covering its surface. Its translucent flesh was as clear as crystal, and faint blue light flowed within it. Even without any cooking, the aroma it released was enough to surpass that of most delicacies. Excellent quality ingredients truly are extraordinary. I couldn't even imagine what kind of delicacy a top chef could create from this snakebone fish. No wonder the Blackrock giant bears were so obsessed with high-quality fish. If my plan failed, this priceless snakebone fish would be wasted for nothing. However, as long as I could occupy Jade Spirit Lake, any price would be worthwhile. Whether I can capture this level 3 resource field depends on you. I didn't immediately release the snakebone fish. One fish alone wasn't enough to completely deal with 3 Blackrock giant bears. My true plan was to drug its flesh. The Blackrock giant bears weren't particularly intelligent, and they were extremely fond of fish. Defeating them in a direct confrontation would be exceedingly difficult. Poisoning them was undoubtedly the simplest and most effective method. I opened the system interface, entered the trading section, and began searching for medicine with a powerful anesthetic effect. The trading section contained an enormous number of items. All kinds of medicinal herbs, venoms, and special items created a dazzling display. After filtering through the listings for 5 minutes, I finally found an herb that suited my requirements. Name: Mandrake. Quality: fine. Description: a special herb that grows in swamps. Its sap contains a large quantity of anesthetic compounds. Consuming more than 5 milliliters at once will rapidly induce a deep coma. Mandrake was only a fine quality herb. When used against excellent quality Blackrock giant bears, its effects might not be as powerful as the description suggested. However, it was already the most suitable drug available in the trading section. The seller's asking price wasn't low. After some bargaining, I ultimately exchanged 10 gene of fine-quality Skyhorn Azure Bull meat for 2 mandrakes. Transaction complete. You have received fine-quality herb, mandrake times 2'd. I took out the mandrakes and thoroughly crushed them. A large amount of dark purple liquid seeped from their roots and stems, releasing a pungent odor. To prevent the Blackrock giant bears from noticing, I cut several openings into the snakebone fish and poured all the herbal liquid deep into its flesh. Afterward, I gently massaged the flesh, allowing the liquid to permeate it completely. The snakebone fish's natural fragrance was extremely intense. Before long, it completely concealed the mandrake's pungent odor. Now we'll see whether it works. To be honest, I wasn't completely confident. The snakebone fish was extremely valuable. If the mandrake failed to affect the Blackrock giant bears, I would not only lose an excellent quality fish, but also have to face 3 enraged giant bears. However, no plan could ever be entirely without risk. I held my breath and used the surrounding terrain as cover, advancing little by little. At a position approximately 300 meters from the Blackrock giant bears, I found a relatively open patch of ground and gently placed the snake-bone fish there. Then I immediately withdrew along my original route and hid behind the boulder again. The snake-bone fish's fragrance continuously spread on the gentle breeze. Its aroma was already exceptionally tempting. After only a short while, it drifted toward Jade Spirit Lake. The three Blackrock giant bears beside the lake simultaneously twitched their noses. Immediately afterward, their eyes snapped open. Roar! The largest Blackrock giant bear rolled over and stood up, raising its head to release an excited roar. The other two Blackrock giant bears also became restless. They continuously sniffed the air, saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths. To the Blackrock giant bears, fish was already an irresistible delicacy. The allure of an excellent quality snake-bone fish was magnified to an even greater extreme. Roar! Roar! The three Blackrock giant bears anxiously paced around, following the fragrance in search of its source. Before long, they discovered the snake-bone fish I had placed in the clearing. At that instant, the eyes of all three Blackrock giant bears turned red. They charged toward the snake-bone fish at the same time. Heavy bear paws slammed against the ground one after another. The earth trembled slightly, and clumps of dirt flew in every direction beneath their feet. The fastest of the three was the largest Blackrock giant bear. Possessing an overwhelming advantage in strength, it reached the snake-bone fish first and snatched it up with one paw. However, before it could stuff the fish into its mouth, the other two Blackrock giant bears charged from behind. Fearless charge. Both giant bears activated their skills simultaneously. Their speed and attack power instantly increased by 50%. Like two moving hills, they slammed into the largest Blackrock giant bear. Bang! With a tremendous crash, the largest Blackrock giant bear was sent flying 5 or 6 meters. It hit the ground and rolled twice before quickly climbing back to its feet. Thanks to the powerful defense granted by hardening, it had suffered almost no damage. However, being attacked by both of its companions had thoroughly enraged it. Under normal circumstances, its superior size and combat power made it the undisputed leader of the three Blackrock giant bears. The other two had never dared to defy it. Yet now, its two subordinates had attacked it merely to compete for food. This was undoubtedly a challenge to its authority. Roar! The largest Blackrock giant bear threw back its head and roared. Strength surged through its limbs as it activated fearless charge as well. Its enormous body became like a heavy war chariot traveling at high speed, crashing toward the other two giant bears. Normally, the other two Blackrock giant bears would have backed down long ago. At that moment, however, the snake-bone fish's fragrance continued to stimulate their senses. Their desire for food had even overwhelmed their fear of their leader. They didn't retreat. Instead, both of them lunged forward. Boom! The three Blackrock giant bears instantly became locked in a vicious brawl. Every collision between their paws produced a dull, thunderous sound. Their sharp claws tore through fur, leaving deep wounds across each other's bodies. Whenever their massive bodies crashed into the ground, rocks were effortlessly crushed beneath them. Even the surrounding trees fell one after another during the battle. Hidden behind the boulder, I remained perfectly still and observed the fight. This was the first time I had witnessed excellent quality monsters fighting at full strength. Compared with them, ordinary predators on Blue Star were as docile as house cats. Any one of these Blackrock giant bears could easily kill an ordinary tiger. The battle between the three giant bears continued for half an hour. As time passed, their injuries became increasingly severe. The largest Blackrock giant bear was the strongest. Relying on its superior size and combat power, it was the first to bite through one of the other bears' throats. Immediately afterward, it endured the final bear's attack head-on and crushed its skull with a single paw. Bang! The second Blackrock giant bear collapsed heavily to the ground. The battle was finally over. The largest Blackrock giant bear stood between the corpses of its two companions, its entire body covered in blood. It had also suffered numerous wounds, and one of its eyes had even been clawed. Nevertheless, it was still the ultimate victor. Roar! The Blackrock giant bear threw back its head and released a victorious roar. Then, unable to wait any longer, it hurried toward the snake-bone fish. This time, there were no other blackrock giant bears left to compete with it. It could finally enjoy the excellent quality fish all by itself. The blackrock giant bear grabbed the snakebone fish and stuffed it directly into its mouth. Crunch, crunch. Its sharp teeth tore through flesh and bone. The delicious flavor of the snakebone fish caused it to completely overlook the mandrake sap hidden inside the flesh. In less than a minute, the entire tinging snakebone fish had been swallowed. The blackrock giant bear licked its paws contentedly. Then it dragged its wounded body toward Jade Spirit Lake. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps. After walking only a dozen meters, its body suddenly swayed. The mandrake's anesthetic effect had finally begun to take hold. The blackrock giant bear shook its head in confusion, seemingly unable to understand why it had suddenly become so drowsy. It tried to continue walking. However, its steps became increasingly unsteady, and its eyelids grew unbearably heavy. Finally, under my expectant gaze, its enormous body lost its balance. Boom! The blackrock giant bear collapsed heavily, sending a cloud of dust into the air. It struggled several times before finally losing consciousness completely. It worked. Unable to suppress my excitement any longer, I stepped out from behind the boulder. I had already prepared myself for the possibility that the plan might fail. After all, mandrake was only a fine-quality herb. The blackrock giant bear, meanwhile, was an excellent quality monster with a powerful physique and formidable skills. I hadn't expected the mandrake to actually work. I cautiously approached the blackrock giant bear and poked its body with my Tanghung Dao. There was no reaction. Then I used appraisal on it. Target: blackrock giant bear. Current status: severely injured, deeply unconscious. Estimated duration of unconsciousness: 6 hours. After confirming that the blackrock giant bear wouldn't awaken anytime soon, I finally relaxed completely. The other 2 blackrock giant bears had already died fighting each other. Although the final giant bear was still alive, it had fallen into a deep coma and wouldn't awaken for at least 6 hours. There were no longer any guardians near Jade Spirit Lake. Just then, the system's notification sounded in my mind. Ding! The Level 3 resource field, Jade Spirit Lake, has been detected in an unclaimed state. Would you like to occupy it immediately? Occupy it. Without the slightest hesitation, I immediately made my choice. This was a Level 3 resource field. Once it was incorporated into Huaxia City, I would gain a continuous supply of fine quality and excellent quality fish. Huaxia City would also take another major step toward meeting the requirements for promotion to special grade. Occupation procedure initiated. Establishing territorial connection. Occupation successful. You have incorporated the Level 3 resource field, Jade Spirit Lake, into Huaxia City's territory. As the owner of Jade Spirit Lake, you have the right to view information on every species of fish within the lake, as well as the corresponding methods of capture. Excitement immediately appeared in my eyes when I heard the notification. The Level 3 resource field was finally mine. As long as it was managed properly, Huaxia City would possess an endless supply of high-quality fish. Whether they were used to cultivate soldiers or traded for other precious resources, the profits would be immeasurable. I turned my gaze toward the shimmering surface of the lake. With a thought, a stream of information rapidly appeared before my eyes. Name: dragon-patterned fish. Quality: fine. Effect: consumption directly increases combat power by 1 to 5 points and carries an extremely low chance of comprehending a skilled. Capture method: fishing. Dragon-patterned fruit must be used as bait. Ordinary bait cannot attract dragon-patterned fish. Eating it could directly increase combat power. Although the increase wasn't particularly large, as long as Jade Spirit Lake produced enough dragon-patterned fish, they could be used to cultivate Huaxia City's elite soldiers in large numbers. More importantly, eating dragon-patterned fish also granted a chance of comprehending a skill. Even if the probability was extremely low, enough attempts would still allow Huaxia City to cultivate a large number of soldiers with skills. Good stuff. I couldn't help smiling. Although dragon-patterned fruit was also rare, now that I knew its name and purpose, I would have a chance to purchase it in bulk from the trading section. My gaze continued sweeping across Jade Spirit Lake. Soon, information about another type of fish appeared before me. Name: Jade Bamboo Fish. Quality: excellent. Effect: Consumption directly increases combat power by 20 to 50 points and grants a chance of comprehending a skill, as well as an extremely low chance of awakening a second talent. My breathing quickened when I saw this. 20 to 50 points of combat power from a single fish. Calling such an effect powerful would be an understatement. An ordinary soldier who ate a single jade bamboo fish might immediately rise to an entirely new level of combat power. Moreover, the jade bamboo fish could not only increase combat power, but also grant a chance of comprehending a skill, and even an extremely low chance of awakening a second talent. Even if the probability of awakening a second talent was pitifully low, the value of the jade bamboo fish remained immeasurable. If I could obtain 10, dozens, or even hundreds of jade bamboo fish, I could use them to create a truly elite army. At that thought, I eagerly looked toward the final section. Capture method. Jade bamboo fish are an extremely unusual species. Ordinary fishing methods cannot capture them. Only when a woman who meets certain conditions immerses both feet in the lake will there be a chance of attracting jade bamboo fished. Depending on the fisher's constitution, bloodline, and talents, the flavor and beneficial effects of the jade bamboo fish after cooking will also vary slightly. After reading the description, I fell silent for a moment. What kind of bizarre capture method was this? Other fish required fishing rods, bait, or nets. Yet the jade bamboo fish had to be attracted through such an unusual method. Is this fish even respectable? The corners of my mouth twitched slightly. However, the battlefield of 10,000 races was boundless and contained countless strange creatures. Some exotic beasts fed on fire, while certain plants devoured flesh and blood. In comparison, the existence of a fish with an unusual capture method didn't seem entirely unreasonable. As long as the method was safe and effective, and whoever participated did so voluntarily, it was worth trying. After all, the effects of the jade bamboo fish were simply too powerful. Even capturing one occasionally would be an enormous gain for Huaxia City. After reviewing Jade Spirit Lake's information, I returned my attention to the Blackrock giant bear beside me. The final Blackrock giant bear remained deeply unconscious. It lay motionless on the ground, breathing heavily and steadily. Every exhalation sent dust rolling across the ground. Although I had already occupied Jade Spirit Lake, this hidden threat had yet to be completely eliminated. The Blackrock giant bear was merely unconscious, not dead. Once the mandrake's effects wore off, it would awaken again. Given its violent temperament, it would inevitably attack the soldiers stationed at Jade Spirit Lake. Holding my Tangheng Dao, I walked around the Blackrock giant bear. Its black fur was as hard as steel needles, while the surface of its skin was covered by a rock-like layer of keratin. Combined with its passive hardening skill, its defensive ability had reached an utterly terrifying level. With my current combat power, even if I aimed at its most vulnerable spot, the neck, and slashed with all my strength, I might still be unable to kill it. A more likely outcome was that the Tangheng Dao would fail to withstand the immense recoil and snap in half. I can't kill it, but I can't leave it here forever either. I have to find a way to deal with it once and for all. I frowned and fell into thought. Poison? The Blackrock giant bear's constitution was too powerful. Ordinary poisons might be ineffective. Throw it into Jade Spirit Lake and drown it. Given the giant bear's physical strength, it might survive underwater for several hours, even while unconscious. It could also contaminate the lake. Dig a pit and bury it alive. That wasn't reliable enough either. While I was considering possible solutions, the image of an ancient altar burning with cyan flames suddenly appeared in my mind. The evil god altar? That's right. How could I have forgotten about it? Since Huaxia City's current strength wasn't sufficient to kill the Blackrock giant bear, I could deliver it to a more powerful existence. The evil god altar accepted high-quality flesh and blood offerings. As an excellent quality exotic beast, the Blackrock giant bear perfectly met the sacrificial requirements. As long as I delivered it to the altar, someone else would naturally dispose of this problem for me. I might even obtain a reward from the evil god altar in return. 2 birds with 1 stone. That's what I'll do. After making my decision, I turned around, drew a deep breath, and shouted at the top of my lungs. Everyone, assemble at Jade Spirit Lake immediately. My voice traveled far across the empty wilderness. The soldiers waiting 1,000 meters away soon emerged from the forests and grasslands after hearing my order, quickly moving toward my position. Before long, the entire force had assembled. "Greetings, my lord." Nearly 3,000 soldiers saluted simultaneously, their unified voices echoing across the lakeshore. I swept my gaze across them and issued an order. "Everyone with combat power of 31 points or higher, step forward." Yes. Accompanied by orderly footsteps, the troops quickly divided into two groups. To my surprise, as many as 2,000 soldiers possessed combat power of 31 points or higher. Jade Spirit Lake was a level 3 resource field of immense value. If news of it leaked, other lords or nearby foreign races might come to seize it. Therefore, I had to leave enough soldiers behind to guard this place. I examined the 2,000 soldiers and soon noticed a powerfully built man. His combat power had reached 36 points, the highest among all the ordinary soldiers. "You, step forward." The muscular man took several steps forward and knelt on one knee. "My lord." I raised my hand and pointed at Jade Spirit Lake behind me. "Starting today, I appoint you as the commander responsible for Jade Spirit Lake. The 2,000 soldiers remaining here will temporarily be placed under your command. You have only one mission: protect Jade Spirit Lake. Whether they are exotic beasts, foreign races, or other lords, no one is allowed to approach this place without my permission." The muscular man looked solemn and struck his right fist heavily against his chest. "Rest assured, my lord, as long as I remain alive, I will never allow an enemy to take even half a step into Jade's Spirit Lake." At this point, he paused briefly. "However, I no longer remember my name. I only remember that my surname is Zhang. After my homeland fell, we were imprisoned in a dark cage, and our memories of the past were forcibly erased. Now only a few vague fragments remain." My heart sank slightly when I heard this. This was the price of losing a national fortune war. Nations fell, families were destroyed, and civilizations were extinguished. The survivors not only became slaves, but even had their homelands, loved ones, and former names taken from them. After a moment of silence, I slowly asked, "Do you still want to return to your homeland?" The muscular man abruptly raised his head. A determined light instantly ignited within his previously confused eyes. "Yes, even if I no longer remember my homeland's name or the faces of my family, I still want to return. If my homeland has already been destroyed, I'll rebuild it with my own hands. If my enemies are still alive, I'll make them repay their blood debt." His voice wasn't loud, but it contained a conviction as unshakable as a mountain. I looked into his eyes and nodded gently. "Since you only remember that your surname is Zhang, I'll give you a new name. Starting today, you will be called Zhang Lingfeng. As long as you render enough meritorious service to Huaxia City, once I possess sufficient power, I will help you search for your homeland and rebuild your home." Zhang Lingfeng's body trembled. Immediately afterward, he placed his right fist over his chest and saluted solemnly. "Thank you for granting me a name, my lord. From this day forward, I, Zhang Lingfeng, am willing to become the blade in your hand and the shield before you. At your command, I will never retreat, even if a mountain of blades and a sea of flames lie ahead." The system notification sounded immediately afterward. Ding! Zhang Lingfeng's loyalty toward you has increased to 100 points. Because a survivor of a foreign race has developed an absolute sense of belonging toward Huaxia civilization, Huaxia's national fortune has increased by 40 points. The unexpected reward left me momentarily stunned. Merely giving Zhang Lingfeng a name and making him a promise had earned me 40 points of national fortune. However, after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't that strange. A name represented identity. A promise represented hope. To someone who had lost both his homeland and memories, these things were far more meaningful than ordinary resources. I opened the system warehouse, took out a soldier enhancement talisman, and handed it to Zhang Lingfeng. "Place this on your body and absorb the power within." Zhang Lingfeng currently possessed only 36 points of combat power. Even with 2,000 soldiers assisting him, defending a level 3 resource field still carried considerable risk. Since I had decided to make him responsible for Jade Spirit Lake, I needed to increase his strength. "As you command." Zhang Lingfeng accepted the soldier enhancement talisman and placed it against his arm. The instant it touched his skin, The talisman transformed into a ray of golden light and merged with his body. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Zhang Lingfeng. His muscles became even more solid, and his already muscular body grew taller once again. Rock-like patterns vaguely appeared across his skin. Several seconds later, the enhancement was complete. Name: Zhang Lingfeng. Identity: Warrior of Huaxia City, Commander of the Jade Spirit Lake Guards. Loyalty: 100. Combat Power: 85. Potential: 2 stars. Talent: Bedrock. Talent Rank: C. Passive Effect: increases the user's defense by 50%. Active Effect: summons a defensive barrier. Enemies within the area covered by the barrier have their overall combat power reduced by 20%. He actually awakened a talent. My eyes lit up. With 85 points of combat power and the C-rank Bedrock talent, Zhang Lingfeng's actual defensive capabilities were undoubtedly far superior to those of an ordinary fine-quality creature. More importantly, Bedrock didn't simply strengthen its user. The defensive barrier it summoned could reduce the overall combat power of every enemy within its range. In a large-scale defensive battle, this kind of group-weakening ability could produce an extremely powerful effect. The Soldier Enhancement Talisman had been well spent. Zhang Lingfeng, I'll leave Jade Spirit Lake in your hands. Don't disappoint me. Zhang Lingfeng saluted once again. This subordinate will defend Jade Spirit Lake to the death. After arranging the defenses, I ordered the remaining soldiers to take out over a dozen thick ropes and tightly bind the Blackrock giant bear's limbs and body. Then, nearly 1,000 soldiers exerted their strength simultaneously and began dragging it toward Huaxia City. Naturally, I wouldn't waste the other 2 dead Blackrock giant bears either. Their hides, flesh, bones, and claws were all excellent quality materials. Whether used to forge equipment, eaten, or traded, they were all extremely valuable. I ordered the soldiers to construct 2 simple sleds and transport both giant bear corpses with us. Half an hour later, the group returned to Huaxia City. The moment the 3 enormous Blackrock giant bears appeared outside the city gates, they caused a tremendous commotion. Residents gathered around one after another, staring at the gigantic creatures with curiosity and astonishment. What kind of monster is that? I've never seen a black bear this enormous. One of its teeth is thicker than my arm. Could it be an excellent quality exotic beast? Even monsters like these can be subdued by our Lord. The crowd discussed excitedly. Everyone's eyes were filled with awe and admiration as they looked at me. Huaxia City residents' sense of belonging has increased slightly. Huaxia City residents' average loyalty has increased slightly. Upon receiving the news, Chun Jian immediately brought people to welcome me at the city gates. My lord, I pointed toward the 2 dead Blackrock giant bears. Chun Jian, send these 2 Blackrock giant bear corpses to the warehouse. Until we fully understand their specific uses, no one is allowed to cut them apart carelessly, much less waste any of the materials. Chun Jian nodded solemnly. Rest assured, my lord, I'll personally take responsibility for them. After arranging for the 2 corpses to be stored, I didn't remain in Huaxia City for long. The Blackrock giant bear would remain unconscious for only 6 hours. A considerable amount of time had already passed since it ate the snakebone fish. I had to deliver it to the evil god altar before it awakened. Continue moving. Nearly 1,000 soldiers pulled on the ropes once more. Although the road was rough and uneven, the Mandrake's effects remained extremely powerful. The Blackrock giant bear continued sleeping soundly, showing no sign of awakening. It had no idea that it was being dragged step by step toward the true land of death. 2 hours later, through the combined efforts of nearly 1,000 soldiers, the Blackrock giant bear, weighing 2,500 kilograms, was finally transported to the vicinity of the evil god altar. A colossal black altar stood in the center of the ruins. Cyan flames burned continuously along its edges. Strangely, those flames brought no warmth. Instead, they made the surrounding air abnormally cold. The altar's surface was covered in ancient runes. The runes flickered between light and darkness, slowly writhing as though they were alive. Collapsed buildings, shattered statues, and large numbers of weathered white bones could be seen everywhere. Guards wearing black armor patrolled the altar's surroundings. Even from more than 1,000 meters away, I could still sense the terrifying pressure emanating from the evil god altar. Every ordinary guard here was a rare quality existence. If conflict broke out between us, even if every soldier in Huaxia City mobilized, not merely the 1,000 I had brought, we still wouldn't be able to defeat them. My lord, one of the soldiers swallowed nervously. Are we really going to approach that altar? Those guards seemed to have already noticed us. The soldiers' faces were visibly tense. This wasn't cowardice. It was the instinctive fear that a weak life form experienced when facing a superior being. I raised my hand and signaled everyone to remain calm. Don't panic. We didn't come here to attack the evil god altar. Continue forward. After receiving the order, the soldiers could only suppress their fear and continue dragging the Blackrock giant bear forward. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. When the group reached a position approximately 300 meters from the altar, a terrifying scene suddenly unfolded. All the guards patrolling nearby stopped simultaneously. The next second, they turned their heads in perfect unison. Pairs of cold, eerie eyes all fell upon us. Invisible pressure swept toward us like a tidal wave. Several soldiers with lower combat power turned pale and began trembling uncontrollably. Even though my combat power had reached 150 points with the Tang Hengdao's enhancement, my chest still felt heavy, and breathing became difficult. I immediately raised my hand and ordered the group to stop. Then I drew a deep breath and shouted toward the altar. Followers of the evil god Aminos, we bear no ill will, nor are we your enemies. I am Yang Ming, Lord of Huaxia City. Today, I have brought an offering to present to the great evil god Aminos. My voice spread into the distance. When they heard the word offering, the hostility emanating from the surrounding guards weakened considerably. A moment later, the guards voluntarily separated to either side. An elderly figure dressed in pure black formal attire and holding a skeletal staff slowly walked out from among them. His lower body was no different from that of an ordinary human, but a demonic goat's head grew from his upper body. His curved horns were covered in runes. His dark green eyes resembled two masses of burning ghostly fire. Human, are you also a follower of the great Lord Aminos? The old man's voice was exceptionally hoarse. It sounded as though two rough pieces of metal were scraping against each other. I instinctively used appraisal on him. Name, demonic goat priest. Class, evil spirit mage. Quality, perfect. Combat power, unknown. Warning, the difference in strength between the two parties is too great. Detailed attributes cannot be viewed. Talent, unknown. Skills, unknown. Perfect quality. A storm raged through my heart. This was the first perfect quality existence I had encountered since entering the battlefield of 10,000 races. Even though he was merely standing there without actively releasing his power, the pressure he exerted far surpassed that of the Blackrock giant bear. Human, answer my question. The demonic goat priest raised his staff, his tone turning cold. Otherwise die. I immediately suppressed my shock and pointed toward the Blackrock giant bear behind me. That's right. I am an admirer of Lord Aminos. This Blackrock giant bear is the tribute I prepared for the evil god. The demonic goat priest shifted his gaze toward the unconscious Blackrock giant bear. After sensing the bear's vitality, his stern expression finally relaxed slightly. An excellent quality exotic beast. Although its quality isn't particularly high, it barely satisfies the minimum sacrificial requirements. The demonic goat priest looked at me again. Human, you have come with sincerity. The great Lord Aminos will remember your contribution. After speaking, he slowly raised his staff. Two masses of ghostly green fire suddenly appeared inside the eye sockets of the skull at the staff's tip. A ray of light shot from the staff and instantly enveloped the Blackrock giant bear. The next second, its massive, 2,500 kilogram body left the ground and slowly floated upward. The Blackrock giant bear rose higher and higher. Eventually, it flew above the evil god altar and fell into the blazing cyan flames. Boom! The flames instantly surged. The Blackrock giant bear finally awakened from its coma. However, before it could even struggle, its enormous body rapidly disintegrated within the cyan flames, transforming into countless points of light that were completely absorbed by the altar. In only a few seconds, the Blackrock giant bear vanished without a trace. Not even a single speck of ash remained. At the same time, A series of system notifications sounded. Sacrifice successful. Your offering has satisfied the evil god Aminos. The evil god Aminos' favorability toward you has increased by 5 points. Huaxiao City and the evil god altar have formally established diplomatic relations. Current diplomatic relationship, cooperative. You can continue increasing the evil god Aminos' favorability by sacrificing high-quality flesh and blood offerings. When favorability reaches 60 points, you will receive one instance of military support from the evil god's army. Military support from the evil god's army. My heart stirred. Even a random guard near the altar was a rare quality existence. If I could call upon an army like this to assist Huaxiao City in battle, it would become an extremely powerful trump card. The only problem was that cooperating with an evil god inherently carried tremendous risks. Aminos clearly wasn't a benevolent existence. If I failed to demonstrate sufficient value, this so-called cooperative relationship could change at any moment. I had to use the evil god altar to strengthen myself while remaining sufficiently vigilant. After the sacrifice ended, the demonic goat priest's attitude toward me became noticeably friendlier. Lord Yongming. The Blackrock giant bear you offered suits Lord Aminos' tastes very well. If you are willing to offer more high-quality sacrifices in the future, I can exchange certain precious items for them. As soon as he finished speaking, another system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered the C-rank mission, the Demonic Goat Priest Trade. Mission objective: sacrifice no fewer than 15 excellent quality exotic beasts to the evil god Aminos within 30 days. Current progress, January 15th. Mission reward: 1 random excellent quality forging blueprint. Failure penalty: the evil god altar's favorability will decrease significantly, and you may be attacked by the evil god's followers. 15 excellent quality exotic beasts in exchange for 1 excellent quality forging blueprint. At first glance, the price seemed extremely high. However, exotic beasts were consumables, while an excellent quality forging blueprint could be used continuously. As long as I possessed sufficient materials, I would be able to produce an endless supply of excellent quality equipment. Furthermore, sacrificing excellent quality exotic beasts would itself increase the evil god Aminos' favorability toward me. If I successfully completed the mission, not only would I obtain a forging blueprint, but I might also establish a more secure cooperative relationship. No matter how I calculated it, the exchange was worthwhile. I accept this mission. Without hesitation, I agreed. The demonic goat priest grinned, revealing a smile that looked uglier than crying. Very good. Lord Yongming, thank you for your cooperation. To express my sincerity, I will allow you to select 1 guard from the altar's outer perimeter to temporarily protect your territory. However, you must remember that the evil god altar's guard can participate only in defensive battles. He cannot accompany you in launching attacks against other factions. My heart immediately began beating faster when I heard this. Every guard here was rare quality. Bringing even one of them back would increase Huaxiao City's defensive power by several levels. I forcibly suppressed my excitement and began observing the surrounding guards. After examining them for a while, my gaze finally settled on a human man. He was nearly 2 meters tall, wore dark red armor, and carried a heavy halberd. Compared with the hideous monsters around him, his appearance was almost identical to that of an ordinary human. The only difference was that dark red flames burned within his eyes. Name: Yang Fifan. Identity: Guard of the Evil God Altar. Race: Human. Quality: Rare. Potential: 5 stars. Combat power: 1026. Description: he was once a demon-slaying warrior with an unwavering human will. He followed the hero Aminos into battle against the demons of hell. Later, for unknown reasons, both the hero and his followers fell into corruption. The young man who slaughtered demons ultimately became the very thing he hated most. Talent: Heart of the Hero. Rank: B. Effect: as long as his conviction has not completely disappeared, his physical body possesses an extraordinarily powerful regenerative ability. In theory, as long as his core is not instantly destroyed, he can continue recovering. Skill 1: Heaven-Scorching Flames. Rank: B. Effect: manipulates flames to inflict continuous damage on enemies across a large area. Skill 2: Wrath of the Flame Dragon. Rank: B. Effect. Summons a colossal flame dragon to assist in battle. The flame dragon's duration and combat power depend on the user's current condition. 1,026 points of combat power. I couldn't help drawing a sharp breath. The Blackrock Giant Bear's peak combat power was only 400 points, yet I had already been helpless against it. Yang Fifen's combat power, however, had reached an astonishing 1,026 points. In addition, he possessed a B-rank talent and 2 powerful B-rank skills. Even if he couldn't accompany me in actively attacking other factions, his presence alone would be enough to deter the vast majority of enemies from approaching Huaxia City. I choose him. I raised my hand and pointed toward Yang Fifen. The demonic goat priest nodded. Very well. He raised his staff and recited an obscure incantation. A dark green rune flew into Yang Fifen's forehead. The flames in Yang Fifen's eyes flickered slightly. Then he stepped forward and took his place behind me. Yang Fifen has been temporarily added to Huaxia City's defensive forces. Yang Fifen can participate in defensive battles only within Huaxia City and its affiliated territories. He cannot be dispatched on missions to actively attack other factions. The demonic goat priest lowered his staff, and his voice became cold once again. Lord Yangming, do not forget our trade. If you fail to complete the sacrificial mission within 30 days, Lord Aminos's wrath will sweep across your territory. My expression remained unchanged in the face of his threat. Don't worry. I'll deliver all 15 excellent quality exotic beasts. Given Huaxia City's current rate of development, hunting 15 excellent quality exotic beasts within a month would be difficult, but not impossible. Moreover, I could purchase excellent quality exotic beast corpses through the trading section. The system required only that I sacrifice them. It never said I had to hunt them personally. After receiving my answer, the demonic goat priest said nothing more. I turned around and led my army away from the altar. Yang Fifen carried his halberd and silently followed at the rear of the group. From beginning to end, his expression never changed. He seemed like nothing more than a combat puppet that obeyed orders. However, I didn't mind. As long as he performed his duty and helped Huaxia City repel its enemies, that was enough. The gains I had made today far exceeded my expectations. The Crimson Fire Spear Forging Blueprint. The Level 3 Resource Field, Jade Spirit Lake. Excellent quality exotic beast materials. And the rare quality guard Yang Fifen, whose combat power exceeded 1,000 points. Any one of these things would have been enough to send an ordinary lord into ecstasy. Yet I had obtained all of them in a single day. By the time we left the evil god altar, evening was approaching. The setting sun slowly sank beneath the horizon. Weeds grew thick across the dim wilderness, while tall shadows occasionally flashed in the distance. The group maintained an orderly formation and rapidly advanced toward Huaxia City. Yang Fifen walked alone at the very rear. The nearby exotic beasts seemed to sense the terrifying aura emanating from him and never dared to approach. After half an hour of travel, a soldier scouting ahead suddenly ran back at full speed. Reporting, my lord. A group of goblins has been discovered 500 meters ahead. There are approximately 150 of them. They've also captured a group of humans. Goblins? I frowned slightly. Take me there. Yes. I raised my hand and gestured for the army to advance. Following the scout, the troops quickly climbed a low hill ahead. From the top of the hill, we had a clear view of the situation 500 meters away. More than 100 short, dark green-skinned goblins had gathered in the middle of the wasteland. They wore tattered leather armor and carried wooden clubs, stone axes, and rusty short blades. More than 20 young women stood trapped within the goblins' encirclement. They all wore robes of the same style, clearly indicating that they belonged to the same faction. After a fierce battle, most of them were injured. Their weapons had also been taken by the goblins, leaving them with no choice but to support one another as they huddled together. Chief, we really hit the jackpot this time. With this many captives, we can trade for plenty of food and weapons. Take them all back to the tribe. The goblins waved their weapons and cheered excitedly. The goblin leading them was much taller and stronger than the others. A crooked metal crown sat on its head, while a massive spiked club rested across its shoulder. The goblin chief looked over the captives and revealed a greedy smile. Tie them all up. With these captives, our tribe will grow even stronger. A young woman wearing a golden headdress stood protectively in front of the others and shouted angrily, "You despicable monsters! We are members of the Church of the Goddess of Light. If you dare harm us, the Church will never let you get away with it." The goblin chief sneered disdainfully. "The Goddess of Light. This is the wilderness. No one is coming to save you. Once we take you back to our tribe, you'll spend the rest of your lives as goblin slaves." The surrounded women turned even paler upon hearing those words. At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations. You have triggered the D-rank free mission, the Maiden and the Beast. This mission offers an extremely high degree of freedom. Different choices will lead to different outcomes. Choice A. Defeat the goblin army and rescue the captured humans. You will receive a mission reward and have a chance of gaining favorability with the Church of the Goddess of Light. Choice B. Stand by and do nothing. You will receive no reward but will not be exposed to any additional risk. Choice C. Assist the goblins in capturing the prisoners. You will gain favorability with the goblin tribe while becoming hostile toward the Church of the Goddess of Light. Choice D. Attack both sides and seize all resources. You will have a chance of obtaining the special title Wilderness Raider. Another mission? I was slightly surprised. My luck today was indeed excellent. As for which option to choose, there was no need to think about it. The members of the Church of the Goddess of Light were all human. Huaxia City also happened to be in desperate need of more people. Whether from the perspective of principles, immediate benefits, or long-term development, I had no reason to stand by and do nothing. I choose A. Choice confirmed. Mission objective: eliminate or drive off the goblins and rescue all survivors. After making my choice, I didn't attack immediately. Instead, I first used appraisal on the goblin chief. Name: Goblin Chief. Quality: fine. Combat power: 86. Skill: enlargement. Skill rank: E. Effect: allows the user to temporarily alter the size of certain parts of their body, causing them to swell or lengthen while simultaneously increasing attack power and defense. 86 points of combat power. To an ordinary soldier, the Goblin Chief could certainly be considered a powerful enemy. But to the current me, it posed no threat whatsoever. Besides, I had nearly 1,000 soldiers behind me. With nearly 1,000 men against slightly over 100 goblins, losing was practically impossible. All troops, heed my command. I drew my Tang Hung Dao and pointed toward the base of the hill. Attack. Destroy the goblins and rescue every captive. Kill. The soldiers unleashed a thunderous battle cry and charged down the hillside like floodwaters bursting through a dam. The dense pounding of footsteps caused the ground to tremble slightly. Naturally, such a massive commotion couldn't escape the goblins' notice. They turned their heads one after another. When they saw the large force of human soldiers charging down the hill, their previously excited expressions instantly turned to fear. A human army. Why are there so many of them? Chief, we're surrounded. The difference in troop numbers was simply too great. With slightly over 100 goblins facing nearly 1,000 human soldiers, they had almost no chance of winning. Even the goblin chief trembled in fear. However, instead of immediately abandoning its people and fleeing alone, it raised its spiked club and roared. Retreat. Everyone, split up and run. I'll hold them back. The goblin army immediately descended into chaos. Some goblins turned and fled into the wilderness, while others attempted to take the captives hostage. Unfortunately for them, the human army was already closing in from every direction. We gave them no chance to escape. The two sides quickly collided. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of clashing weapons rang out one after another. Most of the goblins' weapons were crude and poorly made. Compared with the Tang Hung Dao carried by Huaxia City soldiers, the difference in quality was enormous. The moment the two sides clashed, large numbers of wooden clubs and rusty short blades were cut apart on the spot. Immediately afterward, the soldiers of Huaxia City used their superior numbers to divide and surround the goblins. The battle lasted only 10 minutes. More than 100 goblins had already suffered devastating casualties, with fewer than 20 still resisting desperately. Don't stop. Break through. The goblin chief swung its spiked club and led the surviving goblins in a charge against the encirclement. It suddenly leaped into the air and brought its spiked club crashing down. Bang! Two human soldiers failed to dodge in time and were smashed to the ground. At the same time, the goblin chief's back was left completely exposed. Two Huaxia City soldiers seized the opportunity and thrust their Tang Hung Dao forward simultaneously. SHNK. The blades pierced through its leather armor and plunged deep into its back. Arg! The goblin chief roared in agony. It twisted around and swept its thick left arm outward, knocking both soldiers away. Immediately afterward, its spiked club came crashing down again, severely injuring two more soldiers who had rushed in front of it. As a fine-quality creature with 86 points of combat power, the goblin chief was indeed far stronger than an ordinary soldier. However, this was merely the desperate struggle of a cornered beast. No matter how fiercely it fought, it couldn't change the final outcome. Several more minutes passed, and the last few ordinary goblins fell one after another. The goblin chief was the only one left standing on the wasteland. Its body was covered in wounds. Blood dripped continuously from beneath its leather armor, and the hand clutching its spiked club trembled slightly. Despicable humans! You killed my people. I'll make you pay. The goblin chief's eyes turned bloodshot as it descended into complete madness. Enlargement. Its right arm rapidly swelled, becoming 3 times thicker within seconds. The spiked club in its hand tore through the air with terrifying force. Bang! 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 7 or 8 soldiers were knocked away in succession. Don't approach it alone. Attack simultaneously from different directions. Someone within the army immediately took command. Dozens of soldiers spread out and launched attacks against the goblin chief from every direction. Although the goblin chief was ferocious, it couldn't possibly defend against every direction at once. When it swung its spiked club again, a soldier charged from the side and plunged his Tang Hung Dao directly into its chest. The blade pierced through its heart. The goblin chief's body abruptly stiffened. Blood poured from the corner of its mouth. It tried to raise its spiked club. However, 2 other soldiers had already seized the opportunity to swing their blades and sever both of its arms. Finally, a soldier gripped his Tang Hung Dao with both hands and slashed down from the front. Swish! The goblin chief's head flew into the air. Its massive headless corpse swayed several times before collapsing heavily to the ground. The goblin chief has died. The goblin army has been completely eliminated. The first phase of the free mission, the Maiden and the Beast, has been completed. After the battle ended, the soldiers quickly inspected the battlefield and treated the wounded. The human women who had already fallen into despair looked at the dead goblins, then turned toward me at the base of the hill. Their eyes were filled with the excitement of surviving a disaster. We're saved. Someone really came to save us. Several of the young women embraced one another and wept. Then, a young woman wearing red and white priestly robes stepped out from the group. She had long, silky golden hair, delicate features, and a gentle, sacred presence. After approaching me, she placed both hands over her chest and bowed respectfully. Honored Lord, we are followers of the Church of the Goddess of Light. Thank you for saving us with your army. Your benevolent deed will surely earn the blessing of the Goddess of Light. The Church of the Goddess of Light. I looked at her curiously. At the same time, her attributes appeared before my eyes. Name, Anna. Identity, apprentice priestess of the Church of the Goddess of Light. Quality, fine. Combat power, 11. Potential, 3 stars. Talent, holy light healing. Talent rank, C. Effect, possesses a trace of healing power granted by the Goddess of Light, capable of healing most ordinary injuries. Even if the target's limbs have been severely damaged, as long as they are still alive, there is a chance of restoring them. A healer. My eyes immediately lit up when I saw Anna's talent. Huaxia City's population and army were continuing to grow, and the battles we faced would only become more frequent in the future. Yet even now, the territory still lacked an organized medical force. After soldiers were wounded, they usually had no choice but to rely on medicine and their own constitutions to recover slowly. If their injuries were too severe, they might even be left permanently disabled. Anna's arrival perfectly filled one of Huaxia City's greatest weaknesses. If I could convince her and the other members of the Church of the Goddess of Light to join Huaxia City, I could begin forming a proper medical team. To me, these human women captured by the goblins might be more than refugees in need of protection. They could very well become Huaxia City's first group of medical personnel. I revealed a friendly smile and said gently, "There's no need to thank me. Drawing one's blade to help those suffering injustice has always been a traditional virtue of the people of Huaxia. However, I'm rather curious. Since you're members of the Church of the Goddess of Light, how did you end up being captured by goblins in a place like this?" At the mention of this matter, the happiness on Anna's face gradually disappeared, replaced by deep sorrow. She lowered her head and remained silent for a moment before slowly explaining. "We originally lived in a small town 20 kilometers west of here. There was a branch of the Church of the Goddess of Light there, and most of the town's residents were followers of the goddess. But 5 days ago, an army of more than 1,000 demons suddenly invaded the town. The town's soldiers couldn't stop them. To preserve the last remaining members of the Church of the Goddess of Light, we had no choice but to flee the town. We planned to travel to another church branch 30 kilometers away and ask for reinforcements. But we never expected." Anna looked back at the goblin corpses scattered across the ground. She didn't finish speaking. However, the outcome was obvious. After escaping the demons' pursuit, they had encountered goblins along the way. I carefully examined Anna and the women behind her. Their faces and bodies were covered in dirt, and they all looked exhausted. Many of them had cracked lips, clearly indicating that they hadn't had a proper meal for a long time. In their current condition, let alone traveling another 30 kilometers, it was questionable whether they could even survive crossing the wilderness. "Miss Anna, forgive my bluntness, but in your current physical condition, attempting to travel another 30 kilometers would be no different from suicide." Anna pursed her lips tightly and clasped her hands against her chest. Naturally, she understood this as well. A moment later, Anna seemed to make a difficult decision. She raised her head and pleaded, "My lord, we originally had 10 guards escorting us, but they were all killed by the goblins while protecting us. Now, we have no one left to rely on. Therefore, I have an impertinent request. Would you be willing to shelter us temporarily?" I smiled inwardly upon hearing this. Those were exactly the words I had been waiting for. However, I didn't immediately reveal my thoughts. Instead, I calmly nodded. "Of course, Huaxiao City will never turn away those who have nowhere else to go. But I have one condition." Anna immediately became nervous. "What condition?" "You'll need to work for me." "Work for you?" Anna was momentarily stunned, and a trace of panic flashed through her eyes. She instinctively took half a step backward, her expression becoming tense and conflicted. Several seconds later, she closed her eyes as though resigning herself to her fate and said in a trembling voice, "As long as you're willing to shelter my companions, I'll agree to your request. No matter what you want me to do, I won't resist." Seeing her reaction, I immediately realized that she had misunderstood me. "What on earth are you thinking? What I mean is that I'll provide you with food, accommodation, and wages. In exchange, you'll work as a physician for Huaxia City and treat the territory's wounded. That's all." Anna abruptly opened her eyes. "A physician?" "That's right." I nodded. "Huaxia City has a large number of soldiers, and people are injured in battle every day. Your healing ability is extremely important to us. As long as you fulfill your duties, Huaxia City will protect not only you, but your companions as well." After hearing my explanation, the tension on Anna's face instantly disappeared, replaced by embarrassment and delight. "I'm sorry, my lord. I misunderstood you. Anna would be honored to become a physician of Huaxia City. I'll do everything in my power to heal every injured person." Anna's favorability toward you has increased. Anna has temporarily joined Huaxia City. Notice, Anna remains a follower of the Church of the Goddess of Light and has not formally joined Huaxia City's faction. Only temporarily? That wasn't a problem. As long as she witnessed Huaxia City's development and saw how its residents lived, I believed she would eventually choose to stay of her own free will. Afterward, I ordered the soldiers to clear the battlefield. Although the goblins weren't particularly powerful, they had still left behind a fair amount of loot. In addition to a collection of worn-out weapons and leather armor, they possessed a small number of copper coins, medicinal herbs, and food. The soldiers collected everything of value. Once the battlefield had been dealt with, the group resumed its journey toward Huaxia City. Along the way, I asked Anna about the others. Anna concealed nothing and gave me a detailed explanation of everyone's identities and abilities. Apart from Anna, 3 other young women had also been trained as clerics by the Church of the Goddess of Light. They possessed healing abilities as well. Although their healing effects were far inferior to Anna's and couldn't regenerate severed limbs, they could treat ordinary wounds, alleviate illness and pain, and accelerate a patient's recovery. If the four of them worked together, they could completely support Huaxia City's first clinic. Besides them, there was also a pair of twin cooks. The elder sister was named Lilith, while the younger sister was named Lilia. Not only did they look alike, but they also possessed special culinary skills that allowed them to process fine quality and even excellent quality ingredients. Food prepared by high-level cooks not only tasted better, but could also draw out more of the energy contained in the ingredients. For example, a portion of uncooked fine-quality demon wolf meat could increase the consumer's combat power by 1 to 5 points. After being prepared by a professional cook, that increase might rise to 2 to 7 points. The higher a cook's quality, the more effectively they could bring out an ingredient's beneficial effects. Moreover, preparing excellent quality exotic beast meat also required sufficiently advanced culinary skills. If an ordinary person carelessly roasted it, not only would they waste the power contained within the ingredient, but they might also fail to remove its toxins and impurities, causing the person who ate it to be injured. Based on this alone, the value of the twin cooks was no lower than Anna's. However, the person who attracted my attention most was a young woman wearing a red and white shrine maiden outfit. Her name was Tang Kiki. She wore a golden headdress and possessed fair skin and delicate features. Compared with the other refugees, although she looked equally disheveled, she consistently maintained a calm and composed bearing. According to Anna's introduction, Tang Kiki was a witch. More precisely, she was a witch who wielded weather-related abilities. Not only could she alter the weather within a certain area, but she could also produce artificial rainfall through special rituals, changing the weather and creating rainfall. My thoughts stirred. Huaxia City had already cultivated a considerable amount of farmland, and we would continue expanding the planting area in the future. However, crops required ample water. If Huaxia City encountered a drought, its grain production would inevitably plummet. If Tang Kiki could truly control rainfall, her strategic value would be no lower than that of a resource field. Medical personnel, professional cooks, and a weather witch. Although I hadn't rescued many people this time, every one of them was a rare talent. I need to find a way to make them willingly remain in Huaxia City. I silently made my decision. However, forcibly detaining them was out of the question. True talents were not slaves. Only by allowing them to develop a genuine sense of belonging toward Huaxia City would they be able to display their greatest potential. Before the sun completely set, the group finally returned safely to Huaxia City. The moment Yang Fifan stepped into the territory, the system issued a notification. Rare quality guard Yang Fifan has entered Huaxia City. Huaxia City's overall defensive capabilities have increased significantly. Yang Fifan can participate only in territorial defense and cannot carry out offensive missions. When the city's residents heard that I had returned, they gathered along both sides of the road to welcome me. Chen Jin also came to meet me immediately. Greetings, my lord. Was the territory attacked by any exotic beasts today? No. Chen Jin shook his head before continuing. However, another group of refugees arrived at Huaxia City this afternoon. There were approximately 60 of them. They were led by an elderly clan chief. An elderly clan chief? My eyes immediately lit up. As Huaxia City's population continued to grow, its administrative problems were becoming increasingly obvious. Chen Jian was skilled in combat and could handle certain simple affairs, but he wasn't a professional administrator. I had far too many matters to handle every day. I couldn't possibly waste all my time dealing with trivial issues such as disputes between residents and resource distribution. If this elderly clan chief possessed sufficient administrative ability, he could become the perfect assistant. Take me to see him. Yes. Under Chun Jian's guidance, I soon met the elderly clan chief. He was an old man dressed in cyan robes. His hair was already gray, and his body looked somewhat frail, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. Upon seeing me, the old man immediately knelt. Benevolent Lord, thank you for being willing to shelter us. We swear to the heavens that from this day forward, we will obey all of Huaxia City's laws and become your most loyal subjects. The old man looked deeply apprehensive, clearly afraid that I might drive them out of the territory. In the dangerous wilderness, A group of refugees without any fighting ability would find it extremely difficult to survive. Huaxiao City was their only hope. I used appraisal on the old man. Name: Carl. Identity: refugee clan chief. Quality: ordinary. Combat power: 4. Talent: public order. Talent rank: F. Effect: possesses relatively strong administrative and coordination abilities. When responsible for managing residents, slightly increases residents' happiness and reduces the crime rate within the area under his jurisdiction. As expected, he was an administrative talent. Although his talent was only F rank, it was exactly what Huaxia City needed to solve its current problems. You may rise. Thank you, my lord. Carl stood up, but continued maintaining a respectful posture. I didn't appoint him immediately. Instead, I first asked, Carl, you've been in Huaxia City for about half a day. Based on what you've observed, what aspects of Huaxia City's administrative system and residents' lives need improvement? Carl's eyes shifted slightly. He clearly understood that this was a test. Instead of answering immediately, Carl considered the question carefully. A moment later, he spoke cautiously. My lord, forgive my bluntness, but Huaxia City currently has quite a few problems. Continue. After receiving my permission, Carl explained. First is the current policy of distributing free food and housing. This policy is entirely reasonable during the territory's early stages, as it allows newly arrived residents to settle down quickly. However, as the population continues to grow, providing every resource for free will inevitably encourage laziness. Some people work hard every day, while others do nothing, yet both groups ultimately receive identical food and housing. Over time, the hardworking residents will inevitably become dissatisfied. Huaxia City should guarantee every resident's basic living needs, but food and housing of different standards should be distributed according to each person's position and contribution. I nodded gently. Carl's thoughts coincided with mine. Huaxia City originally had a small population, and everyone had been struggling to survive. Equal distribution had helped stabilize the people quickly. However, that method was suitable only for the early stages. As the population and resources increased, continuing to distribute everything equally would instead undermine the residents' motivation to work. Seeing that I didn't object, Carl continued. Second, Huaxia City should establish a currency system as soon as possible. Workers should receive compensation for their labor. They can then use that compensation to purchase better food, clothing, tools, and housing. This will not only encourage the residents to work, but also allow the territory's resources to circulate. In addition, Huaxia City must establish clear laws. The punishments for theft, robbery, assault, and destruction of territorial property must all be clearly defined beforehand. Only with explicit laws can administrators enforce them fairly, and only then will residents understand which actions are permitted and which are absolutely forbidden. Finally, a resident registration system must be established. The name, age, occupation, abilities, family members, and residence of every individual should be recorded. That way, my lord will be able to clearly understand Huaxia City's population and assign work appropriately. Carl offered more than a dozen suggestions in one breath. In addition to currency, laws, and household registration, he also raised issues concerning public sanitation, patrol systems, warehouse management, artisan compensation, and labor allocation. Although some details were imperfect, the overall direction was completely correct. At least for now, no one in Huaxia City was more suitable than him to manage these affairs. When he finished speaking, I nodded in satisfaction. Carl, your ideas are excellent. Starting today, I appoint you as Huaxia City's first magistrate. You will assist me in administering the territory. Are you willing to accept this position? Carl was stunned at first. Then his body began trembling with excitement. He knelt again and declared solemnly, Thank you for your trust, my lord. I am willing to serve you. I will do everything in my power to make Huaxia City more prosperous and stable. Carl has formally joined Huaxia City. Carl's loyalty toward you has increased to 90 points. Carl has received the position, Magistrate of Huaxia City. The talent, public order, has taken effect. Huaxia City residents' happiness has increased slightly. The probability of criminal incidents occurring in Huaxia City has decreased slightly. After the appointment was complete, I asked Qin Jian to take Carl to the residential district. They needed to issue several announcements that evening and begin compiling records of the population and their professions. As for more comprehensive laws and a currency system, those couldn't be completed overnight. They would have to be developed gradually. Once everything was arranged, I took Anna and the others to the smithy. Before we even entered, the rapid sounds of metal being struck came from inside. Clang, clang, clang. Flames surged within the forge. Cocolite, dressed in blue work clothes, stood before the forging platform. She swung her hammer repeatedly, striking a red-hot piece of metal. She was so absorbed in her work that she failed to notice even when I came up behind her. I looked at the finished weapons arranged beside the wall. 20 newly forged Tang Hung Dao had been neatly placed there. You actually forged 20 today? Only after hearing my voice did Cocolite finally notice me. She hurriedly put down her hammer, turned around, and saluted. My lord, I worked as hard as I could today. Are you satisfied with this level of efficiency? If you aren't, I can reduce my rest time in the future and try to forge 30 weapons every day. The young woman looked somewhat anxious, as though afraid that her efficiency wouldn't satisfy me. I smiled and shook my head. No, I'm very satisfied. 20 Tang Hung Dao in a single day is already far beyond what an ordinary blacksmith can accomplish. However, you don't need to overwork yourself merely to increase production. Your health is more important than a few additional weapons. What I need is a blacksmith who can serve Huaxia City for a long time, not someone who works herself to collapse within a few days. Cocolite stared at me in astonishment. Ever since becoming a blacksmith, the order she had heard most often was to work faster. No one had ever cared whether she was exhausted. Cocolite's loyalty toward you has increased. Deeply moved, Cocolite said softly, My lord, at noon today, I nearly succeeded in forging an excellent quality weapon. Unfortunately, I ran out of stamina at the end and failed to complete the most crucial quenching step. I'll work even harder in the future. I won't let your concern for me go to waste. An excellent quality weapon? My heart stirred. Cocolite was currently only a fine quality blacksmith, yet she could already attempt to forge excellent quality weapons. That alone was enough to prove that she possessed extremely high potential. With that thought, I opened the system warehouse and took out the final soldier enhancement talisman. Although it was called a soldier enhancement talisman, my previous experiences had already proven that it wasn't effective only on soldiers. As long as someone was a member of Huaxia City, they should be able to absorb the power within. I handed the enhancement talisman to Cocolite. Place it against your body. Absorb the power inside. Cocolite accepted the talisman with both hands. Although she didn't know what it was, she displayed no hesitation or doubt. She rolled up her sleeve and placed the talisman against her wrist. The instant the paper touched her skin, it transformed into a gentle blue light that enveloped her entire body. The members of the Church of the Goddess of Light, standing behind me, widened their eyes. Anna covered her mouth and exclaimed in disbelief. A holy talisman? Could this be a holy talisman capable of strengthening the body and increasing one's potential? You recognize this? I turned to look at her. Anna hurriedly nodded. I once saw something similar at an auction held in the capital of a kingdom. At the time, a similar holy talisman was sold for 5 gold coins. According to Anna, 3 main currencies circulated throughout this world: copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. 100 copper coins could be exchanged for 1 silver coin, while 100 silver coins could be exchanged for 1 gold coin. An ordinary person could work hard for an entire year and still fail to save a single gold coin. To Anna, 5 gold coins represented an unimaginable fortune. Looking at Cocolite, who remained enveloped in blue light, Anna couldn't help asking, My lord, you gave such a valuable treasure to her just like that? She truly couldn't understand. A holy talisman worth 5 gold coins would be enough to provoke countless people to fight over it, even in a prosperous city. Yet after taking it out, I had handed it to a young blacksmith without the slightest hesitation. What's so strange about that? I smiled faintly. Cocolite has forged a large number of weapons for Huaxia City. Strengthening her abilities is the same as strengthening Huaxia City. Within my territory, regardless of race or background, anyone who makes sufficient contributions is qualified to receive a corresponding reward. The same will apply to all of you in the future. Upon hearing those words, Anna couldn't help entertaining a certain thought. If she formally joined Huaxia City and treated the territory's wounded, would she also have an opportunity to receive such a reward? However, the instant the thought appeared, she forcibly suppressed it. She was a priestess of the Church of the Goddess of Light. No matter what happened, she couldn't casually abandon her faith. While Anna struggled internally, Cocolight's enhancement continued. Compared with Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng, she clearly required far more time to absorb the talisman. Blue light continuously merged into her body, improving her constitution and potential. 1 minute later, the light finally began to dissipate. Cocolight's attribute panel subsequently underwent a complete transformation. Name: Cocolight. Profession: blacksmith. Quality: fine. Combat power: 24. Potential: 5 stars. Loyalty: 100. Talent: pure heart of the artisan. Talent rank: A. Effect 1. Cocolight possesses an almost perfectly pure passion for forging. Her speed of learning forging-related knowledge is greatly increased. Effect 2. When forging weapons and equipment, her success rate is increased to 20 times that of an ordinary blacksmith. Effect 3. Upon successfully forging an item, there is a chance of increasing the finished product's quality. An A-rank talent. 5-star potential. As I looked at Cocolight's attributes, intense joy surged through my heart. 5-star potential meant that with sufficient cultivation and resources, she would have a chance to become a perfect quality blacksmith in the future. Her A-rank talent, pure heart of the artisan, was even more astonishing. A 20-fold success rate combined with the ability to increase the finished product's quality meant that she had practically been born for forging. In the hands of an ordinary blacksmith, the same set of materials might produce only an ordinary quality or fine quality weapon. In Cocolight's hands, however, there was a chance of creating an excellent quality item, or even something of higher quality. The soldier enhancement talisman had been worth every bit of its value. Cocolight could also clearly sense the changes within herself. She looked at her hands, then at the forging platform beside her. Forging problems that had once been difficult to understand now seemed remarkably simple. My lord, thank you for giving me such a precious treasure. Cocolight bowed deeply to me. I will forge even more and even better weapons. I'll never disappoint the trust you have placed in me. I reached out and gently ruffled her hair. You've already worked long enough today. Go take a bath and get some proper rest. I'll have someone deliver food to you later. Only after resting properly will you be able to continue working tomorrow. A wave of warmth flowed through Cocolight's heart, and she nodded firmly. I understand, my lord. After making arrangements for Cocolight, I led Anna and the others out of the smithy and toward Huaxia City's clinic. The clinic was one of the territory's important starting buildings. After 3 upgrades, its size had expanded considerably. It contained not only consultation rooms, a pharmacy, and treatment areas, but also more than a dozen rooms where physicians could live. There was more than enough space to accommodate Anna and her companions. I pushed open the clinic's doors and pointed toward the rooms inside. From now on, you and the other 3 clerics will live here. You may choose whichever rooms you prefer. I'll have food, clean water, and fresh clothes delivered shortly. Anna bowed to me. Thank you, benevolent lord. I waved my hand. There's no need to keep thanking me. As I said, I won't allow you to eat and live here without working. Starting today, you'll be responsible for treating Huaxia City's wounded. If you lack medicine, tools, or anything else, you may submit a request directly. Anna placed her right fist over her chest and declared solemnly, I swear upon my faith in the Goddess of Light that I will do everything in my power to treat every injured person. Good. After receiving her assurance, I nodded in satisfaction. Before leaving the clinic, I called the twin cooks, Lilith and Lilia, to come with me. Their abilities needed to be tested separately. If they could indeed improve the effects of high-quality ingredients, I intended to assign them directly to the Lord's residence kitchens and have them specialize in processing various types of exotic beast meat. News that the clinic had officially opened quickly spread throughout Huaxia City. Have you heard? The Lord brought back an incredibly powerful physician. I heard she can even regrow severed arms and legs. Is that true? My leg was bitten off the last time I fought a Skyhorn Azure Bull. Does that mean I might have a chance to walk again? Quickly, help me get to the clinic. I've been blind in one eye since birth. I wonder if she can heal that too. Stop pushing. Let the critically injured enter first. Large numbers of wounded residents hurried to the clinic. Before long, a line of dozens of people had formed outside. The first person brought into the clinic was a soldier who had lost his right leg. His leg had been bitten off by a skyhorn azure bull. Because of the lack of medicine, the remaining wound had already begun to fester and rot. If treatment continued to be delayed, even if he survived, he would likely lose the ability to fight due to the infection. Miss Physician, the soldier was helped into the clinic by his companions, looking extremely nervous. Can an injury like mine really be healed? Anna had already changed into a clean white robe. Her long golden hair fell loosely down her back. Combined with her gentle and sacred presence, she resembled an angel descended into the mortal world. She pointed toward the bed beside her. Yes, please lie down first. I need to examine your wound. The soldier nervously lay down on the bed. Perhaps because of fear, his body continued to tremble slightly. Miss Physician, please save me. I don't want to die. And I definitely don't want to return to that lightless prison of eternal darkness. These soldiers were survivors of fallen kingdoms who had been summoned from the dark prison. According to their understanding, once they died on the battlefield of myriad races, their souls would return to that prison filled with despair. After experiencing the light, who would willingly return to eternal darkness? Relax. Anna comforted him gently. The goddess of light watches over everyone who refuses to abandon hope. She extended both hands and held them gently above the stump of the soldier's severed leg. Holy light healing. A strand of gentle golden light bloomed from Anna's palms. Pure life energy flowed downward like water, completely enveloping the soldier's severed leg. The moment the golden light touched the wound, the flesh that had already festered and begun to rot started recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The necrotic tissue rapidly sloughed away. New flesh and bone continuously grew in its place. In only a few minutes, a complete right leg had reappeared on the soldier's body. The entire clinic fell silent. The soldier stared blankly at his right leg, disbelief written across his face. My leg. It really grew back. I'm not dreaming, am I? Anna wiped the sweat from her forehead and revealed a gentle smile. You're not dreaming. However, your newly restored limb still needs time to adjust. You can try standing up first, but don't engage in strenuous activity immediately. The soldier carefully climbed down from the bed. The moment his right foot touched the floor, and he felt the long-lost sensation and strength within it, his eyes instantly turned red. He tried taking a few steps. At first, his movements were extremely cautious, but he gradually became more confident. His newly regenerated right leg could truly move normally. I'm healed. My leg really has been restored. The soldier dropped to his knees before Anna in excitement. Thank you for saving my life. Thank you, angel in white. An angel? Anna froze. No one had ever described her that way before. In the scriptures of the Church of the Goddess of Light, angels were exalted, sacred beings, the Goddess of Light's most loyal servants. Yet now, an ordinary person had called her an angel. At that moment, Anna felt something she had never experienced before. Perhaps an angel didn't necessarily need to possess pure white wings. Anyone capable of bringing hope to those in despair could also be called an angel. After sending away the first patient, Anna didn't rest. She immediately began treating the next one. The other 3 clerics also sprang into action and helped treat those with ordinary injuries. Sacred golden light repeatedly illuminated the clinic. More and more Huaxia City residents who had once been severely wounded or even permanently disabled regained their health. Outside the clinic, cheers erupted one after another. Huaxia City finally possessed a true medical force. Ding! You have an unclaimed item. While returning to the Lord's residence, I suddenly received a system notification. I opened the message interface and discovered that Zhang Wei had sent me the city construction blueprint. In addition to the blueprint, he had also left a message. Boss Yang Ming, I followed your instructions and filled in as many details as possible. The city wall defense system, road layout, drainage system, farmland, industrial district, commercial district, and residential district are all marked on the blueprint. Take a look first. If there's anything you're dissatisfied with, I can continue making changes. Thanks for your hard work. I sent a brief reply before accepting the blueprint. An intricately detailed city planning diagram immediately appeared before me. Huaxiao City had been divided into several distinct districts on the blueprint. The outermost area consisted of city walls, a moat, and defensive installations. Inside the city, major roads extended in every direction, connecting the lord's residence, warehouses, military barracks, residential districts, commercial districts, and industrial districts. A complete underground drainage network had also been planned. Even if the city encountered a torrential downpour, accumulated rainwater could be rapidly drained away. The industrial district was separated from the residential districts by a sufficient distance, preventing noise from forging and manufacturing from disrupting the residents' lives. Meanwhile, the farmland and livestock breeding areas had been arranged in flat locations with abundant water. The entire blueprint was extremely comprehensive. Due to the territory's current size and the limited materials available, Huaxiao City couldn't possibly construct every building at once. At the very least, however, it now had a clear direction for future development. Not bad. Tomorrow, we'll launch a massive construction campaign. After returning to the Lord's residence, I took the twin cooks into the kitchen. Naturally, I hadn't brought them back for any improper reason. I merely wanted to test their culinary abilities personally. Excellent cooks could fully draw out the effects of high-quality ingredients. If Lilith and Lilia's professional abilities were sufficiently powerful, they would become extremely important logistical talents for Huaxiao City. I took 4 ingredients from the system warehouse and placed them on the table one after another. Fine-quality demon wolf meat. Fine-quality skyhorn azure bull meat. Fine-quality dragon-patterned giant fish. Excellent quality blackrock giant bear meat. When the twin sisters saw the final ingredient, their expressions became serious. I pointed at the table and asked, "How many of these 4 ingredients can you prepare?" The sisters didn't answer immediately. They walked over to the table and examined each ingredient in turn. They inspected the color, smelled the ingredients, and studied the quality and grain of the meat. The elder sister, Lilith, was slightly older and had a relatively mature air. The younger sister, Lilia, was petite and sweet-looking, with a more lively personality. The two looked almost exactly alike. If not for the differences in their hairstyles and temperaments, an ordinary person would have found it difficult to tell them apart. After completing their inspection, the sisters exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Lilith spoke first. "My lord, we can cook all 4 of these ingredients." Lilia added, "However, the Blackrock giant bear meat is an excellent quality ingredient, so it will be more difficult to prepare. We must first remove the residual violent energy from the flesh before cooking it with a special method. It will take longer to prepare than the other ingredients." "That's not a problem." I nodded. "I'll leave these ingredients to you. Bring out as much of their effects as possible. Don't worry about wasting anything. Even if you fail, you won't be punished." The 2 sisters bowed simultaneously. "Yes, my lord." Lilith and Lilia carried the ingredients into the kitchen and began preparing dinner. While they were cooking, I sat in the hall of the Lord's residence and opened a regional chat channel. Compared with the first few days after our arrival, the chat channel had become much quieter. It wasn't because there were fewer people. Rather, the Lords had gradually realized that meaningless chatter only wasted valuable development time. Now, most of the messages in the chat channel concerned trade, intelligence, and resource fields. "I just got a fine-quality suit of iron armor. It increases defense by 20%. Private message me if you're interested. Urgently seeking forging blueprints. Buying both ordinary and fine quality. Price negotiable. Selling 50 caddies of fine quality blazing tiger meat. 79 silver coins per caddy. Limited supply, first come, first served." 79 silver coins is way too expensive. Can't you lower the price? "How is that expensive? Fine quality exotic beast meat has always cost that much. You should ask yourself whether you've been working hard enough to develop your territory. Does anyone have spare wood and stone? My territory is still stuck at the elementary rank. I seriously can't upgrade it. Buying large quantities of forging materials. Iron ore, saltpeter, silver, or obsidian. I'll take as much as you have. Seeking healing medicine. My territory was just attacked by exotic beasts. Willing to pay a high price." After nearly a week of development, prices in the regional marketplace had gradually stabilized. High-quality food capable of increasing combat power remained the most popular commodity. Whenever fine-quality exotic beast meat was listed on the marketplace, It was usually purchased almost immediately. Next came wood, stone, and various minerals. Wood and stone were fundamental resources required to upgrade territories and construct walls and houses. Minerals could be used to forge weapons and construct special buildings. Demand for all these resources was extremely high. However, Huaxia City wasn't currently lacking any of them. What I truly needed were high-quality crop seeds. Most lords were still struggling to survive and had no resources to spare for cultivating farmland. As a result, seed prices were actually quite low at this stage. Ordinary seeds held little attraction for me. Huaxia City's population was growing too quickly, while its farmland remained extremely limited. To harvest sufficient food from a limited area of land, we needed to plant superior crops with higher yields. One mu of ordinary rice could produce only around 900 caddies. Fine quality rice, however, could produce 3 to 5 times as much as ordinary rice. If Huaxia City could cultivate fine quality grain on a large scale, we would no longer need to worry about the food pressure caused by our increasing population. With that thought, I posted a message in the trading channel. For sale, 1,000 caddies of fine-quality Skyhorn Azure Bull meat. Trade requirements: fine-quality crop seeds only, including staple grains, vegetables, fruits, and special cash crops. Interested parties may send trade requests directly to. The moment the message was posted, it attracted the attention of a large number of lords. At the current stage, fine-quality exotic beast meat could not only fill one's stomach, but also directly increase the consumer's combat power. It was a strategic resource in the truest sense of the term. Seeds, on the other hand, were temporarily useless to most lords who lacked the conditions necessary to develop agriculture. Naturally, countless people were willing to exchange seeds that couldn't provide value in the short term for exotic beast meat that could immediately increase their strength. Boss, I have 1 caddy of fine-quality crystal wheat that can be planted directly. Can I exchange it for some beef? I have 10 fine-quality black chili seedlings. Can I exchange them for 2 caddies of Skyhorn Azure Bull meat? I have 20 caddies of dried golden corn. I guarantee the seeds will sprout. I want to exchange them for 5 caddies of beef. Boss Yongming, I have 3 caddies of amethyst rice seeds. Can I exchange them for 10 caddies? Do you want fine-quality sweet potato seedlings? The yield is extremely high. Trade requests poured in like a snowstorm. Following the principle of accepting everything useful, I approved each trade as long as the other party was genuinely offering fine-quality crops. In the end, I traded 500 caddies of Skyhorn Azure Bull meat for more than 100 caddies of seeds. These included staple crops such as crystal wheat, golden corn, and amethyst rice, as well as chili peppers, cabbages, tomatoes, sweet potatoes, and the seeds and seedlings of various fruits and melons. Huaxia City had already cultivated a considerable amount of farmland. As long as I assigned enough workers tomorrow, we could plan our first batch of fine-quality crops. Just as I was about to close the trading channel, a system announcement suddenly rang in the ears of every lord. Ding! Attention! All lords of Blue Star Region Beginner Zone 10086. Congratulations! You are about to complete your first week on the battlefield of myriad races. Tomorrow, the beginner zone will undergo its first system update. The following features will become available through this update. First, the Lord rankings will be unlocked. Rankings will be settled once every 7 days. First place, 2 golden resource chests. Second and third place, 1 golden resource chest each. All other ranked lords will receive different rewards according to their specific placements. Second, the Blue Star Global Chat channel will be unlocked. Once the update is complete, lords from every country and region on Blue Star will be able to communicate and trade through the global channel. Please explore the remaining update content yourselves after the update has been completed. The moment the announcement appeared, the previously calm regional channel erupted into an uproar. Golden resource chests? Those rewards are way too generous. I've been exploring outside every day, and it took me an entire week just to find 1 bronze chest. You actually found a bronze chest? I still don't even know what a treasure chest looks like. I heard resource chests can contain all kinds of precious items. There's even a chance of obtaining marrow-cleansing pills and excellent quality forging blueprints. Unfortunately, only the highest-ranked lords can obtain golden chests. I definitely don't stand a chance. I wonder whether any Huaxiao lords can make it into the top 10. That'll probably be extremely difficult. A total of 20 million people descended upon the battlefield of myriad races this time. Apparently, none of Huaxia's new lords awakened an A-rank talent. Japan has 2 lords with A-rank talents. Their luck is unbelievable. The United States also produced an A-rank lord. I heard he captured a level 3 resource field yesterday. A level 3 resource field? My expression shifted slightly when I saw that message. If the intelligence was accurate, then I wasn't the only new lord on Blue Star to have captured a level 3 resource field. Anyone capable of conquering a level 3 resource field within the first week of arriving on the battlefield of myriad races was definitely not to be underestimated. The discussion in the chat channel soon shifted toward the grudges between the various nations. If Japan hadn't launched a treacherous surprise attack 1 year ago and openly torn up the Blue Star Mutual Defense Treaty, Huaxiao would never have fallen into its current vulnerable position. Exactly. When we were fighting an alien civilization, not only did they refuse to provide support, but they secretly leaked intelligence about Huaxia's armies. If the United States hadn't backed them, how could they possibly have had the courage to do that? At the mention of what had happened 1 year ago, the Huaxiao lords in the regional channel were all filled with righteous fury. From the messages they sent, I gradually came to understand the full sequence of events. 1 year ago, Huaxia's national fortune had been flourishing. For the first time, Huaxia surpassed the United States and became the most powerful nation on Blue Star in terms of overall strength. Within the battlefield of myriad races official war zone, Huaxia possessed a total of 20 king-rank territories. In addition, Huaxia had acquired an extremely valuable perfect quality item, the Lord's Scepter. During that period, Huaxia's prestige reached unprecedented heights. Later, as the battlefield of myriad races continued to update, Blue Star's lords began encountering civilizations from other star systems. Under immense external pressure, the nations of Blue Star jointly signed the Blue Star Mutual Defense Treaty. The treaty stipulated that nations from Blue Star were forbidden from waging war against one another. The lords of every country were required to unite and jointly resist invasions from alien civilizations. As the strongest nation on Blue Star at the time, Huaxiao assumed the greatest responsibility. To give Blue Star the power necessary to resist alien civilizations, Huaxiao assembled 5 king-rank lords to contest a level 6 resource field, the Runic Caverns, with an alien faction. If Huaxia could successfully occupy the Runic Caverns, it would gain access to vast amounts of advanced runic technology. Blue Star civilization would also have a chance to break through its technological bottleneck and truly gain the ability to contend with a level 1 cosmic civilization. The battle for the level 6 resource field was exceptionally brutal. 5 Huaxia king-rank lords fought desperately for an entire month. After suffering countless casualties, they finally defeated the majority of the alien army. Victory was already within reach. However, no one could have anticipated that, at the most crucial moment, the Japanese lords would secretly leak intelligence regarding Huaxia's armies to the alien faction. The 5 Huaxia king-rank lords were ambushed and ultimately killed in battle. At the same time, Japan openly tore up the Blue Star Mutual Defense Treaty and took advantage of the void left by Huaxia's high-ranking combat forces to attack Huaxia's king-rank territories. The United States immediately announced its support for Japan and joined forces with more than 30 nations to surround Huaxia from multiple directions. Their true objective was the perfect quality item, the Lord's Scepter. Faced with simultaneous attacks from an alien civilization and Blue Star's allied forces, Huaxia's lords had no choice but to fight to the death. One after another, its 20 king-rank territories fell. In the end, Huaxia paid an unimaginable price to barely preserve its final 4 king-rank territories. Huaxia, which had once possessed 20 king-rank territories and inspired awe throughout Blue Star, subsequently entered the weakest period in its history. And now, the first rankings for new lords were about to open. This was more than a simple ranking competition. It would be the first true contest between Blue Star's new generation of lords.